71. He's back. Harry Potter, A.N. This chapter fought me tooth and nail, purely down to outside forces that certainly weren't influenced by magic. Apple's new iOS 7 has made tweaks to the software I used to write all my fan fiction that have left me wanting to tear my hair out, just as well I keep my hair so short. I can only hope there is a fix for this software soon. Meanwhile, here's the latest fix of Harry Crow. Chapter 71. The Christmas party for Crow's Marauders had been such a success last year that everyone wanted a repeat performance this year too. The new Marauders were first to try the skating rink, and they fell in love with it immediately. This time, Harry brought Hermione along when he created the room for the club, and the couple then enjoyed a carefree evening skating around the massive Christmas tree Hogwarts had once more provided. They would be back here tomorrow night with their own group of Marauders, while Wednesday had them returning yet again to the ice with the rest of their year group. As happened in the lead-up to last Christmas, the remainder of the year groups would see the room used for skating every night. This was particularly pleasing to those in 6th and 7th year. They had Hogsmeade on Saturday, skating that evening before leaving on the express on the Sunday, a perfect way to end what had been a very hard and busy term for Hogwarts and EWT students. While most of the school were looking forward to a visit to Hogsmeade before traveling home the next day, Hermione could read that something was troubling Harry. She questioned him over her concerns while they were sitting relaxing in the common room. Hermione, if I was a Death Eater, then tomorrow would be the perfect time to strike. They will have had a chance to study our defenses, and between no attack the last Hogsmeade weekend and this festive spirit everyone keeps going on about, our troops might just let their guard slip. I won't be able to have lunch with you tomorrow, but I will still be escorting the last of the students up to the castle. I won't relax until every last one is back inside the Hogwarts wards. That's fine, Harry. I'll wait and we can walk back together. Tomorrow will give me a chance to do some Christmas shopping. Any idea what I can get for the centurion who has everything? You are mine, and that's all I'll ever need. A voice well known to the couple couldn't help but interrupt at that. Getting really smooth there, Harry, but that's no help to us poor souls trying to buy you a present. Apparently, you're supposed to give us a clue. Just remember, I know as much about Christmas as you do. This will only be the third we've celebrated. Don't worry, Padma. You know I'll like anything you give me. Have you decided what you're doing for Christmas yet? The Pattles are staying with the Longbottoms over the holidays. I think there are plans to have a big get-together over Christmas, but I'm not sure where that will be yet. What about you lot? I heard from Luna she was going home to her dad. Yeah, though both were invited to Kingussie. I think she just wants to spend some time with him, but we certainly expect to see them both during the holidays. Oh, we'll be there at some point, Harry, and thanks again for asking. Luna had just walked into the common room with some of her second-year friends in time to catch the end of their conversation. Luna, you know you don't need an invite. Just turn up any time. You'll always be welcome. Oh, Hermione, I forgot to mention I invited someone else for the holidays. With Tonks insisting she's still on guard duty, I invited Remus to Kingussie for as much of the holidays as he wants. Not the Minister of Magic, and the Director too. Ah well, I'll just have to do the best I can. She couldn't hold her giggles any longer, that this always made Harry smile seemed to have Hermione giggling more than she ever thought possible. Ooh-oh, Hermione wasn't giggling when she met Harry to walk back to Hogwarts the following day. Although he was now smiling, it was one of relief and Harry was clearly exhausted. Did you actually take a break at all today? No, and I'm famished too. I don't think I've ever looked forward to a feast as much since arriving at Hogwarts. Everyone is safe, and I will certainly be tucking in like Ronald Weasley tonight. You start displaying table manners like that, and you'll be eating by yourself, Crow. I was thinking more in terms of amount consumed, Hermione, not feeding technique. I've seen dragons with better table manners than him. That got no argument from his mate. She had far more pleasant things on her mind. This time tomorrow, Harry, we will be sitting having dinner in our own home. I don't think I've ever looked forward to leaving school this much. That type of sentiment coming from Hermione raised Harry's concerns that something was wrong. I know that extra defense training 4 times a week has been hard on all of us. We could cut it back next term if you thought. Centurion be damned. Hermione kissed him until he was quiet. I'm looking forward to going to our home, Harry, not getting away from Hogwarts. Arm in arm, the Centurion and his mate walked beside a squad of warriors and shepherded the stragglers back into the safety of the Hogwarts wards. Hermione thought her mate had been right. Only then would Harry truly relax. It was only seeing a very happy Natalie running toward them that allowed the MacDonalds to finally relax. Their daughter had sent them a letter home every single week since she left, but that was just no substitute to seeing for themselves that she was practically glowing with happiness. It had been a terrible wrench to allow their little girl to attend boarding school, magical or otherwise. Here was their first indicator that sacrifice might actually be worth it in the end. She was trying to hug them in greeting and say cheerio to her friends at the same time. Seeing that Natalie had so many friends delighted her parents. That possibility was one of the main reasons they had consented to her attending Hogwarts in the first place. As they had been standing beside the Grangers waiting on the train, Roy got a chance to thank Harry for looking after his little girl. Harry was just happy that Natalie seemed to have forgotten all about her experience with the Dementor on her trip to Hogwarts. Sir, I am only one of the people who looked out for her. Natalie's made friends in every house, and I think she's enjoyed her first term in Hogwarts. Dad, Mum, I've loved it. Feasts, the Merlin Ball, the Marauders Club, and we were skating inside the castle for our Christmas party. Hogwarts is just amazing. This drew smiles all round, actions that were being repeated the length and breadth of the platform as families were reunited. Edmund was watching closely as his daughter seemed a different person from the one that entered Hogwarts as an 11-year-old witch. She was confident, bubbly, and a string of students approached both her and Draco to wish them a Merry Christmas. He also saw the lad's mask slip back into place the instant Draco spotted him. Pansy, too, lost some of her bounce as they headed in his direction. Their greetings were cordial, and Draco promised to contact Pansy soon before he headed off to where his mother was standing. Edmund had also noticed the Knock girl happily waving goodbye to friends before joining her family. This was certainly not how he expected the daughter of someone spending the rest of their life in Azkaban to be treated. It would seem that Crow was as good as his word, and only the guilty were being punished. Now that he couldn't access the ministry, he was beginning to think this might be his best option for protecting Pansy's future. With him being at least considered as a Death Eater, there really weren't any other betrothal offers out there for his daughter. It was another daughter, though, who kept sensing something wasn't just quite right. Eventually, she had to speak out. Okay, Mum, what's going on? I know you're hiding something, so you might as well tell us now. Emma was blushing like a kid caught with her hand in the biscuit tin, though Dan raced to her rescue. We have a surprise for you, but you're going to have to wait until we're back home to see it. Harry was fine with that and hustled Hermione along, whispering in her ear as he did so. Did you notice he said home? I don't think he was talking about Crawley either. A portkey trip later saw the four of them plus Tonks arriving in Kingassy, and Hermione giving her usual greeting to their waiting father. Barchoke appeared to be another goblin who was falling under the Granger hugging spell too. It was only after entering the house proper that both teens noticed they had gained a staircase, only this one was going down. It was a very nervous Emma who answered their initial queries. We made a few alterations to the house. We did have a lot of help, though. Harry looked questioningly to Tonks. You knew about this? I knew there was a surprise waiting on you in Kingassy, but that's all. That's why Remus won't be arriving for a few days. The word is that it's a family surprise, and he didn't want to intrude. With the other three adults smiling nervously at them, Harry took Tonks and Hermione by the hand and led them down their new staircase. He wanted the Auror to know she was considered family and would be having words with Remus when he eventually arrived too. What awaited them down there, though, took the breath away from the now astonished trio. A cavern that appeared about the size of the entire house above had been hewn out of the granite, with the walls and domed ceiling being constructed entirely of the same material. The light from 6 magnificent crystal chandeliers had the entire construction glistening like sunlight being reflected off the sea. That you could easily hold a ball for well over 100 people in here left the couple struggling to know what to even call it. Saying it was a room just didn't do this beautiful place justice. Hermione's mouth was moving, but there was no sound coming out. Her mother, though, knew the questions she would be wanting to ask. We knew you loved the house, but also that it didn't have enough room to hold a party for everyone you would want to invite. Once we took this idea to Barchok, well, you can see the results for yourself. It was to his father that Harry directed the couple's first question. How is this even possible? The work involved would have taken more time than there was available. The goblin smiled at his children, pleased to see how happy they were with this, while looking forward to seeing their reactions to the other surprises that would be coming their way. As Emma said, we had a lot of help. The elves wanted to play a part in this too. As we dug out the rock, they were removing it just as quickly. The director also wanted some way of saying thank you for all your efforts and assigned every builder in the nation to this project. This isn't all of it. That statement saw Hermione finding her voice. You mean there's more? Barchok led them over to a specific part of the wall and ran his finger down it. The stone wall became two doors that swung open and led to another cavern. This one clearly wasn't finished, but there was a very good reason for that. This could be a training room, or whatever you want it to be. Emma even suggested putting a swimming pool in here at one end, something that would be rather easy to do. We wanted to leave those decisions up to you. Barchok again found himself the recipient of a hug from his daughter. Hermione then used the same method to make sure her mum and dad knew she was happy about this too. We thought you would like to have everyone here for Christmas, but wanted to wait until speaking with you first. At the moment we're looking at Christmas here, and then bringing in the new year at Amelia's home. Hermione's squeal of excitement might have interrupted Emma, but was music to all of their ears. She jumped on a just as pleased Harry. We get to spend Christmas in our own home. That's exactly what I wanted, but now we can have everyone here too. Harry had Hermione's feet off the floor as he spun her around, basking in her obvious happiness. He did pick up on something else, though. Mum was certainly pleased at their reaction, but still appeared nervous about something. Clearly, there was more going on here than they had been told. He gently lowered Hermione as she too began picking up on some of this. What else do you have to tell us, Mum? Harry's question caught them flat-footed, though it was again Dan who came to his wife's rescue. I think we need to be upstairs with a cup of tea in our hands before we get to that. He then took Emma's arm, and they walked back up the new staircase. This had Hermione worried, until Harry nudged her attention in Father's direction. The wide grin he was wearing might have stopped her worrying, but her curiosity just hit new heights. Tonks clearly had no idea what was going on, and again needed convincing to be part of this discussion. It was only after Emma was seated in her favorite chair, and Darby had served tea, that more information was forthcoming from her. Again, the young couple's worries were dispelled by the huge grins Barchok and now Dan was sporting. The goblin healers had never used the procedures needed to save my life on a muggle before. It was perfectly understandable then that they wanted me back for regular checkups. My visit last week gave us quite a shock. It turns out I'm 3 weeks pregnant for now, and you're going to have a baby brother around about the middle of August. With her revelation being greeted by stunned silence, Emma was getting more worried by the second. Well, what do you think? Hermione's emotions suddenly welled over, and she burst into tears while springing at her now pregnant mother. Both were freely crying while clinging to each other. Harry, on the other hand, was sitting quietly muttering to himself. Those mutterings got louder and louder, as he clearly liked what he was saying. I'm going to be a brother. I'm going to be a brother. His grin now clearly matched that worn by the other two males in the room. Both Granger females were still in tears, but their crying had now reverted to laughter at Harry's antics. He was only one step away from jumping up and down with excitement. Man, your father's reactions were very similar to Harry's. Hearing that, Hermione got up and practically bruised her father's ribs with the power of her hug. Both were extremely happy. The healers were not only able to tell me I was carrying a boy, they were also able to say that boy would be a wizard too, another magical child in the family. Hermione was now sitting cuddling into Harry, both clearly happy at all the news they had heard today. Dan knew it was time for a family discussion. He too had no problem including Tonks in this, and even called on Darby to sit with them, embarrassing the little guy by giving him the credit for the new downstairs. Your mother and I were already considering what to do with our futures. This development just focused our attention on what we wanted those futures to be. We took the view that our daughter has already mapped out her own future. Your mother and I still intend to play a large part in that life, but since Harry is already paying your Hogwarts fees, for our decision, we considered you now financially independent. This saw Hermione's head whip around to look at Harry. You are mine, and I am yours. You know enough about our culture now to understand that's the way it has to be. You are my mate. Harry then turned his attention to Dan and Emma. Both of you are welcome to live in any house I own for as long as you like. If there isn't one exactly where you want it or how you like it, we can buy or build whatever you want. Hermione was once more snuggling into her mate as Emma beamed a smile at the boy who'd come to mean so much to all of them. Here was her son basically saying they could live whatever dream they wanted. Actually, you goblins must be rubbing off on us. Your father and I decided that. As long as our family was together then, that was the most important thing. Both of us, though, are sure we're finished with our practice. The house in Crawley will keep for a while yet. We were hoping you wouldn't mind if we lived here with you. She never got to say any more as Emma suddenly had her arms full of two emotional teens, both clearly happy with that decision. Goblin laughter was heard as Barchok just couldn't resist. I told you so. Both would like nothing better than to have everyone staying here all the time. I still can't believe I'm going to have a little brother. A horrified look came over Harry as Hermione's words threw up a potential problem. I can't believe we'll have to return to Hogwarts next year and leave our new brother at home. This was Dan's cue for some payback. Oh, so you don't care about leaving us? Emma, though, still needed to hear the words from her children. Are you both really okay with this, us moving in here and me being pregnant? Hermione merely glanced at her mate. That was all it took for Harry to know he was the one elected to answer that for both of them. Mum, hearing that makes this one of the best days of my life. To have children running around this house will be a dream come true, a dream Hermione, and I thought was many years away still. That I'll have a brother is something I never ever thought would or could happen. Dan almost choked on his tea at that, but Emma was now beaming a megawatt smile in her children's direction. Their minder could also see how pleased they were at this news, but had a question for Dan and Emma. Is this a secret, or are you going to let others know? I had to practically threaten Dan, otherwise there would have been an announcement placed in the Times. We were only keeping it quiet until we could tell these two. This was not something we wanted to send by Earjet. This set Hermione off, giggling again. I can't even imagine what Roger's comment would be to us finding out our mother was pregnant, or Harry dancing on the Ravenclaw table in delight. Ooh, Master, Bella is pregnant. I know she wants to prove she's your most faithful servant at the ritual, but I would like to humbly ask if I could be chosen instead. The thing that now contained the spirit of Voldemort pondered the problem he faced here. He had 3 servants, 2 of whom's loyalty was unquestionable. Which one did he give the honor of showing their devotion to him to? I will take that into consideration. Her carrying a child might have an adverse effect on the ritual. I was actually favoring Peter to carry out that part, providing he doesn't fail me tonight. He won't fail, Master. Bella will make sure of that. Peter is only going to identify the target. Bella will be the one who takes that target down and secures them. They should be returning shortly, though I impressed on Peter not to rush it. It is imperative he chooses someone who could be considered your enemy, otherwise the entire ritual could be in doubt. Anyone who works for that abomination they now call a ministry will do. They would certainly all be considered my enemies. Now. While relieved at this, Augustus knew that news wouldn't please his mate. Bella would have to be kept away from Peter, otherwise a certain rat might not actually see the solstice. That certain rat was currently scurrying around and cursing their luck in choosing the same-day Hogwarts students, returned home to try and snatch a victim. With all the parents staying at home with their children tonight, they were being left with very slim pickings in their search for a suitable victim. He then spotted a witch sitting in a secluded corner all by herself. She was slowly getting drunk and muttering about someone in her department screwing her over. It wasn't until she lifted her head that Peter recognized the witch. Bertha Jorkins just signed up to be an unwilling blood donor that would certainly save his master's life. The pub being mostly empty now worked in his favor. Wormtail scurried into the shadowy corner before transferring into Peter and then casting the imperious curse on Bertha. With the hood of his cloak up, Peter then whispered specific instructions to her. You will quietly come with me. If anyone asks, I'm an old friend who's taking you home." Bertha rose unsteadily to her feet, taking Peter's offered arm for support, and both barely attracted a second glance as they left. Peter led her up a back alley where Bella was waiting, the smell of fire whiskey coming from Bertha stopping his accomplice stunning the witch. It didn't stop Bella's acid tongue, though. "You were supposed to get us someone to be used in our master's ritual, not pick up a drunk date for the weekend. There's hardly anyone in there, and Bertha works for the ministry. She was the best of a bad lot." Bella didn't buy that excuse, instead grabbed Bertha and side-apparated her back to their camp. Peter was left to follow on. They had chosen the Forest of Dean, and after stealing another tent, set up camp there. Rookwood had the place warded so that Auras could walk right next to their camp and still not see it. The second tent they had stolen was a much more elaborate model, complete with separate areas inside. Their master, his familiar, and Peter shared that accommodation. Bella appeared with their victim, along with a scathing report on Peter's ineptitude. Peter then made his excuses that they really couldn't have picked a worse day to try and snatch someone. "You have both done well. She will be adequate." The Dark Lord then cast his own imperious on the poor witch. His instructions to Bertha were simply to be Peter's slave. "Never let it be said, I don't reward thus faithful to me. She is yours to us until the ceremony, then I will empty her mind for information. Something we badly need. Peter, us silencing charms I do not wish my rest disturbed." A grinning Peter led the witch away, placing Bertha in his part of the tent and zipping up the partition. The Dark Lord then turned his attention to a fuming Bella, knowing this needed to be handled delicately. "Bella, my most faithful lieutenant, I have a job that only you can do for me." Her bad mood vanished instantly, expecting now to be chosen to donate her flesh to her master. She was soon disappointed. "Your pregnancy prevents you taking your rightful place in my rebirth ritual, but offers instead a wonderful opportunity. Your child shall be the firstborn of my new reign, and will be trained by their parents to one day stand with me. He or she will be treated like my own child and rule by my side." The Dark Lord's reputation as a master manipulator was well earned. He played on his followers' hopes and fears to perfection. Bella was now prostrate before him, swearing the eternal allegiance of her entire and yet unborn family. Augustus was also delighted that his pregnant mate would now take part in a dark ritual that could have harmed their unborn child, while Peter was a lot easier to please. All tonight's problems easily solved, and it cost him nothing. That, and only having to spend one more day in this constructed and constricting body, put the Dark Lord in a better mood than he had been for years. All in all, it was a very happy camp, not something that could usually be associated with Lord Voldemort. He still intended to punish those of his followers who were brave enough to answer his summons after he regained his body. Those who didn't answer would pay the ultimate price for their betrayal. Traveling using Muggle transport had also exposed the four of them to the Muggle media, an experience that just might have provided a way to wish Harry Potter a very Merry Christmas. He intended to make that boy's every waking moment a nightmare, and leave his sleep so full of horrific dreams he would eventually beg Lord Voldemort for death. "Ooh, Harry, are you asleep?" "No, Hermione, come in. I'm guessing you couldn't sleep either." "Oh, I'm just too excited to sleep. I feel as if every wish I ever had is all coming true, but I can't seem to shake the feeling that the hammer is about to fall on us too." Harry had been lying in bed and trying to lose himself in a Spider-Man comic, but the same kind of thoughts had been troubling him as well. "I know exactly what you mean, Hermione. In any battle, when things are going far too well for your side, that is usually the point when something totally unexpected happens and turns all those carefully laid plans into dust. All we can do is take every precaution we can think of and continue to train hard to meet those that catch us out." Hermione snuck under the covers, needing to hold her mate for comfort. "I feel happy, excited, and scared all at the same time. I was worried about Mum and Dad's safety before. Now that Mum's pregnant, I'm actually terrified for them. We've made Kingussie as safe as we possibly can, so them staying here is perfect. They will also have Darby to watch over them. We both know how devoted that little elf is to our parents. If the situation suddenly deteriorates in Britain, then we'll have to try and convince them to leave for the island, Nothing can touch them there. That suggestion certainly appealed to Hermione, so much so that she snuggled into Harry and kissed him for coming up with it. With Mum pregnant, we should have no problem convincing Dad to take her somewhere totally safe. Our only problem might be stopping them trying to drag us along too. Hermione, you all know I'm a centurion. If there's going to be a battle, then my place is at the front of the warriors. It's taken time for me to win the respect of my fellow centurions and our warriors. Hiding safely on my island would totally destroy that respect, and me too. I know, Harry. Just remember, though, me not covering your back in that same battle would totally destroy me as well. That's why we all train as hard as we do. Padma and I know our mates are going to be at the center of this war if it kicks off again. Harry knew there was nothing to be gained by arguing over this at the moment. In all probability, it would be the circumstances that dictated their response anyway. Hermione, let's just concentrate on the now while training to try and meet whatever the future brings. We're going to have a wonderful Christmas with our family, a family that's going to grow. We have a real reason to celebrate this year. I think we should give it our best shot. Having heard enough, Dan headed off to bed himself. It was extremely hard to find fault with Hermione going to Harry when they were both concerned for their safety. One thing that Dan did agree with, first sign of danger and Emma, would be paddling any swollen ankles in the crystal-clear waters that surrounded Harry's tropical island. Barchoke had read both of them perfectly. They had been delighted with the changes made to the house and ecstatic at the thought of having a little brother. He also agreed with Harry's assessment that they had more than normal to celebrate this Christmas. Dan certainly intended to do so. Bertha didn't think she would see Christmas this year. What was worse, part of her was hoping she didn't. Being a slave to that bastard Pettigrew was not a life worth living as far as she was concerned, especially since that thing they were calling Master was threatening to rape her mind when whatever they were up to here was finished. That Bertha was currently in a cemetery and bound to a headstone didn't bode too well for her future anyway, not with Bellatrix Lestrange and Augustus Rookwood here too. The Imperius had been removed, and she'd screamed every insult she could think of, and some she came up with on the spur of the moment, at that bastard Pettigrew, much to the amusement of Lestrange. Now Rookwood was placing the ugly thing in a massive cauldron full of bubbling potion, and Bertha was praying it would drown. When the grave at her feet suddenly opened, and part of the corpse buried there made its way into the cauldron too, Bertha knew for certain that prayer wasn't going to help her tonight. She wriggled and fought as best her current circumstances allowed as Rookwood approached her with a wicked knife in his hands. For some sick reason, her struggles just seemed to please him more. After her blood was added to the cauldron, Rookwood then handed the knife to that little shit Pettigrew. Bertha was pleased to see the sick bastard looked ill with the thought of what he was now expected to do. Watching him cut his hand off and let it drop in the cauldron had an effect on Bertha she wouldn't have believed possible a few days ago. She was delighted to see the little bastard in severe pain, but couldn't help but wish it was another piece of his anatomy that he'd cut off and flung in there. Bertha would certainly have been prepared to volunteer her services and to ensure the cut was as ragged and painful as she could make it. Those pleasant thoughts were rudely interrupted by the cauldron exploding, and Bertha thought for a moment they'd made a mistake. She certainly couldn't think of any potion where the addition of Pettigrew's grubby hand would have a positive result. The sight of a body appearing from the resulting mist, though, destroyed that fantasy. Rookwood quickly stepped forward with a robe for the figure, while Lestrange handed it a wand. Both then got on their knees before the tall figure. Peter was already on his knees, clutching his stump to try and slow down the blood loss. There was absolutely no sympathy heading in his direction from Bertha. "Ah, my faithful servant," says Peter, "hold forth your arm." Bertha watched in horror as Voldemort's wand conjured a silver, fully functioning hand for Peter. Considering what part of his anatomy she'd been wishing Peter had cut off before, witnessing this was the final straw for the witch. The contents of her stomach were now displayed down the front of her robes, but Bertha really couldn't give a shit. She was currently sobbing and right on the edge of hysteria. This seemed to amuse her captors, though, and attract Voldemort's attention. He walked toward her, and cold fingers were soon caressing Bertha's cheek. "Ah, Miss Jorkins-S. I should really thank you for assisting in my return. I won't, though. Instead, I'm going to enter that mind of yours, S, and strip out every piece of information that might be useful. This will leave you nothing more than a drooling idiot. There is some good news, though. Peter has already proven he's not too fussy. I really don't think it will affect the relationship you two already have. Rookwood and Lestrange were roaring with laughter at that, but Bertha finally lost it. She started screaming and just couldn't stop. This delighted the Dark Lord. He'd basically broken this witch purely by fear. Now that was power he had certainly missed being able to wield. It was time to start reminding people just how powerful Lord Voldemort actually was. Bella, my dear, could you hold out your arm for me? Uo Pansy was rudely awakened by someone roughly pulling on her arm. As her senses slowly came online, she was greeted by the sight of her father standing there. He didn't give her time to say a word. That was time Edmund Parkinson didn't have. Pansy Parkinson, Edmund Parkinson cast you out of the Parkinson family forever. So mote it be. Pansy felt the magic swirl around her and was in tears as she sought some answers. Father, why are you doing this? What have I done? You will leave this house at once and never come back. Never, you understand. Go to Draco and take your mother with you. The wards on the Malfoy home will protect you. You need to go now. Pansy found herself dragged out of bed without even time to grab her housecoat. She was marched to the flue where her mother was standing stoically waiting on her. Pansy, you need to contact Draco to get permission for me to come through too. Hurry, girl. We don't have much time. As Pansy's head was in the flue, Edmund kissed his wife before he too was forced to leave. He knew the Dark Lord would be punishing his followers, and that he delighted in using wives and daughters to extract revenge on those Death Eaters that displeased him. That Pansy was young, beautiful, and betrothed to Draco Malfoy meant her fate would have been sealed. The Dark Lord wouldn't pass up an opportunity to torture both families at the same time. Edmund could only hope these goblin wards were as good as they were portrayed. Uo, the goblins had been more than kind to Severus. His cell could never be considered luxurious, but he had discovered that goblins didn't really indulge in luxury. His home was certainly adequate for his needs and could even be considered comfortable. He certainly wasn't comfortable now. The pain in his arm and the cold sweat from knowing what that pain meant were currently responsible for his discomfort, though. It was impossible for Severus to answer his former master's summons. The fact that he thought of the Dark Lord as his former master meant his decision was already made. The prisoner rang for assistance and soon had a guard at his door. I respectfully request a meeting with Ambassador Barchoke. I have information vital to the safety of his son, Centurion Crow. Severus then showed the guard his forearm. The black tattoo was now animated and appeared angry. The guard nodded in understanding and left at once. As Severus sat there and waited on the ambassador, he was faced with the irony that his life was so much better now, thanks to a Potter and a Black. He understood that the goblins treated the young couple as mates, and it was ironic that the Muggle-born wife of a Potter granting him the ability to communicate in Goblin had certainly positively affected his life and status. That book written by the Lady Black also gave him insights into what was happening all around him, insights that were allowing him to integrate more and more into the nation. So much so that Severus now thought of this as home, which was why there was not the slightest hesitation tonight. Severus Snape had made his choice, and it wasn't to serve a madman. Uwo, Pansy, we both made our choice. You know I have to do this. But he's my father. No, he's not. I'm disowned. Draco was standing holding his betrothed as she broke her heart over the situation. He really didn't know how to deal with this, but his thoughts drifted to how more and more he had built a method for handling situations. His new yardstick was, what would Harry do? After asking himself that, his decision was easily made. He left a surprised Pansy standing there while he made his way over to the desk that had been his father's. There was an exquisite knife sitting there that his father had rather pretentiously used to open scrolls he'd received. Draco had a much more important role for the blade. Both Mothers and Pansy were now looking apprehensive as Draco returned armed with the blade. That was until he cut his own palm before passing the blade to Pansy. She knew at once what her betrothed was proposing here. Both had read all about this in a rare book they found in the Malfoy library, a book Hermione now owned. Without a second's hesitation, she cut her own palm and clasped her betrothed's hand. Both mothers were soon in tears as they watched their children perform the blood-bound ceremony. Narcissa's understood Draco was offering this to Pansy in a bid to heal her hurt at being disavowed, and she'd never been prouder of her son. They watched on as a silver glow grew up their arms and into their shoulders. Draco kissed his mate and rested his forehead on hers. Pansy, you are mine now, and we will make that official whenever you feel ready. There will be no pressure from me, but there is still something I need to do. We've both made our choice, just as your father has. That was a very brave thing he did tonight. We can't let that bravery go to waste. Pansy kissed her mate before nodding in agreement. Draco passed her over to their mothers before he headed to the flue. It had taken mere minutes to discover from Elspeth why her husband had acted the way he did. Draco now needed to flue call Sirius and get him to put the warning out amongst the family. He's back. Aren, thanks for reading. 72. I won't make the same mistake again. Harry Crow disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter, nor could my writings ever be considered canon. If you're okay with that, then please read on. Chapter 72. The Dark Lord was back living in the lap of luxury, exactly where Tom was sure he really belonged. Lord Voldemort had just had a stellar evening, acquiring his new body before dishing out punishments to those of his followers brave enough to return at his command. He then left them lying there while he enjoyed shredding the mind of the Ministry Witch for information. That information had him pondering his next move against the Ministry, and Potter, that is. He'd known exactly what else was going to be accomplished on his first evening back. Lord Voldemort had approached his recovering followers and asked who wanted the pleasure of having their lord stay with them. All had, of course, begged for the honor, just as he'd already chosen whose house he was going to take over. On arrival, Peter led his drooling husk of a girlfriend in search of a bedroom in their new home, while Tom dismissed Bella and Augustus to do the same. That left the Dark Lord alone with his familiar and a prostrate host, Edmund Parkinson. He could see the wizard shaking as he lay at his feet and wondered whether it was caused by the after effects of the Cruciatus or fear. He would like to think a little of both. Tell me again, Parkinson, why your wife and daughter are not here to greet their lord. The Death Eater tried to keep his voice steady as he answered his master. After I collected my daughter from the express, I made an attempt to end Pansy's betrothal to the Malfoy brat. She threw a tantrum before the disrespectful bitch swore she would disown her family rather than let that happen. I wasn't about to stand for that dishonor against the Parkinson name, so I ejected the little bitch from the family before she could carry out her threat, and then ordered her out of my house. I can only assume she went to her betrothed, and that my wife accompanied her. Ah, but Draco is no longer her betrothed. You ejecting her from the family would end that agreement. Forgive me, master, but they have convinced each other that they're in love. Draco would take her in, even though she now has no name. I'm afraid Draco isn't half the man his father was. His familiar was coiled over his shoulders, and he was affectionately stroking Nagini's head when Tom let his anger show. Bella made dear Lucius's death far too quick. She may have been pressed for time and had very limited options available, but I certainly wouldn't have been so merciful as to cut his throat and let him bleed to death. The Dark Lord was now certain Parkinson's shaking was down to fear. He softened his voice to coax the answers he wanted out of his servant. Your daughter attended Hogwarts and is even considered a friend of Potter's. Tell me everything you know about this boy. Ooh-wow. And that's all we know at the moment. The minister felt ill at hearing this news, and took no comfort from the fact that both colleagues he was currently meeting with didn't appear to be coping with this news any better than he was. It's not much to go on, Amelia. Amos couldn't believe what he was hearing. Surely you're not disputing he's back. We now have confirmation from two different sources. I'm not disputing that. All I'm saying is we don't have a lot to go on. We don't know where he is, or even if he's in Britain. He summoned his Death Eaters. How many of them turned up? The only piece of information we do have is that he's back. How does the Ministry respond to that? We have no idea of our enemy's location, strength, or intentions. Cornelius let that sink in before reinforcing his point. Do we really want to blaze what little news we do have all over the country and ruin the holidays for everyone? Commercially speaking, today and tomorrow are two of the busiest shopping days of the year. This news breaking would certainly put an abrupt end to that. Are you suggesting we ignore this? Of course not, Amos. What we need is a measured response, a response that allows us to increase security without sending the country into a paralyzing panic. The minister was looking to his head of the DMLE for help. Amelia duly obliged. I think I see what you mean, Cornelius. We have so little information, and using that might tip our hand that we have any information at all. I agree that, at this point, informing the public he's back would be counterproductive. I also agree with Amos that we need to do something. We still have 2 escaped Death Eaters on the loose, a perfect excuse to increase security and provide a timely reminder to everyone to be vigilant over the holiday period. Without more information, I really don't know what else we can do. This left Amos stuttering with indignation. What about those suspected Death Eaters who left the ministry? Can't we round them up? And charge them with what? Amos, we let them walk out the ministry, promising no stain on their character. Am I now supposed to send my auras to arrest them, saying, by the way, we were lying when we said that? Amelia then softened her attitude. Amos was not an enemy here. We don't know how many of them answered Voldemort's summons. I think those who didn't will be the returning Dark Lord's first priority. There is also the practicalities to consider in rounding them up. I simply don't have the manpower to hit all of the targets at once, and an operation that size will surely leak, sending any doubters straight into the arms of Voldemort. The minister was left shaking his head. It's the Carrows all over again. There's a section of our community that knows he's back, but not one of them trusts the ministry enough to come to us for help. Augusta Longbottom was right. We need to change that. He found his 2 colleagues agreeing, though Amelia took it further. Once Voldemort makes a move, the gloves can come off. That fact changes the entire complexion of the problem. We need to decide, though, how to deal with those who don't want to rejoin Voldemort. The chief warlock was beginning to understand the dilemma they faced here. I think Harry showed us the way. It's all about how we treat the families involved. Knowing my Tabitha and Cedric are safe behind those wards certainly gives me great peace of mind. My Cedric teaches the Narc girl at their extra defense class in Hogwarts. He says she's a lovely young witch. What fate would have awaited that child if Harry hadn't stepped in? If we can protect their families from Voldemort's retribution, then we might yet see some of the doubters approaching us. Those sentiments certainly found approval from Cornelius and Amelia. She though wanted to add another layer to Amos' proposed solution. Protecting families is fine, but we also need to show what happens to those who willingly chose to follow this madman. Their masks hide nothing now. Kicking them out the ministry means we now know who at least some of them are. We strip them of any source of respectability, wealth, or possessions, and then ensure they're aware we'll take them down hard, and then execute those who survive being captured. Cornelius was quite pleased with the initial ideas this impromptu meeting was throwing up, but something else just struck him. I think we need to get Arthur in here. He needs to know in case Voldemort starts attacking Muggles. I also want him to contact Ambassador Barchoke. St. Mungo's needs warded against Death Eaters as quickly as possible. I don't give a shit how much it costs, or if it tips our hand that we know he's back. Those people need protecting now. A cold shiver ran down Amelia's back at the mere thought of Death Eaters attacking the hospital. The goblins don't have Christmas holidays, so they might be able to do it quickly. Do you want me to arrange for the staff to be screened, as we did inside the ministry? This received a positive response from the minister, while Amos was sure the other problem would be solved too. Once we start finding Death Eater vaults, there will be plenty gold in the coffers to pay for protecting St. Mungo's. I'll get Arthur up to speed while Amelia is screening the hospital staff. It should be a safe bet, just saying the new wards will be going up over the holiday period. The minister then looked to his 2 most senior advisors and asked the question that was at the forefront of his thoughts. We all remember the last time. Are we ready now to end this? Knowing the question was really aimed at her, Amelia gave the most honest answer she could. The ministry is certainly better prepared. While I had hoped for longer, knowing he's back allows us to step up our preparations. If we can act quickly and stop him gathering support, then the odds will tip heavily in our favor. His Death Eaters murdered a lot more victims than he did. They're also nowhere near as powerful. Taking that threat away should leave us dealing with a small group. I refuse to believe 20 or so wizards and witches that we will make outcasts could ever take over the country. And what about Harry? Again, Amelia knew she could answer the minister's question honestly, and that the information wouldn't go any further. Like us, Harry could have used a few more years. That Moody seems almost ready to adopt the four of them should give you some idea of their abilities. I think the ministry needs to concentrate on the Death Eaters, depriving Voldemort of support and buying Harry time to train. He and his friends are already working 4 days a week with Moody and Bill Weasley. They would really need to leave Hogwarts to train anymore, not something I would recommend. She then gave her reasons for cautioning against that action. The idea of the ministry training 4 teenage assassins to go after Voldemort is not something that sits comfortably with me. At the moment, all we are doing is augmenting their already established training pattern at the request of Harry's father. Of course, I would bet my ministry pension that this exact same meeting is currently taking place in Kingassy. They might reach a decision there that changes my opinion and our options. Amelia's ministry pension was in no danger. The exact same meeting was taking place in Kingassy. It was only their priorities that were different, very different. Listen, everyone, I'm pregnant, not ill. I will not be treated like some invalid and be shipped off somewhere to safety, not unless my entire family comes too. Mum, I'm a centurion. I can't run away and hide. If you're saying Kingassy isn't safe, then we all need to hit that island today. If it is safe, then Dan and I shouldn't have a problem staying here while you're both at Hogwarts. Sirius and Remus were trying not to laugh, but it was Tonks who couldn't hide her grin. She has you there, Harry. Either Kingassy is safe or it isn't. You can't have it both ways. Not helping here, Tonks. Kingassy is safe, but not as safe as the island. Nothing and no one can touch them there. I've already lost one set of parents to this mad bastard. I'm not gonna let him take another along with my unborn brother. All could now see how badly they had misread the situation. Here was something that clearly terrified Harry. The troubled teen soon had his arms full of both Granger ladies while he sat on the sofa. His father, though, thought that it might take something a bit more practical to ease his son's fears. Harry, I will move into Kingassy when you both return to Hogwarts. I can also have emergency portkeys made that will take you through the Hogwarts wards and bring you both straight home. An emergency signal could see you and Hermione back here in under a minute. Yes, the island is safer, but please think what you're asking here, a mother to take herself out of danger and leave her children behind. We both know neither Emma or Lily would ever do that. Harry was currently clinging to the two most important women in his life, as if he was never letting go. What if we didn't go back to Hogwarts? We could stay here and train every day. It was Emma who moved his head around, so Harry was looking directly at her face. I will not have you both dropping out of school to become my bodyguards. I will have Dan, Bartchoke, and Darby here to do that, and also a pistol like the one Alice carries. You already train enough as it is. I simply won't stand for it. It was Bartchoke who again tried to make his son see reason, knowing that his fear was crushing his own dose of logic on this matter. We don't know where Voldemort is, how many followers he has, or what his intentions are. Until we do, then life must go on. It might take him years to build up any sort of organization and become a threat again. We can't all put our lives on hold waiting to find that out. I guarantee you that, should we discover he intends to attack here, we will all be sitting on the beach within minutes of learning that. Harry looked to his mate, Hermione's nod indicating she thought this was the best they were going to get. Hermione felt almost as if she was betraying him, but had to speak her mind. Harry, I don't think I could handle any more training than what we do now. Our bodies and magic barely have time to recover as it is before it's time to go again. There's a very good reason this training is usually reserved for witches and witches over 17. He really couldn't disagree with Hermione. All four of them had been looking forward to the break, though they certainly intended to keep up their exercises every morning. Okay, can we get those portkeys as quickly as possible and an alarm disc added to Hermione's wand holster? He then turned back to face the woman he now thought of as Mum. You send that signal, we'll come running. I need you to promise, though, that you will set off the alarm if you need us. She looked at the very serious young man and her equally grave daughter, Emma's heart melted at the anguish she saw reflected back from both of them. Harry, Hermione, at the first sign of danger, our main option would always be to get out of here. If we can't do that, I promise I will send for you both. Again, they had to settle for the best deal they could get. Hermione then turned her attention to Sirius. Will Pansy and Draco be all right at Malfoy Manor? Voldemort will know exactly where they are, so they would be welcome to come here. Both are keyed to the flu at Grimmauld. I'll add their mothers too, and that should give them an escape route if needed. They're coming here on Christmas Day anyway, so we can talk with them then. If we're done here, I really need to go and greet the in-laws. Lucas and Moa are portkeying in today. We'll see you all on Christmas Day. Remus rose to follow his fellow marauder out. He was heading for the Longbottoms to pass on the bad news to the rest of the family. Bartchoke was intending on heading back to Gringotts when Tonks stopped him. You need 3 portkeys and alarms. They don't leave Hogwarts without me. If you could tie all the portkeys in together, that might save some time too. Bartchoke could only smile before nodding in thanks to the young Aura. Tonks wasn't finished, though. She then turned her attention onto Dan and Emma. I was about their age, just before Voldemort was defeated, and things were really bad then. Breakfast at Hogwarts was always eaten in silence, as we waited for the owls to tell us who had lost loved ones the night before. I would have gladly given my right arm to be able to offer my parents the level of protection these two just gave you. She could see this was opening the Grangers' eyes to just how bad the situation could get. It was to Emma that Tonks aimed her next comment. I respect your decision, Emma, but this is a matter that certainly isn't over. Situations can change very quickly, and there is simply no argument against that island being the safest place for you both. If I could get my mother and father to go, I would send them there too. Seeing how effective Tonks' argument was against Dan and Emma, Harry quickly jumped in. Your mum and dad would certainly be welcome, Tonks. So would Frank and Alice, or Smeeta and Ramrow. What about Draco and Pansy's mothers? Pauline Nutt has a little sister too young for Hogwarts. She and her mother might be targets too. His mate joined in, knowing her parents were far more likely to leave the country as part of a group who were at risk. There must be others who are going to be targeted. We need to put our heads together and make a list. Dan interrupted his daughter. I thought we were safe behind these wards, that anyone carrying the dark mark couldn't cross them. Wards are like shields, Dan. Hit any shield long enough or hard enough, and it will eventually fail. This had Dan looking at Bartchoke, as if he'd been sold a pig in a poke. The goblin offered him some reassurance of his earlier statement. That shield being attacked will set off an alarm and still protect you, at least long enough for our warriors to arrive. They would then need to decide the odds they faced, and either evacuate the people out of there, or stand and fight the attackers. The wards buy you that precious time. The better the wards, then the more time you have. Ours are simply the best. Harry agreed with his father, but didn't want pride in their wards to negate the advances they had just made in shifting the Grangers' point of view toward reaching the decision he and Hermione badly wanted. While our wards are unquestionably the best, we really don't know just how well they'll perform if Voldemort turns up with a few dozen Death Eaters and starts trying to bring them down. It's obviously not something you can test until it actually happens. Our entire magical community knows I'm the Baron of Kingassy, and we've made no secret of the fact you are both staying here. That might be a target that's just too tempting for Voldemort to resist. You've both already been attacked because of me. I simply don't want that happening again. Both Hermione and Harry could see that it wouldn't take much more to change Dad's mind. Mum was always going to be the sticking point. Emma then surprised her children. We're all going to be together over Christmas and New Year. Let's enjoy the holidays, and then we'll sit down and talk about this again before you head back to Hogwarts. Emma knew she'd gotten it right when her arms were suddenly full of 2 happy teens. Dan had another question, though, this one aimed at Harry. I understand you being worried about us, but aren't you scared, or at least surprised at this madman's return? We always knew he would return one day. That's why I train as hard as I do. Ever since I re-entered the magical world, my entire emphasis has been to try to prepare all of us for this happening. I'm not scared because I know Amelia will be hunting down the Death Eaters and Father will be doing his best to see them financially crippled too. Bartchoke couldn't help but stand behind his children and put his hands proudly on their shoulders. Only the fact they were still sitting on the sofa meant he didn't have to reach up to do so. The wards around the ministry had taken away their anonymity. The ministry can then use the actions of the Death Eaters to destroy any shred of respectability. The nation will then lawfully snatch their family fortunes right from under them, and that gold will be used by the ministry to aid the Death Eaters' downfall. The nation was always going to stand behind Harry. That the ministry has promised to do the same puts us far ahead of any predictions we had for this event eventually happening. We're working very hard to ensure all our children are in as little danger as possible. This was something they all wanted to hear, and Harry used it to further push their agenda. If he'd returned without those changes being made, we would probably all be heading for our island today. If that had been allowed to happen, all our predictions said it would require nothing short of a miracle to stop Voldemort taking over the country. I'm a warrior with a warrior's training. That training teaches us not to fight against suicidal odds like that, especially for a country that won't support you. Gringotts would have made a strategic withdrawal out of Britain and left its people to deal with the problems of their own making. This left all three Grangers and the young Auror shocked, looking to Barchoke for confirmation. The goblin didn't disappoint. It's easy to forget how far we've come in the last 2.5 years. Before Harry attended Hogwarts, the nation trying to inform the ministry that Voldemort had returned would have needed to be accomplished by the procedures put in place and bound by treaties. A memo through the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. With Lucius Malfoy still at large and Death Eaters at the highest levels of magical society, what do you think the chances of us being believed would have been? Voldemort would have taken over the ministry and then turned his greedy eyes to us. We would then be faced with the option of fighting a war we couldn't win or withdrawing in the hope of fighting another day. That really is no choice, and our decision would not have been a difficult one. Tonks had no trouble imagining events playing out as Barchoke had described, nor could she cast any doubt on his conclusions. Britain would have fallen to the darkness. Dan's exposure to the magical world also provided him with the knowledge to see the possible outcome Barchoke had just given them as a distinct possibility. He also could see no way in which that happening wouldn't spill over into the totally unprepared Muggle world. It would be the Potter killers magnified by a factor of hundreds, and with no young man to race to their rescue with alternative accommodation, it would be a bleak situation. Emma wasn't interested in looking at the bigger picture. She didn't know if her pregnancy was already affecting her hormones, but all the mother could think of was how that would have affected her now growing family. Harry and Hermione found themselves being held tighter by a mother who was now thinking there were worse ways of spending your time than staying on a tropical island. Sirius currently had his hands full with a very happy Moa Hobson and thinking there were worse ways of starting your day. Oh, Sirius, I'm so happy for you both. Thanks, Moa. We're pretty pleased about it ourselves. We may have to put off our big announcement, though. I just discovered what Dan and Emma wanted to tell those two. I wouldn't want to steal their spotlight. His wife was delighted for the couple, and they quickly decided to wait until New Year's Eve to make their announcement. Like Emma, Henrika wanted her family to know the news first. Waiting another week to tell all their friends she and Sirius were going to have a daughter wouldn't exactly be a hardship. Her mother might have a problem with that, though. She was already suggesting names for her granddaughter. Lucas was walking around with a grin almost as wide as Sirius. Considering they were going to get some Christmas shopping done today, then that really was quite an achievement. Getting St. Mungo's warded on Christmas Day was certainly an achievement. Amelia had faced very few problems when screening the hospital staff. She supposed a healer's oath to aid those in need would probably prohibit them joining an organization where they rape, maim, and murder for fun. No, Amelia's biggest problem had been what she herself should do over the festive holidays. She knew Susan was really looking forward to spending Christmas in Kingussie with her friends, but even more so to having them all at her home to celebrate the arrival of the new year. While cancelling the event wouldn't raise too many eyebrows, news of the party hadn't exactly been spread all over the ministry. She did know Susan would be bitterly disappointed. Amelia had taken the decision just to act as if everything was normal, even though Susan was well aware a certain madman had returned. The head of the DMLE had trouble remembering being an age where what dress she was going to wear to her New Year party was more important than a returning Dark Lord. Amelia also knew that attitude wouldn't last. War had a way of touching everyone's life, and that's what they would face if they allowed Voldemort time to build up his support. She almost needed supporting herself as they were led into the new ballroom at the Baron of Kingussy's home. It was simply stunning. Both Amelia and Susan made their way over to the magnificent Christmas tree in the corner of the room. Sirius had invoked Kreese Kringle again this year, and everyone had quickly confirmed they would participate. The presents would be handed out after dinner, giving their meal time to digest before the dancing began. Amelia almost choked when she spotted Moody at the party and watched in disbelief as he slipped a present under the tree. She was mentally calculating just how many spells he would cast on the present he received before deciding it was safe to unwrap. It was good to see all their friends again, and Amelia was now sure she'd made the right decision. Watching as Susan practically glowed with excitement and happiness certainly ensured her Christmas would be a happy one. They would face whatever came their way, but events like this was what they were fighting for. Ooh, there wasn't much sign of merriment in the Dursley home. This Christmas wasn't exactly proving to be a happy one. To be honest, apart from the better programs on the telly, it was just like any other day of the year for the Dursleys. The amount of Christmas cards the entire family received this year didn't reach double figures. The Dursley family's social standing in Crawley had reached an all-time low. It almost felt as if, instead of their Christmas decorations, there was a red cross painted on the front of their house to warn others of the danger of catching the plague. Even the double-glazing salesmen and the Jehovah's Witnesses wouldn't knock on their door now. It was therefore an even greater shock when their locked front door suddenly opened and three strangers walked straight into their home. Petunia may have never set eyes on any of them before, but she couldn't mistake the clothing they were wearing. Freaks. Get out of my home. The woman who was with the two men moved with the speed of a striking snake. She drew a knife and slashed Petunia's cheek, putting a sudden and permanent end to her tirade. Muggle bitch, how dare you even speak to my master? Get down on your knees now. Petunia had shot to her feet the second she had spotted the intruders in her home. That someone would actually slash her face in their own living room saw her sinking to her knees in shock. It took several attempts before Vernon could actually prise himself out of his armchair, only for his limbs to then lock as he fell forward onto the floor with a force that almost shook the house. Dudley saw none of this. His entire being was concentrated on the terrifying bald guy with those horrific red eyes. The obese teen wasn't much of a believer in God. He attended church purely because his parents bribed him with sweets and lunch at a restaurant of his choosing. Dudley fervently believed in the devil, though. He really had no other option since he was currently looking right at him. He couldn't explain it, but Dudley instinctively knew death had just come calling to their house. It wasn't a conscious decision, nor a spell that had him sitting there and doing absolutely nothing. Dudley was simply unable to move a muscle, frozen by fear. Thank you, Bella, for that lesson on how these filthy muggles should act when in the presence of their betters it would seem their nephew doesn't care for them much either, not even the most basic wards on their home. Tell me, how does it feel to know he spent millions helping strangers while leaving you here to fend for yourselves? Augustus had placed a silencing charm on a body-bound Vernon, so it was left to a bleeding Petunia to answer. Dudley certainly had no intention of speaking and drawing attention to himself. We have no nephew. That boy is no family to us. I wish he died along with his parents. A lightning-fast strike from Bella saw Petunia's other cheek slashed. You will keep a respectful tongue in your head. Talk to my master like that again, and I will cut it out. Petunia was sinking deeper into shock. Part of her knew they wouldn't survive this, while another part wept at her blood spilling onto the lounge carpet. It was ruined, and they had no spare cash to buy a new one. I want you to tell me everything you know about your nephew. She was about to protest again that she had no nephew, but the knife in the crazy bitch's hand changed her mind. We've only met him once. He attacked our Dudley in town, and we went round there to sort him out. They attacked my Vernon. Petunia suddenly thought she had a way out of this, give them another target. The Grangers, it's the Grangers you want to talk to. They know all about him, he even stays there. She quickly supplied the address, but giving that information didn't provide the reaction she was hoping for. The whole country knows. That these muggles are now living with the Baron of Kingussie in his Highland estate. What can you tell me about that? Petunia was left shaking her head. I've never heard of him. The knife now slashed across her nose as Bella's temper spiraled out of control. Her first bout of morning sickness had honed her usual quick temper until it had an edge as sharp as her blade. Stupid muggle bitch, your nephew holds that title. Master, perhaps a different sort of persuasion might give us better results. Their entire purpose for being here tonight was to send a message to Potter, the death of his only living relatives. That they could witness their terror while doing so was just a little Christmas present, a present they intended to enjoy. They were also using methods that Rookwood had pioneered since their escape from Azkaban, keeping their use of magic to a minimum and no dark curses for the Ministry to detect. A nod from his master was all Augustus needed to begin using cutting curses on the fat muggle. He left the silencing charm in place, as Petunia's precious husband was soon like a rug beyond saving. She had pleaded and begged, earning another couple of slashes but no reprieve for Vernon. Petunia was swearing to every deity she could think of that she knew no more when Voldemort picked up on something she had babbled. You swear on the life of your son. We'll just have to test that now, won't we? That sparked Petunia into life. She threw herself across Dudley. Not Dudley, please no. Don't kill him, take me, kill me instead. Leave my baby alone. I made that mistake with your sister. I won't make the same mistake again. Petunia found herself ripped from her son and stuck to the wall, her position affording her the perfect view as this animal slowly cut her beloved son to pieces with his wand. Dudley's tortured screams driving the helpless mother insane. Voldemort knew the charms they had placed on the house before entering would ensure only those in the house heard the boy's screams. It was now time to finish what they came to do. Bella, my dear, time to leave your lovely message for our young Mr. Potter. She approached Petunia and ripped the front of her dress apart. Taking her knife, she began to carve letters into the muggle's living flesh. Petunia was all out of screams by the time Bella was finished using her body to create her macabre form of artwork. With her husband and son now lying dead, it was a relief when that blade finished its work, its last task cutting her throat and finally ending her torment. As the three murderers left the scene of slaughter, there was no need to cast the dark mark over their evening's work. The muggle festive lights and decorations that surrounded them couldn't possibly pierce the darkness they had just left behind. Bella's message certainly wasn't Merry Christmas, but it ensured everyone would know exactly who was responsible for the three mutilated bodies they were leaving in the house behind them. Albus certainly knew who was responsible for the murder of the Dursleys. He didn't even need the Potter will die message that had been carved into Petunia's chest to help him reach that conclusion. His own source had quickly confirmed that Voldemort had returned, and here was an unmissable indicator of his intentions. This was clearly targeted to cause the maximum possible psychological damage to young Harry. As he put down his newspaper, Albus was finding it difficult to generate any sympathy for the obnoxious Muggle family he had argued with all those years ago. He'd warned them in great detail that this outcome was a distinct possibility if they didn't take Harry into their home. They had refused Harry and the blood protection their nephew would have provided. They thought they knew better than Albus Dumbledore, assuming they were safe simply by moving home, and Albus had been proven right. The Dursleys would never learn it was a mistake not to follow the advice of Albus Dumbledore, but others could now reap the benefits of his wisdom from this situation. With Tom's return, the entire country would quickly see the error of their ways, and the name Albus Dumbledore would shortly be on their lips. Those very same lips would soon be begging for him to return and once more lead the country in the battle against Voldemort. His plans called for them to suffer a little longer. It wasn't time for him to make his triumphant return to Britain and Hogwarts. Soon, but not quite yet. Thanks for reading and hope to see you back here next weekend. 73. An Unconventional Hero. Harry Crow, A.N. This chapter takes Harry Crow over the 500,000 words milestone, not something I had envisaged when I first got the idea in my head. Chapter 73 will also see my story pass another significant milestone, reaching over 5 million hits. All I can say is thanks for reading. I would also like to say a special thanks to the lady who has checked every single one of those 500,000 words for me. Alex 33. Chapter 73. Harry slipped out of Hermione's room to find a worried Dan and Emma waiting on him. How is she? People Hermione knew have been butchered in their own Crawley home on Christmas Day. She's taking it hard. Even though she may not have liked the Dursleys, she still went to school with Dudley for 5 years, and you wouldn't wish his fate on anyone. And how are you coping? Dan, they weren't my family. I was prepared to give Dudley a chance, but the one time we met, he refused my offer of a handshake and attacked me. You were both there when I met his parents. They were even worse than their son. To be honest, the murder of little B. Potter affected me more. The Dursleys played a part in their own downfall. Poor B just happened to have the last name of Potter. It was a confused Emma who asked Harry to explain that. The Dursleys outed that I was the Potter these killers were after, endangering you and everyone in Crawley. It also painted a large target on them, something they obviously didn't think about when they were spreading their news all over town. I'm just so glad that none of my family were anywhere near Crawley yesterday. This saw Harry pulled into a hug as Emma kissed him on the cheek. So are we, Harry. So are we. Stay with Hermione tonight. She needs her mate to hold her. You can also tell her that this has Dan and me seriously reconsidering your island option. Yesterday struck a little too close to home for comfort. This news certainly cheered Harry up. It doesn't have to be limited to the island. You know there are Potter properties all over the world. You should be safe anywhere outside Britain. Why not travel the world and enjoy yourselves? It will also help us decide where we go on holiday this summer. I would say Florida was a definite no this year. You won't fit on most of the rides by then. Why, you cheeky scamp? Get in there and cheer Hermione up before we change our minds. That Emma was smiling told Harry she was only joking. He wished them both good night before slipping back into Hermione's room. Dan was left standing there shaking his head. I can't believe I just gave my little princess boyfriend permission to sleep with her. Don't get me started, Dan. You know Harry's much more than a boyfriend. You also know sleeping is all they'll be doing. They'll be selling ice cream in hell before Harry would push Hermione into something she wasn't ready for. She tried not to laugh as he muttered, "It's not Harry I'm worried about," as they headed for their own room. Hermione was feeling miserable. She had often wished harm on Dudley Dursley and his gang when she was growing up, but being cut to pieces by a Dark Lord went way beyond anything a young bullied Hermione had envisaged as revenge on her tormentors. Okay, there was that one time when she wanted a grand piano to drop from the sky and flatten all of them, but she was only 6 and watching a lot of Tom and Jerry cartoons at the time. Her morbid thoughts were blasted apart by someone sliding into bed beside her. The arms wrapping around Hermione told her exactly who that someone was. "Harry, you do that and I won't want you to leave. Then we'll get caught and be in so much trouble." "We won't get into any trouble at all. I have permission from your mum and dad to be here for you tonight." "Really? Really? Really?" And there's even more good news. They're both considering moving out of Britain when we return to Hogwarts. Rather than just sitting safely on our island, I've asked Emma if they want to travel around any houses we haven't yet visited and see what she thinks would be suitable for our summer holidays. His mate was in awe of that. "You gave Mum a research project." "Oh, Harry, that's sheer genius. We could work out a checklist and she could score certain aspects of each location." As Hermione rattled on, Harry was feeling quite smug with himself. Not only would he get her parents out of the country, he'd taken Hermione's mind right off any thought of blood and slaughter. Harry didn't think he was a genius. It was more a case of sometimes you just got lucky. He intended to spend the night holding that luck in his arms. You couldn't get much luckier than that. Rita was praying her luck would hold. Searching for Rookwood and Lestrade had been bad enough. Now she was actively looking for the Dark Lord himself. This time, though they had a specific lead to work with, that made her even more terrified as the beetle searched for a route into Parkinson Manor. The beetle crawled through a tiny gap into what she soon discovered was a bedroom, only to find it currently occupied. The wizard appeared familiar, but Rita certainly knew the witch. Bertha had been a good source of information for what was really happening inside the ministry. Get enough drink into her down the pub, and Bertha would tell you anything you wanted to know. It didn't look as if Bertha would be providing any more juicy ministry gossip for Rita. It didn't look as if Bertha could remember her own name anymore. There was a glazed look in her eyes that wasn't alcohol-induced. Rita thought the lights may be on, but it didn't look like anyone was home where Bertha was concerned. The identity of the wizard Bertha was currently with then sprang into Rita's mind, and she knew this mission would already see her coffers filling with gold. Lord Black and his godson would pay a small fortune to the person who handed them Peter Pettigrew's location. She carefully flew down and crawled under the bedroom door, figuring on a quick look around before getting back out and heading past the wards. Rita was actually hoping she wouldn't see anyone else as the beetle began searching for another exit. What she found instead would stay with her for the rest of her life. Was a body hanging from the entrance hall chandelier by its ankles. A pool of blood had collected and coagulated on the marble floor beneath the carcass. Some of that blood had already dried and stained the floor, leading the former reporter to think the body might have been hanging there for a few days. Rita had thought Bertha got a raw deal. That was until she saw this. It looked as if someone had taken their time and skinned this person raw a piece at a time. Whoever this was, they must have died in agony. When the body then moved and emitted a groan of pain, Rita found herself parting with her breakfast. It was only when the animagus noticed that she had shifted back into her witch form that Rita realized just how much trouble she was in. That was certainly emphasized when sound of her throwing up attracted a visitor. Bellatrix Lestrange stood in a doorway with a bloody knife in her hand. "I don't know how you got in here. I guarantee you'll soon tell me." She had no intention of telling this crazy bitch anything. Instead, Rita was shouting at the top of her voice. "Emergency now, now, now." Rita watched in horror as the knife sped through the air toward her, the loud crack ringing in her ears, signaling her goblin emergency portkey had done its job and crashed through the wards. She arrived in Barchok's office with the sound of Gringotts' alarms now ringing in her ears. Rita didn't care about that. She was far too busy running her hands up and down her body. She expected there would be lots of pain involved if there was currently a knife sticking into her. But only after her hands had confirmed there really wasn't could Rita finally relax. Rita relaxed right into a dead faint. Ooh, there was no relaxing at the Malfoy home. Draco was worried that Sirius had practically summoned them to Grimmauld Place. That Sirius had also included both of their mothers, and that summons certainly didn't ease that worry. Leading them through to a lounge, where they found Amelia to be waiting on them, just took that worry to another level. Their serious faces meant there was no way this was going to be good news. At least Amelia didn't keep them waiting long to hear it. "Elspeth, Pansy, there's no easy way to say this. Edmund is dead." Most of the time, Amelia loved her job. This part of it, though, really sucked. It took both ladies a few minutes to regain enough control to ask what had happened to their father/husband. "Voldemort was actually hiding in your home. The ministry arrived with over 70 auras, but had just missed him. We found Edmund in the entrance hall. He'd been tortured and then murdered." Again, Amelia was forced to wait until both witches had a grip of themselves before she could continue. "We have no way of knowing how many witches and wizards answered or refused Voldemort's summons. It would appear his intention was to use Edmund as an example to the rest of his Death Eaters. The ministry doesn't want his death to be in vain and would like to do the same." This confused everyone until Amelia spelled it out for them. "We want to portray Edmund Parkinson for exactly what he was, a brave man who made a mistake over a decade ago. Rather than compound that mistake, he took measures to ensure his family were safe and paid the ultimate price. The ministry thinks there are more people like Edmund out there. We don't want to see any more families faced with this situation. We intend to offer them and their families ministerial protection. Pansy and Elspeth will be staying at Malfoy Manor." Amelia had found herself being interrupted by a very forceful Draco. "We have goblin wards on our home and an escape route mapped out in case of emergencies. Sorry, Madam Bones, but I don't trust their safety to anyone else." Deciding to be brutally honest, Amelia laid her cards on the table. That is exactly the problem the ministry is faced with, and one of the reasons why Edmund is now dead. If he had come to us, we could have protected the entire Parkinson family. Without that trust, more people are going to needlessly die, whether they join Voldemort or not. Narcissa had kept quiet up until now, but she could see it was time to take a stand. Draco had already made his position in this conflict clear, and she was going to follow her son's lead. That the Dark Lord would already want both remaining Malfoys to be painfully murdered really left her with no other option, their fortunes still being tied up preventing them leaving the country for safety. Madam Bones, I agree with Draco in that both Pansy and Elspeth will be staying with us. I also understand the issue of trust that you are trying to deal with and believe the Malfoys can be of help. If you discover families who no longer want to follow the Dark Lord, we would happily offer those families shelter and refuge at Malfoy Manor. Since no Death Eater can cross our wards, the Ministry would only have to provide protection for those family members carrying the Dark Mark. Here was an extremely generous offer that Amelia very quickly accepted. They had been trawling through properties the Ministry owned, with an eye toward having them warded and designated a safe house. This was a ready-made solution. That anyone caught in those circumstances would be a pureblood was already a given, which was probably the reason Narcissa Malfoy made the offer. The Malfoy name still carried some weight amongst these particular witches and wizards, though. Knowing their families would be safe behind the wards and walls of Malfoy Manor might just be the difference to those Death Eaters currently undecided on what to do next. Elspeth had understood there was a good chance she wouldn't be seeing Edmund again when they parted that night. Hearing her worst fears had been confirmed knocked the witch for 6. She was slowly recovering, though. There was the Parkinson name and her daughter still to protect. Excuse me, Madam Bones. Are you saying that the Parkinsons are going to be under ministry protection? Does this mean there won't be ministerial fines levied against our family? That's exactly what I'm saying, Elspeth. The ministry will protect not only the family members, but the family name and fortune too. We intend to let this public offer sit for a few days before waging all-out war on every Death Eater we know about. Using Veritaserum on those Death Eaters we capture should provide us with any missing names. We want to use your husband's death to publicize this offer. Even if we only save one more family, it would be considered a success. Pansy was currently clinging to Draco with her tears soaking his shirt. It was to her mother, though, that he aimed his advice. Elspeth, Pansy and I have already made our choice. We've rejected the Dark Lord and all that he stands for. We don't want things to go back to the way they were. The wizarding community should be moving forward, not back. Voldemort will take great pleasure in killing me, my mate, my mother, you, Amelia, Sirius, and anyone else who stands in his way. We won't be the ones doing the fighting, but you must see we're stronger opposing him if we all stand together. Pansy's sobs actually increased, causing Draco to ask her what the matter was. My father cast me out of the family. I know he only did it for my own protection. I was thinking that, when this was all over, I would be able to be a Parkinson again. Now that can never happen. There was one person there who understood what Pansy was going through. Sirius tried to comfort the girl. I was only a few years older than you when I ran away from home. My mother and father disinherited me, making my younger brother the heir to the Black family. He was murdered by Voldemort before he even got the chance to turn 18, yet my mother still supported the mad bastard. You will be a Malfoy in a few years, and that throws up lots of options. While your mother can't bring you back into the Parkinson family, she can do that for any grandchildren she recognizes. Your second-born can take the Parkinson name, ensuring that family doesn't die out. Pansy looked from Sirius to her mother. Elspeth's nod saw her attention switch to Draco. When his mate looked at him with so much need in her heart, Draco was always going to say yes. Pansy was still in tears, though, as she grieved for her father. Draco held her and spoke so all of them could hear. Your father died knowing he had saved the two most important people in the world to him. We can now give him a chance to fight back against his murders. I know I don't have a say in this, but I think you should both say yes. I think that's what he would have wanted you to do, protect the Parkinson name and stick it to Voldemort at the same time. Pansy's eyes shifted once more to her mother. A tearful Elspeth again nodded her agreement. It was a much relieved Amelia who enlightened them on what would happen next. The story of Edmund's murder will appear in the Prophet, along with who we suspect carried it out. The ministry will then appeal for people to come forward, and we will offer them protection. How are they going to contact you? A confused Draco had interrupted Amelia again. No one bearing the mark can enter the ministry. Rather than being annoyed, Amelia was quite pleased at how quickly the young wizard had picked up on that. They can't enter the ministry, but they can enter Gringotts. All they have to do is approach a teller and ask to see a ministry representative. The goblins are providing us with private rooms and will have extra security on the bank floor. We will have teams of auras patrolling Diagon Alley and a squad stationed outside the bank. Anyone wanting to ask for help will be able to do so in safety. This level of organization and competence from the ministry stunned both mothers. Pansy, though, had expected nothing less. Told you things were different now. Voldemort will pay for what he did to my father. If we wouldn't be so far behind, I would ask Harry if Draco and I could join them in their training. It was with hope in her heart that Amelia left the grieving family to head back to the ministry. Those people in that house should be some of Voldemort's strongest supporters. That they were now ready to stand and fight against him meant that this time they might just be able to finish him, and his Death Eaters off once and for all. This was their first piece of good news since the solstice. Uo Cornelius could be doing with hearing some good news. He was currently being faced with a failed scheme of his own. Ludo Bagman always gave Cornelius the impression that a few of those bludgers the former Beto was supposed to hit had slipped through his guard and smacked him on the head. Ludo was a fly by the seat of his pants type of wizard whose only skills appeared to be the ability to once a year assist with organizing the upcoming Quidditch season. These were hardly sought-after qualities, and certainly not abilities worthy of a head of department's salary. But Ludo had been appointed to that post before Cornelius became minister, and had proven really difficult to get rid of. Dolores Umbridge, on the other hand, was a witch who never did anything without a plan. She was the ministry's ultimate schemer, and Cornelius had thought he'd pulled off a masterstroke by forcing the two of them to work together. He was sure they would drive each other crazy, and expected a resignation to be appearing on his desk within a month of her appointment. The minister would have been happy whichever one of them resigned, but instead was presented with the Quidditch World Cup final being held in England over the summer, and then the prospects of the Triwizard Tournament being revived in Hogwarts a few months later. The final might have held more interest if any of the home countries made it through, but Wales were already out. Scotland would soon follow, while England again appeared destined to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, once more living up to their tag of perennial underachievers. There was still hope that the Irish just might ride their luck all the way to the final, though, that at least would give the expected crowds something to cheer about. It was mainly the second of those events that saw Cornelius facing these two today. If the Triwizard had been compromised in any way, then the ministry needed to know now. You will both have seen from today's prophet that our Death Eater problem hasn't gone away. While the article only speculates on the fact that Voldemort may have returned, I can tell you both that the ministry is certain he has. He gave that news a moment to sink in before continuing with the real reason for having these two in front of him. This next part is not for repeating outside this room. Voldemort appears to have captured Bertha Jorkins. While we are doing everything in our power to get Bertha back, it goes without saying the poor soul would have been tortured to tell anything and everything she knew. That brings us to why I have you sitting here today. How much does Bertha know about the preparations for the Quidditch World Cup final and the Triwizard Tournament? We need to know if those events have been compromised and whether changes need to be made. Ludo tended to sign whatever Dolores put in front of him, so had no idea how to answer that question. He looked to his deputy in the hope that she did. HS deputy currently had a slight dilemma on her hands. She had, of course, taken all the credit for Bertha's work on the Triwizard, and the last thing she wanted to do here was admit to that. There would also be the problem of, should everything have to be changed, who Dolores was going to be able to get to do all the work then needed to reorganize the tournament. Her decision, then, was an easy one for Dolores to make. Because of the nature of the event, details of the cup final are all pretty public. I honestly don't see any point in moving the proposed stadium to another location that will soon have to publicize anyway. Cornelius could certainly see the sense behind that argument. His own thoughts had moved along the same lines. He nodded to Dolores to continue. It would be this part, where Dolores would have to lie through her teeth, that the only person who could possibly contradict her was apparently currently a prisoner of Lord Voldemort, meant it was a lie Dolores was sure wouldn't come back to hurt her. As for the Triwizard Tournament, Bertha certainly knew there was going to be a tournament held and what schools would be competing. Her knowledge beyond that would be minimal, mainly hearsay and anything she might have picked up around the office, no specifics of the tournament. The minister had to accept the facts given to him, but Cornelius had more to say on the matter. The next few months could be critical for our country. I may have to take decisions you don't like, but people's safety has to be our first consideration. The very idea that the Quidditch World Cup could possibly be cancelled for safety reasons shocked Ludo into action. He intended to make a lot of money off this event by running a book. Why don't we bring the goblins on board when the wards are being erected? If the stadium was inaccessible to Death Eaters, then that should remove any threat to the spectators' safety. If things get anywhere near as bad as they were the last time, being able to enjoy a cup final in safety would give wizards and witches something to look forward to. Cancelling this prestigious event would see our standing drop not just in Europe, but all over the world. I like the idea of the wards, and will task Arthur with making enquiries to Ambassador Barchoke on the matter. We have no intention of letting things get as bad as the last time, but these high-profile events will be tempting targets to these terrorists. We have to weigh up the damage to our standing cancelling events would have against holding them, and our security being seriously breached. The ministry will proceed as normal at the moment, but the next few months will be crucial for more than the future of these tournaments. Ludo and Dolores left the minister's office, shocked at the change in Cornelius. Both left wondering how these possible changes would affect their projects, and even the working environment in the ministry itself. It would appear there were big changes on the way. The big changes had already arrived in Kingassy, totally altering the environment. There was now a good 6 inches of snow lying across the glen, with much deeper deposits in places where the wind had caused drifts to build up. Harry and Hermione had been forced to exercise in their new training facility. The bitingly cold gusts of the last few days had made running outside impractical, if not impossible. It was certainly impossible to run in this much snow. That didn't mean they couldn't get out of the house and go for a good walk, though. Tonks was, of course, accompanying them, with Remus spending last night in the Shrieking Shack would be this afternoon before he surfaced from his bedroom in Kingassy. Sirius was arriving this afternoon, too, having spent the night as Padfoot to keep Remus company. Barchoke had sent word he had news for both of them. The trio were enjoying ploughing their way through the fresh snow, leaving footprints where none had been before. After the tempest of the last few days, the weather had settled down to cold but clear, with barely a whisper of wind to spoil their walk. They all heard the children laughing long before they saw them. Just before their route took them to the new goblin dwellings, they were soon greeted by the sight of some very happy goblin youngsters who were clearly loving shooting down a snow-covered hill on sledges. That looks like a lot of fun. They're obviously enjoying themselves. Hermione, how often do you think it snows inside Gringotts? Harry's question had both witches looking at him, while Harry's gaze never left the laughing youngsters who were now excitedly waving to them. This is what the nation has been denied for centuries. Simple things that you both take for granted are only now being enjoyed by our citizens, and then only a precious few of them. That is why we fight so hard. Isn't that scene there worth fighting for? His mate, of course, agreed, but this wasn't the time for that discussion. She had something else in mind that should save Harry's mood from crashing. He had done so much to further goblin relations, but then felt terrible it wasn't even more. Hermione didn't want him brooding, and was sure she had a way around that. So, Centurion Crow, are you saying you've never been on a sledge before? I think then it should be up to Tonks and I to teach you. After joining the group and exchanging greetings with the children and their parents, they went to the top of the hill where Tonks transformed some rocks into a sledge. Hermione soon had Harry planked on the front of it. He was about to complain when Hermione snuggled up behind him and wrapped herself around his body. Harry was just thinking sledging could be a good thing when Tonks pushed them off. Hermione had the guide rope held in her hands in front of Harry and steered while they shot down the hill, both laughing all the way to the bottom. The sight of Centurion Crow, his mate, and an aura continually shooting down the hill saw one of the goblin parents tentatively climb onto a sledge with their toddler in front. The youngsters' happy screams soon had more parents doing the same. After spending the rest of the morning sledging, the trio found themselves with multiple invitations to visit homes and get something warm inside them. The problem of which invitation to choose was soon solved for them by the simple act of a little girl grabbing Hermione's hand and dragging her new friend in the direction of her house. This raised lots of laughter amongst the goblins present, especially since the centurion was left with no other option but to shrug his shoulders and follow after his mate. The person whose house they were now heading toward quickly solved any possibility of the rest of the children feeling left out by inviting them along too. The other mothers were dashing into their own houses. All then arrived at the home the trio had been led to with trays of snacks. The goblin hospitality consisted of a roaring fire, mugs of hot ale, and enough snacks to feed the entire Weasley family for a fortnight. Both Hermione and Tonks had read Henrika's book multiple times. They knew it would be considered impolite not to eat something from every platter that was offered to them. They had certainly burned off some energy dragging their sledges up the hill, but neither witch would be eating much for dinner tonight. The home was snug and warm, Spartan though to wizarding and muggle tastes. What couldn't have been warmer was how welcome they were made. Hermione and Tonks being able to speak to their hosts in their own language certainly earned them respect. It was the children, though, that held Hermione's attention. She was reminded of another young girl, Danielle Dugan, and her reaction to Father. They were treated as welcome guests by the adults, but the young children treated the trio more like they were their friends. Friends who had just spent a wonderful time with them, sledging down a hill. She was reminded again that children aren't born with bigotries against people who are different. Hermione had now witnessed this from both sides of the divide. That she was sitting with a little goblin girl on her knee made that point impossible to refute. It was a happy but weary set of travelers that eventually arrived back home. That weariness dropped away, though, when they heard the shouting. That they instantly recognized all the voices doing the shouting didn't lower their anxiety any. They headed straight for the room that the sound of the confrontation was clearly coming from. You can't expect me just to sit back and do nothing. That little bastard cost me over a decade in Azkaban. There was no compromise in Barchok, though. He fired right back at Sirius. I think you'll find that it was you chasing after Pettigrew that cost you that decade, not something any of us want to see repeated. Remus was normally someone who could be relied upon to try and bring some measure of calmness to a situation like this, having undergone his transformation last night that was never going to happen here today. That's easy for you to sit there and say, we trusted this man like a brother, and he betrayed us. All I keep hearing about from you is family, family, family. What's the goblin response when that family gets betrayed by one of its own members? Remus ended up in Barchok's face. His last question was practically growled at the goblin. They hadn't seen the trio enter, but their presence was soon announced. This situation was not something Harry was ever going to stand for. His anger was clear, and his answer was as loud as Remus' shouted question. We goblins look after any family that needs it. Revenge comes a poor second to caring for one of your own. I know what Sirius did was stupid. Even Sirius knows what he did was stupid. He's paid for that mistake, though, in an Azkaban cell. Where were you, Remus? Where were you when members of your so-called family needed you? If you counted Pettigrew as a brother, then I'm assuming my father would have been considered the same. That makes me your nephew, a nephew you abandoned. Harry's words took all the fight out of Remus. He didn't argue because there wasn't an argument he could put forward for his actions, or lack of them. He basically crawled into a hole and hid from the world. Harry was relentless, though, making his views on the matter clearly known to everyone. Let's get one thing straight here. If we're playing the blame game over this, then there is certainly enough to go around. My parents deserve some, for putting their trust in an obscure charm and the wrong person. Had they moved to the Potter Island, both would certainly have survived past that Halloween. Since both he and Hermione were trying to ensure the Grangers took this action, it was difficult to refute Harry's claim. He wasn't anywhere near finished, though. Sirius, Hagrid, Dumbledore, McGonagall, Lupin, Pettigrew, Voldemort, there's more than enough blame for everyone to get a share. His gaze had been locked on Remus and Sirius throughout his rant. It then turned lovingly to Barchok. The one person that no portion of blame can attach itself to is my father. He took me in when family wouldn't, and has raised me ever since. Switching back to the two marauders, He rounded off his tirade. If either of you want to abandon what you have to go chasing after Pettigrew, then go ahead. Just don't go taking your tempers out on my father, because that is something I'll never allow, especially not in my house. Neither of you would be sitting here now if it wasn't for him. Harry's voice being added to the shouting match drew the rest of the house guests to see just what was happening. They saw what those in the room had already surmised. Centurion Crow was standing ready to do battle if necessary to protect his father. It was that same father, though, who diffused the situation before it could develop any further. Oh dear, Hermione, we really have our work cut out if we're ever going to make a diplomat out of our Harry. I don't know, Father. Sometimes Harry's direct approach is exactly what's needed. These marauders can be a pretty thick-headed bunch. Thankfully, we're teaching Crow's marauders that their mind is their most important weapon in any fight. If these two stopped and thought about what they were arguing over, then I'm sure they would realize that nobody wants Pettigrew's head on a stick more than Harry. That doesn't mean Harry's going to go chasing after the rat. He knows I'd never let him hear the end of it. Sirius won't be chasing after anyone. He has a wife now and a daughter on the way. Henrika's news changed the entire emphasis of the room, with everyone now focusing on congratulating the Blacks. Not quite everyone, though. Remus quietly approached Harry to apologize for his outburst against his father and also for not being there when he was needed. With his temper now gone, it was Harry who was soon doing the apologizing. I'm really sorry for laying into you, Remus. That happening with the Dursleys on Christmas Day has had my mind thinking what would have happened if Vernon hadn't taken me to Gringotts. The very thought of being raised by them fills me with dread. If not for my father, I would probably still be walking about with a Horcrux in my head. The Dursleys wouldn't know how to spell that, far less how to deal with it. I know that night must have been hard for you too, but for me, it was almost catastrophic. My father saved me and helped make me who and what I am. I could never stand there and watch someone scream at him. I'm as impulsive as Sirius in that respect. Okay, I heard my name mentioned, and you two are far too serious here. Sorry for earlier, Harry. You were right, and Henrika soon pointed that out to me. After both had congratulated Sirius on his news, he then had a question to ask. There were 4 people we considered as godparents, and you two were in that group. What we decided was to ask Tonks and Harry this time, with Hermione and Remus up next time. You two okay with that? The smile Harry was now wearing lit the room, while Remus was already joking about how long he'd be made to wait. Sirius now had his arms around both their shoulders. While he was still slightly taller than Harry, the lads certainly had him trounced for breadth. With their heads closed together, he then asked the question he needed to know the answer to. I'm really sorry about earlier. Are we 3 still good? Sirius, as I explained to Remus, I saw my father being shouted at and overreacted. We're good, and Pettigrew will get his. I really don't care who does it, just as long as someone does. If Voldemort got hit by a bus, I wouldn't be disappointed. It wasn't me driving. I'd just be delighted he was gone. Hermione taught me that we need to listen to our brilliant girls more often. I now have my mate, 2 lots of parents with a brother and a goddaughter on the way. This is not the time to go charging into battle like a Gryffindor. Sirius was incredibly proud of his godson. That didn't mean he wasn't going to tease him, though. You certainly inherited your mother's eyes, but you also got something else, her temper. Lily would have all of us scampering out of her way when she lost it, a very sweet but still scary witch. They were then approached by their 3 witches, all of whom had been listening to every word. Girls, what are we going to do with them? That question was quickly answered by Tonks. Don't take this the wrong way, Henrika, but you've already done everything there is to do. You married the Pratt and then got pregnant. Hey, I didn't know anything about these stupid marauders. I'm Swedish, not British. Oh, that's nothing. My mate's a goblin through and through. That's a fact we all have a tendency to forget until something like this happens and his inner goblin shines through. There isn't a word in the goblin language for protective because they don't need one. It's built into their way of life. Hermione came forward and, taking Harry's face in her hands, gently kissed him. She knew her mate was worried about what was happening all around them. Now it was her turn to be there for him. She gently teased him some more. I think you need to add adoptive centurion uncle to about a dozen young goblins now living in the Glen to your list. I can just imagine them turning up at our door during the summer holidays. and asking if Harry's coming out to play. They also seemed very taken with their Aunt Hermione, though I can't blame them for that. And my mate now has more people he considers family and has to protect. I am the Baron of Kingassy, and they are living on my land, Hermione. That makes it my duty to protect them. And you will, Harry. Just remember, you don't have to do it alone. That is why we train so hard, to protect those we love. The couple were now oblivious to those around them, their entire focus on each other. Even the two marauders thought the moment was too sweet to interrupt. That, and they knew Henrika and Tonks would make them pay for it later. Barchoke didn't think he was the only one who picked up on Hermione's last comment. Dan too understood she trained as hard because she wanted to stand beside her mate in any fight. It was two mothers standing watching in the background who were left to sum the situation up. Moa was delighted the news of her daughter's pregnancy was now public and at their choice of godparents. Protectiveness is a good trait for a godfather to have. This received Emma's agreement. It's a good trait for a husband, brother and son to have too. Uo Rookwood was concerned about his unborn son. These thoughts, though, were not the typical concerns a parent has for their unborn child. Augustus was concerned either Bella could be killed or he himself might not live long enough to see his son born. He was now having to deal with two psychopaths, and one of them was pregnant, hormonal, and his mate. In all the raids he'd participated in, all the murder, rape, and torture he'd witnessed, nothing had prepared Augustus for what he saw at Parkinson Manor. His mate sweetly singing nursery rhymes to their unborn child, while at the same time cutting strips of skin off the screaming manor's owner, sent severe chills down the Death Eater's spine. Being pregnant was making Bella's condition worse, and then there was also their master to deal with. After having to flee the Parkinson home, they returned to the only place they could guarantee would be safe. Going from the manor to a tent certainly did nothing for the master's mood. Then Peter returned with a newspaper that just ignited his ire. It was left to Augustus to at least try and focus that ire onto something productive. Master, they tried the same tactic after Bella and I escaped Azkaban. Articles were printed in the Prophet that were specifically designed to provoke a reaction from us. His mate was sitting sharpening her knife while gently humming to herself. Bella, though, missed nothing and agreed with Augustus. They printed a picture of the cup you gave me for safekeeping, Master. It was being presented as a gift to Hogwarts. This was after announcing that the Lestrange vault had just been emptied to help in the fight against us. I think our son was conceived that day as Augustus fought to keep my attention away from storming the ministry. That was also the day we discovered we could find you. Augustus convinced me that was the best way to get back at the ministry. It was an enraged Voldemort who threw the offending newspaper at Rookwood. And just how do you think I should respond to that? How is this even possible? Can the ministry really have changed that much? It wasn't difficult to decipher what had upset their master. It was plastered all over the front page. That Parkinson was being portrayed as a hero who had saved his family was certainly a shock. The offer of ministerial protection to the families of any marked Death Eater who didn't want to serve Voldemort was astonishing and could be disastrous for their cause. He didn't know how many believers their master expected to appear on the night of his rebirth. Rookwood was certain, though, that there wasn't a full turnout. It's that Bones bitch who's behind this. She's very smart, utterly ruthless, and has the ear of the minister. Augustus stopped mid-sentence. Bella's humming had halted, and she was looking at him strangely. He suddenly realized he'd been singing the praises of another woman, and his psychopathic, hormonal mate had a knife in her hand. I want her dead, love, that's all. She's a formidable obstacle that needs to be removed. Tom needed to do something. The Dark Lord living in a tent was never going to be acceptable for more than a few days. Lord Voldemort also needed to react in a way that stopped his followers hemorrhaging to the ministry and struck fear into the hearts of those who opposed him. He announced his decision. The Bones family have stood against me for the last time. They shall be the first victims of my return. In one sense, Augustus could see the logic in that move. He could also see that the Bones family would be well protected, both with guards and wards. This took him back full circle to concern for their unborn son. There was no chance Bella wouldn't participate in this attack. The gleam of anticipating a fight was already clearly displayed in her beautiful eyes. Ren, thanks for reading. 74. Bodies on the Grass. Harry Crow disclaimer: all the good stuff belongs to JKR, the rest is mine. Chapter 74. The Dark Lord once more called his followers to the scene of his rebirth, hiding his anger that there were now 2 Death Eaters less in attendance than had appeared on the night of the solstice. He really needed to reverse that trend tonight. Including himself was the only reason their numbers topped 24 witches and wizards in the graveyard. My loyal Death Eaters, tonight we take the first steps, in reclaiming what is rightfully ours, by birth. These usurpers, will taste our wrath for daring to try and deny us, what we're due, they and the creatures, they've aligned themselves, with. These people delude themselves, into thinking their new wards, will keep them safe, safe enough to thumb their nose at us, that all changes. Tonight we will prove once and for all no one can hide from Lord Voldemort. This resulted in cheering, though how much of it was pretense couldn't be determined behind their masks. Tonight, we attack a target protected by these wards, and we will rip them down together. No wards, are a match for our combined power. Bellatrix will then lead half of you into the house, while the rest of us, wait behind to slaughter the beasts, as they arrive. Swords, and axes, are no threat against a witch or wizard armed with their wand. Hearing these details saw those present entering more into the spirit of the occasion. Initially, all had reservations. None were sure if their master had intended to storm the ministry itself tonight. Looking around had their confidence growing. There should easily be enough of them present to storm someone's home, and their master would be amongst them. This was more like it, more like what they were used to from the good old days of the last conflict. Attacking a home with numbers overwhelming in their favor and killing everyone, after having a little fun. This action tonight should destroy people's faith in these wards, and combined with slaughtering any goblins who had the nerve to turn up and try to interfere, should also go a long way to destroying this so-called alliance. Their goblin ambassador would soon find himself out of a job and barred from even entering the ministry. Bella quickly picked her assault team before the entire group portkeyed away to begin the second Wizarding War. After being greeted by Susan, they headed into the ballroom and spotted more of their friends waiting there. The party from Kingussie and Grimmauld had actually grown by one tonight. Father had asked if Rita Skeeter could be included too. Rita had been in a bad way after what she witnessed in Parkinson Manor, and also her narrow escape from suffering the same fate as Edmund. The ambassador reminding their host just how big a part Rita had played in the war against the Death Eaters, and helping chase Dumbledore out of Britain too, quickly saw her name being added to the guest list. Rita, though, didn't follow the group over to offer Pansy their condolences. She really couldn't face the girl after witnessing what had befallen her father. The former reporter headed straight for the bar. Harry was delighted to see Pauline, not along with Draco and Pansy, learning that her family was only one of those who had now moved into Malfoy Manor. He was also touched by both Padma and Luna hugging him and offering condolences for what happened in Crawley. Thanks, girls, but Padma, you knew the Dursleys as well as I did. You were with me the only time I met them, and we both know how those occasions turned out. It's actually affected Hermione more, since she was in the same primary class as Dudley for years. This saw the girls switch their hugs to his mate, as everyone began catching up on what had happened since they'd seen each other at Christmas. There were also friends they hadn't seen since the express dropped them off in King's Cross. Daphne and Blaze were there too, with Terry and Morag completing their Marauder trainers team. Hannah was of course present, having helped Susan organize her first party. Rather than have everyone sitting down to a formal meal, the girls had adopted the method Sirius had used last year for this event, with a buffet set for people to help themselves. Little Astoria Greengrass was excitedly doing just that while not believing her luck at being invited to another great New Year party. Looking around the ballroom, Harry also spotted both their extra defense tutors standing having a conversation with a couple of auras. Moody was still drinking from his hip flask, though. Harry waved to Cedric as he arrived with his parents. This had all the makings of a great party, something they all needed after the news of Voldemort's return. A loud gong reverberating through the large house soon changed that. Amelia had been perfectly happy to sit back and allow her niece to play hostess. Susan was becoming an outstanding young witch. growing in confidence thanks mainly to the company she now kept. The alarm changed everything. It was time for the head of the DMLE to take charge. An elf appeared at her side, passing information before popping away. That sound you just heard signals our wards are under attack. I've just been informed we have a group of over 20 Death Eaters trying to gate crash our party. I think we should get ready to give them a warm welcome. His jacket was already coming off as Harry asked the first question. Amelia, where are they? They're to the west, using the woods as cover while they try to bring down the wards. Harry, what are you doing? There will be a squad of 20 goblin warriors arriving here in the next few minutes. If they can get those wards down before our warriors arrive, then it will be a slaughter. I need to warn those warriors and make some Death Eaters keep their heads down long enough for them to charge. The sound of material ripping had Harry and everyone else turning around. Hermione had a knife from the buffet and was performing alterations to her dress, never considered by the goblin tailors who designed and made it. He knew exactly what his mate was up to, but still needed to ask Amelia's previous question for confirmation. Hermione, what are you doing? I can't fight in a dress made for dancing. I can go just as quickly and as sneakily as you. You haven't perfected that yet, far less tried it at night. I will be where I'm supposed to be, on my mate's arm. Knowing the explosion was coming, and not having the time to deal with it, Harry went for a preemptive strike. Dan, when those wards come down, the Death Eaters will be able to apparate into the house. Call Darby for your guns and keep Emma safe. I'll do the same for Hermione. Dan understood at once what Harry meant. Hermione would be in as much danger inside the house as out. He also trusted Harry to keep her safe. Dan called for Darby. Not without me, Crow. Tonks will be under an invisibility cloak and running as fast as my armor will take us. If you can be invisible too, then you're welcome to tag along. We have to be unseen, though. If our warriors appear at the other side of the manor, we'll simply be keeping our heads down and seeing what we can do to help. Harry now had pockets to hold his dad's invisibility cloak sewn into every jacket or robe he owned. Hermione kicked her heels off and transformed into her kestrel form, a kestrel that was soon comfortably perched on a golden arm. Harry was already running as he swirled the cloak around both of them and they disappeared. Tonks found an invisibility cloak being thrust into her hands as Moody spoke to her. You're faster than me. I'll get a few folk together and we'll be at your back, though disillusioned. The young Aura was still pulling the cloak on as she raced after the couple. Amelia, you have more than enough auras, wands, and even guns here to defend your guests. Mind if I borrow a few volunteers and take off after the youngsters? Neville and Padma were right at the front of the queue, silently promising to work harder on their own animagus forms. Only a nod from Frank saw Moody, except the young couple, though, the former Aura having reached the same conclusion as Dan a moment ago. With Sirius, Remus, Bill, and Bartchoke on board too, Alistair really didn't want to take any more. He cast the charm on the youngsters, while Bill did the same for his boss. Remus then cast the spell on a big black dog that shimmered into invisibility. As it shot out the ballroom, Amelia, meanwhile, was organizing their defenses. She intended that anyone breaking into her home would have to be carried out of it. Uo, the Dark Lord, was trying not to show the strain. These wards must rival Hogwarts for power. It was taking far too much of his own power to overload these blasted wards. All of them were experiencing the same severe drain on their magic. When the wards eventually failed, it was a sudden and catastrophic failure. The boom was not only heard but felt, leaving small pieces of magical energy slowly fizzing and floating to the ground, rather like the falling leaves in autumn. The ending of the drain on their magic left all of the attackers needing a moment to catch their breath. It was in this moment a group of battle-ready goblins chose to appear. Uo Harry found he could make great time running through the grounds. All the magic being cast at the wards was causing them to sparkle as if they were a physical entity. It easily provided enough light for him to be sure-footed, even in an all-out run. His right arm was across his chest, his hand on the hilt of his sword to stop it swinging as he ran. This was also the arm that had a kestrel perched on it. Hermione was tight against his chest and staying as still as possible to help Harry preserve his balance. Both were glad the Bones' residence was in Norfolk and not the Scottish Highlands. This move would have been impossible to attempt with snow on the ground. They reached a small banking with some bushes for cover about 30 yards from the attacking Death Eater's position. Here they would wait and see what developed. With only four not wearing masks, Lestrange was easily spotted. Pictures of Rookwood had also been splashed everywhere, meaning they quickly recognized him too. They surmised that the other two would be Riddle and Pettigrew. Since one was a wee, fat, balding man who appeared to have all the charisma of tapioca, they focused their attention on the tall figure who was pouring magic into the wards. The kestrel slowly became Hermione. She had her back tight to Harry's chest, and the cloak still covered both of them. The couple had shrunken goblin shields attached to their scabbards. These were removed and twisted to their fighting size, while their weapons were made ready for battle. Harry was whispering instructions in her ear. "Whatever happens, I want you to stay here. This should give you some shelter and still allow you to provide covering fire." "And where will you be?" "That will depend on where the warriors appear. I might be right here beside you." Both heard someone approaching. The direction and the fact they were invisible meant that it would almost certainly be support for them. Hearing someone grumbling under their breath as they stumbled provided the needed clue. Tonks. The whispering of her name caused the aura to stop. She couldn't see them, but had headed for the place that provided the most cover. "Harry, where are you?" Hermione's hand, slipping out of their cloak, for a second gave Tonks a location to focus on. She never got to say anything more before the ward spectacularly crashed. The magic falling from the sky would soon make their cloaks a liability. The squad of goblin warriors appearing in just about the worst place possible made that fact irrelevant. Harry had already picked his target. The cloak was whipped off as the sword of Gryffindor was brought into the battle. He put everything he had into the spell and let go. "Warriors to me, warriors to me." The golden centurion was out of the depression and racing to intercept the warriors' path as they all charged the Death Eaters. Hermione and Tonks, though, had shot up to follow Harry. All three were now pouring their most powerful spells into the group of shocked Death Eaters. Bella watched in disbelief as the golden wizard appeared from nowhere. A spell left his sword and whizzed past her. Her weakened master barely had time to raise a shield before the powerful spell hit. The shield never really had a chance, and the Dark Lord was blasted tumbling through the air to land somewhere deeper into the woods. They were coming under heavy fire, and then the volume of spells suddenly increased. Bella instantly made her decision. "Wormtail, lead the attack on the house. I'm going to see how our master is." Peter was not a brave wizard. The arrival of more wizards, though, had him thinking that attacking the inside of the house might be the safer option. Spotting Sirius, and then Remus as part of the new group of attackers, certainly made his mind up. Group 1, let's move now. The rest of the group had obviously reached the same conclusion as Peter and quickly disapparated away too. Rookwood realized they'd just made a huge tactical error. With their master down and Bella determined to check on him, they had just lost their two most powerful fighters from this battle. To then split their remaining force in half while they were being attacked wasn't just crazy, it was suicidal. These Death Eaters were neither trained warriors nor powerful witches and wizards. They probably spent most of their lives having everything done for them by servants. The power and accuracy of the spells they were facing were also different to anything Death Eaters had faced before. These were no mere stunners that were coming at them. These people were playing for keeps. They were also still charging as they fired, and those goblin blades were getting closer and closer. If they reached amongst them, then there would be no quarter given. The immediate problem was Rookwood couldn't see any way of stopping them. He shot off after his mate and their master. Both needed to get back into the fight immediately, or they all needed to leave even sooner than that. The warriors charged forward on the heels of Centurion Crow, their formation opening, and then closing around his charging mate and the aura with the funny hair. Both, like the Centurion, were still firing off spells, but now had warriors shielding them until they reached their targets. A big dog shimmered into being running alongside the squad before it transformed into Lord Black, and he too was forcing their enemy to keep their heads down. A volley of curses coming from behind them caused a spike of panic, until those curses sailed over their heads and began smashing into the tree line. It was now grinning goblins who were almost on top of their foe. All had recognized at once the danger they were in. An entrenched enemy with a massive reach advantage could have seen them slaughtered before being able to bring their blades to bear. Instead, the Centurion and his friends had turned the once desperate situation into a rout in their favor. Centurion Crow's actions had undoubtedly saved all their lives, and their honor demanded that no harm would touch his mate while one of them still lived. Hermione was currently firing curses over a plethora of goblin shields, all done while still on the run toward their enemy. With a terrifying goblin yell, Harry reached their foe. The warriors were only a few yards behind the charging Centurion, and yelling too. His first swing with that fabled sword took an arm clean off and broke any remaining resolve. A lucky few managed to disapparate before they were overrun. Those that didn't would never be running again. Augustus knew at once what their decision would have to be. Their master was unconscious and bleeding from his nose, mouth, and ears. His left leg was also bent in ways that were impossible for a structure supposedly supported by bone. Bella, I need you to apparate our master out of here. I'm going to cut out the entrails of whoever did this and make him eat them while they're still attached. And I'll help you. Tonight is not the time for that, though. In minutes we'll be overrun, and then our master will be captured. We know he has no more Horcruxes. If they kill him, then he's dead this time. I know you want to fight, but I don't have the power to apparate our master and me to the Forest of Dean. I barely have enough energy to make the trip myself. Bella knew her mate spoke the truth. Her instinct to fight, though, was strong. That golden thing with the sword, that was Potter. I think so. If there was one thing Bella could recognize, it was a killer. They had thought they were dealing with a boy and were oh so wrong. He had led the attack on their position and fought like a demon. She also knew Augustus would fight to the death to protect her and their master, but they were outnumbered and outmatched. She would not have Potter kill her master. Bella firmly took their master's arm, and then they were gone. Augustus heard the screams behind him and knew it was past time to get out of here. His last thought was that if Peter got caught, then their safe place would be gone too. They would need to move in a hurry. The battle was swiftly over, and Harry called on the warriors to secure a perimeter when he was attacked. He certainly didn't need any help, though, something the warriors recognized by cheering and banging on their shields. Hermione had her arms, legs, and lips locked on a Centurion as another page was added to the legend they were becoming. The nation had taken the warrior princess to their hearts. Harry was currently trying to have a heart-to-heart with his mate. He was still supporting her weight, and their foreheads were now resting against each other. I distinctly remember telling you to stay where you were and to provide covering fire from there. Instead, you charged this position like a maniac. I was following my maniac of a mate. I saw that first green curse head toward you and was moving before I knew it. I can now say for certain our shields will protect us from a killing curse. We knew it would destroy the shield, but the force still nearly broke my arm. I saw 3 of them heading straight for you at the same time. Yeah, managed to dodge 2, but had to take the third on my shield, not something I want to do again. Then the reinforcements arrived. Their hug was reinforced as Neville and a tearful Padma slammed into the couple. You two scared the bloody life out of us. We came as quick as we could. We're a team, remember? Sorry, Padma. I didn't even want to take Hermione, but she left me with no choice. When did you complete your transformation? You kept that quiet. Yesterday, Neville. I just never got a chance tonight to tell you both. I guess the secret is out now anyway. That's only the 3rd time I've managed it, which is why I was on Harry's arm rather than flying. The weather in Kingassy has been too bad for flying the last few days anyway. Harry spotted his godfather checking the bodies and broke the bad news. Sirius, I heard Lestrain yelling for Wormtail to lead the attack on the house. They'll get him Sirius. Sirius was no longer there. At least he had the sense not to apparate to a house expecting to be attacked in that manner. Padfoot was once again racing across the grass as fast as his paws would carry him. With the wards now down and the battle over, darkness had once more laid claim to this part of the countryside. The warriors were lighting torches, while the rest of the group were making sure those Death Eaters still alive wouldn't be going anywhere or harming anyone else. It was into this scene Amelia's signal for help was answered. Tonks took charge at once before there could be any accidents involving the arriving auras. Aura, Tonks on site, and the scene is secure. Stand down. I need about 6 of you to help with the wounded and the bodies. None of them are from our side. The rest go up to the house and see if the boss needs any help. Do not apparate to the house. They were expecting to be attacked in that manner, so make sure you announce yourselves. Tell her we have a problem, what to do with the wounded and dead Death Eaters. We can't send them to St. Mungo's or the Ministry because of their dark marks. The aura in charge quickly shouted 6 names to stay behind before racing straight for the house. Barchoke had a flaming torch in his hand, while Bill's wand was lit as they approached the huddle containing 4 teenagers. "Okay, you lot, what did we do wrong? I ruined a perfectly good dress that was a Christmas present. I never even got a chance to dance in it." From Hermione's flippant opening answer to their tutor's normal question, it soon got a lot more serious. "I took a killing curse on my shield instead of diving to the ground. If the attack had stalled, we would have lost. I took a calculated gamble and got lucky." Neville was next with an honest answer. "I found it a lot harder to run, dodge, and accurately return fire in a real fight rather than our simulations. We were firing the heaviest curses we knew, but some of the stuff coming back at us I thought Moody was making up. What would possess someone to fire off an entrail-expelling curse? His mate, though, had thought of a worse problem. None of us asked our parents for permission. There wasn't time. We just ran out of there, and now we'll be in so much shit." Barchoke easily recognized the signs. In battle, adrenaline will keep you going and ignoring annoying things like cuts, bruises, or even wounds. After the battle, you are so euphoric at surviving that you can forget your actions and even forget your surroundings. As all that bleeds from your system, though, and reality striking can be a right bastard. The reality was these 4 were standing at the edge of a wood, surrounded by death and destruction. The cries in the night were not those of owls or foxes, rather the cries for help from the injured. That these 4 accounted for some of that death and destruction was unquestionable, something that was beginning to hit home to the teenagers. "I think we better get them back to the house. Sirius will have told everyone they're okay by now, but I know some ladies who will want to see that for themselves." Barchoke then found himself being enveloped in his daughter's arms. She refused to let go, and Harry was then at his other side, his arm around his father's shoulders. The goblin walked from the battlefield, a child at each side. Both of those children may have towered over him, but Barchoke was so proud of them he felt 10 feet tall. Padma and Neville followed with Bill beside them. "Do you think everyone at the house will be all right?" "Padma, here we were attacking a position the Death Eaters held that made it so much harder for us. In the house, Amelia will have everyone in a defendable position, and they won't be holding back. There are multiple wands, 3 pistols, Dan's shotgun, and don't forget the 2-wheeler. With children and pregnant women in that house, they'll hit them with everything they have. Those Death Eaters have no idea what they've let themselves in for." Bill just hoped he was right. Uo, with no more than a basic idea of the house layout, they apparated into the entrance hall with wands drawn. The noise that made had obviously alerted those in the house of their arrival. They could hear talking and some crying behind a set of double doors. Peter liked the idea of being in command. He also liked the idea of not having spells flying all around him. On 3, 1, 2. They blasted the doors apart and charged through the smoke and dust with deadly curses spitting from their wands. Amelia had the defenders drag the heavy tables onto their sides, disregarding all the food Susan had spent hours deciding on. The 3 tables were then placed end to end, with the wall at their back, to form a protective fort. Astoria and Pauline were the youngest present, so got placed right at the back, where Luna was keeping an eye on them. Everyone else was ready, willing, and able to fight. As soon as they were set, all the lights were killed, and then they had waited in the darkness. When the doors blew in, not only were their attackers backlit, they were bunched and firing blindly, the spell flashes further giving their position away. The amount of magic, bullets, and even fireballs that headed in the Death Eater's direction meant the fight was over in seconds. It wasn't really a fight. It actually needed reclassifying as a slaughter. Peter was lying on the ground covered in blood, none of which was actually his. They had charged into a torrent of magic, and the wizard in front of him had been hurled back, throwing Peter to the ground. This was certainly the only reason Peter was still alive, but that wouldn't last for long if he didn't get out of here. There was now more than one body pinning him to the ground. This may have ruled out apparition, but Peter had another trick up his sleeve to help him escape. The rat was able to squeeze his way free, and now just needed to find a quiet spot to transform back, then get the hell out of here. His transformation didn't go unnoticed, though. He had attracted some attention from keen eyes. The rat's much smaller mass had caused some of the bodies lying on Peter to shift, something the dead shouldn't really do. Wormtail was scampering along when a fireball exploded close enough to singe his whiskers. The next one was right in front of him. The fireballs were deadly and became relentless, with Peter soon losing all sense of direction. The rat's only thought was survival, and that certainly meant avoiding being incinerated. He had no idea Wormtail was being shepherded to a specific location. As he just barely managed to dodge another deadly fireball, the trap was sprung. A scaly claw clamped around Wormtail, crushing ribs and snapping his spine. The rat became Peter, a Peter who couldn't move a muscle, and had a Vela in her avian form screeching her victory above him. This was the sight that greeted the panting dog. Thad bounded into the house, stopping Padfoot in his tracks. A gentle hand was soon scratching behind his right ear. "See, Sirius, this is why you should never piss your mother-in-law off. How is everyone else?" He transformed back into Sirius to regain the ability of hugging his pregnant wife. "Everyone's fine, love. I saw one warrior needing treatment, and that was about it for our side." Having heard his name mentioned, there were anxious parents calling for his attention from the ballroom. The mystery of why Henrika and Moa were the only ones out here was soon explained. There were at least 8 dead Death Eaters lying blocking the destroyed doorway. "Sirius, Sirius, how are they?" "They're fine, Emma. When I left, the 4 were all standing holding on to each other." "Augusta, remember that curse Harry used on one of your garden walls? He did the same to Voldemort, blasted him right out of the fight before their Dark Lord could even get a curse off." He was currently holding his crying wife, Emma's tears being mostly of the relief variety, but Dan needed to hear the words. "And you're sure Hermione's fine?" "She was wrapped around my godson and kissing him for all she was worth, Dan. If Hermione had any injuries, then I didn't see them." The goblin warriors charged with a solid wall of shields. That wall opened and swallowed Hermione as she ran. "We've already seen evidence that more than one goblin loves your girl. Tonight was another. They weren't letting anything or anyone get near her. She was firing off spells from behind their shields." He then turned his attention to the Longbottoms and Pattles. "Moody knows their abilities better than I do. He kept a close eye on Neville and Padma, but they fought as well as anyone out there. They were determined to fight their way through to their friends, and they did. Frank, Alice, those 2 are going to be as good as you were, if not better." They never got to say any more before an enhanced voice let them know they had company. "Hello, the house. Ministry auras and were coming in." Amelia cast the same charm on herself before answering. "Director Bones on site. Situation under control. Stand down and enter." They entered, and 2 immediately gravitated toward guarding Pettigrew, their leader heading straight for their boss. He'd never had to give a report standing over dead bodies before. He'd never actually seen someone killed in battle before tonight, but pressed on. "The other site is under control, Director, but Aura Tonks asked me to report a problem. All the dead and injured are marked. She doesn't know what to do with them." "Oh, our new facility won't be ready for a few days yet." "Do you know if Ambassador Barchoke was returning here or to Gringotts?" "I'm sorry, Director. There were lots of goblins present. I really can't tell one from the other." Amelia didn't like that answer, or the disparaging tone used to give it, and she was in no mood to be gentle. The ambassador was wearing a suit, while I'm sure the warriors would have been dressed in goblin armor. If you can't tell the difference between them, then it's time you considered another occupation. Shouldn't have escaped your notice either that those goblins got here before you did, something we will be working on when I get back to the ministry. Let's see how many of these bodies you can recognize. Get this filth out of my house and dump them on the front lawn." "But Director, the evidence is right in front of your nose. They are in full Death Eater regalia and physically broke into my house. We killed them. You can list cause of death as attacking my guests. The Chief Warlock and I will sign them. Now get them out of here, so I don't have to wade through them to leave my own ballroom." The bodies were soon being levitated out the front door, and Darby assisted the Bones Elf with the cleanup that quickly followed. News that everyone in the other group was okay lifted the tension in the ballroom. Augusta, though, was still faced with the sad fact that there would be a lot more students able to see the Thestrals when they returned to Hogwarts on Sunday. She was currently going around her students and seeing how they were coping with tonight, while dreading hearing how many of those Death Eaters had children at Hogwarts. The Hogwarts High Inquisitor then spotted a crying Parvati being comforted by her mother. The Paddles staying with the Longbottoms over the holidays had certainly brought the two families closer together. While she certainly liked Parvati, Augusta was delighted her grandson had chosen her twin to be his mate. While Parvati had stood her ground and fired curses at the attackers, Padma had destroyed her beautiful dress and raced out of here at Neville's side. Padma had a core of iron running through her that acted like a magnet and attracted the same iron in Neville. Hearing Sirius compare the young couple to Frank and Alice was praise indeed. Augusta was also delighted to hear Parvati's tears were not for herself. Why does it always have to be them? Mum, there were even auras here tonight, but they still went. Augusta had watched her only child and his wife put their lives on the line every time they put their aura robes on. It was no coincidence Voldemort wanted them dead. Frank and Alice were a real thorn in their side, just like the four who left here tonight. It's always hard to watch the ones you love put themselves in danger. That feeling won't go away just because those four will get older. All we can do is help them be the best they can and hope that's enough. They trained for this and had plenty of support tonight. That's why none of the fathers objected. Those auras are Amelia's and Amos' protection detail. They couldn't leave, only Tonks could. Smita had known all that and appreciated Augusta was trying to comfort Parvati. There was something she wanted to ask, though. Do you really think Harry can defeat Voldemort? I think tonight is a massive step in that direction. Voldemort was hurt tonight, and not just by Harry's spell. This is a hammer blow to his followers and his prestige. He set out to kill the head of the DMLE and instead got well and truly beaten. That's never happened to him before. With the entrance now clear and clean, Amelia started moving her guests into a different part of the house. Ooh, when the four returned with Bill and Barchoke, there was no jingoistic cheering from anyone. Neither was there any mention of claiming a victory tonight. Every single person invited to the party had graphically witnessed this was not a game. The four of them just wanted to find their families and ensure everyone was all right. Emma had both her children in her arms and was holding on like she never meant to let go. Her hug was being returned with equal ferocity by Harry and Hermione. Dan was removing his jacket to wrap around Hermione when Betsy appeared, her mistress' fur slippers and warm housecoat at the ready. Watching as the little elf berated his daughter for not taking better care of herself gave Dan a moment to reflect on how much their lives had changed, how much he had changed. The Dan Granger who dragged Hermione out of Gringotts that night would never have allowed his daughter to fight by Harry's side. That Dan Granger, though no longer existed, this version knew that in any fight, the safest place for Hermione was with Harry. Her mate would put his own life on the line to protect her. That there were troops of goblin warriors all willing to do the same was a really humbling experience for her father. He'd fired both barrels into their attackers tonight, something else that the old Dan would have never considered himself capable of. The reason Dan fired only twice was, by the time he'd swapped guns, there were no more targets left standing. Dan was certain he'd hit what he'd aimed at, but had no idea of the final result. He was also certain that's why Amelia had the bodies moved quickly. She wouldn't want any of the teens thinking theirs was the curse that finished someone off. A lot of people had died tonight. The only thing being quietly celebrated here was the fact that it wasn't any of them. Once the little elf had finished berating Hermione, Betsy then threw her arms around her mistress' legs. Mistress needs be more careful. Betsy needs her mistress. With a sob, the little elf was gone, leaving Hermione free for Dan to hug. With his daughter safely wrapped in his arms, he then noticed Emma still hadn't let Harry go. I asked you to keep her safe, Harry, and you did. Thank you. This earned him a genuine smile from the serious young man. No thanks needed, Dan. You held up your side of the bargain. This had Emma chuckling, though drew a groan from Hermione. I swear that Padma's a bad influence on him. Barchoke was meanwhile having a conversation with Amos and Amelia on what to do with the dead and injured Death Eaters. They'd hit a sticking point, though. Goblins do not administer healing to those condemned to die. Keeping someone alive long enough so you can then kill them is pointless. I am, of course, assuming that will be the fate of those captured tonight. Yes, it bloody will be. This coming from the moderate Amos somewhat shocked the other two. The chief warlock, though, was unrepentant regarding his change of attitude. Every one of them would have been marked by Voldemort in the last war. Had the problem been dealt with then, my wife and son would not have been faced with what happened here tonight. Amelia's opinion was never in any doubt. The fate that awaits Death Eaters caught supporting Voldemort has been well publicized. Only the fact that we're waiting on completion of our new facilities has held us back a few days. We also thought it would help if the children were back at Hogwarts before we started bursting into homes, just in case some don't want to come quietly. There's no danger of children being hit by any stray spells if they're safely back in the castle. We want these prisoners kept alive only until we can extract all the information they passes from them, especially Pettigrew. I will of course need to consult with the director on this matter. Meanwhile, our warriors will remain here until new wards can be erected. That will happen tomorrow. The large grandfather clock, beginning to strike midnight, saw Barchok smile and change his mind. Make that today. I shall leave at once and see if we can't get these bodies off your grass. Amelia held out her hand. Thanks, Barchok, and Happy New Year. She then did something unthinkable and kissed Barchok on the cheek, discovering that goblins could actually blush. Amelia knew exactly what she owed this goblin. Without having those wards, warriors, and their extended family here tonight, it could have easily been hers and Susan's bodies lying out on the grass. Amelia didn't even want to think about what state those bodies would have been in. In the last war, Voldemort appeared to know every move they were going to make, while the Ministry was flying blind for most of the time. The positions were now reversed, with the Death Eaters reduced to reading the Prophet to gather any intelligence. Since tonight's party had been for their extended family and a few close and trusted friends, Voldemort and his Death Eaters had found themselves facing forces far greater than they would ever have expected. That Harry had been able to hit the Dark Lord with a spell was also something no one had accomplished in the last war, not even Dumbledore. In any war, Amelia knew that luck could play a large part in the outcome. They had just been handed a massive slice of luck tonight, and she intended to capitalize on it. She needed to find Rita and wish her a happy new year too. Midnight reminded everyone why they had come here in the first place, and the traditional greeting was soon being offered to family and friends. It was then Harry spotted Pauline trying to hide away in a corner. He was soon beside the young girl. Sorry your first party was ruined. Are you all right? I shouldn't be here, Harry. Do you want me to see Draco about taking you home? This seemed to start the tears. She'd obviously been fighting back. I shouldn't be here, and you shouldn't even be talking to me. Only because my father's locked up in Azkaban stopped him being one of those who attacked us tonight. How can you bear to be anywhere near me? Harry's arm was soon around the crying 11-year-old, drawing her into a comforting hug and letting her cry onto Dan's borrowed jacket. His own was somewhere in the ballroom, but no one wanted to go back in there just yet. That's exactly why you're here. You can see it's wrong to attack people like that. Of course it's wrong. Those people tonight didn't think so. Your father didn't think so. Why should we treat you the same as them when you're clearly different? The little girl was now clinging to Harry and breaking her heart, her sobs clearly racking her body. Look at Draco and Pansy. They made their own decision on what they want to do. Pauline Nut will be given the same chance. Through her sobs, Pauline began to tell Harry of her fears. I thought I would have lost all my friends after tonight. It just hit me what my father is. How was I supposed to face Natalie again? Harry held her and let Pauline cry it out. There will be people lying dead out there who will have sons and daughters at Hogwarts. Those sons and daughters will be hurting, but we have to be the brave ones. We have to be the ones holding out the hand of friendship. We have to keep holding out that hand, no matter how many times it gets slapped away. Accepting that friendship means, like you, they are safe in here with us. The alternative is for them to be the ones left lying on the grass somewhere. Pauline's tears had all but stopped. She was so entranced by Harry's words. If you, Draco and Pansy, can see that, then I'm going to ask for your help to let others see what you do. Can you do that for me? I don't want there to be any more bodies lying on the grass. The young girl looked into those pleading green eyes and was lost. The self-revulsion from earlier that had been eating away at her soul was banished for good. Harry had not only given Pauline back her self-respect, he'd also provided a focus for her to actually help him. Pauline not only accepted, she silently swore never to let him down. Pansy, stepping in and leading Pauline away to freshen up, let the now embarrassed pair see that most of the room had been listening to their conversation. Hermione stepped forward, the sword still at her side, so at odds with her furry slippers and housecoat as to be comical. She was also wearing a large smile as she jokingly shook her head at her mate. "Harry Crow, what am I going to do with you?" She may not have been expecting an answer, but received one from Padma. "See Barchoke about building an extension onto Crow's Nest in Kingassy. Your mate seems determined to fill it with family." This was certainly greeted with chuckles, but as Hermione now sat beside her mate, most were still touched by his words. Amelia and Amos thought he'd summed up what the ministry needed to do beautifully, while Harry's words had a profound affect on Rita. The now freelance reporter had earlier hitched a ride with Barchoke and witnessed the entire battle. Amelia had also offered to give her an account of what happened inside the house. Now that Rita actually thought about it, she embodied everything Harry had just said. When she'd worked against them, Rita had soon been out of a job and shunned by everyone. She may not have been bodily lying on the grass, but her career was certainly as dead as those who currently were. Working for Barchoke had brought her not only riches, but respect too, respect enough for Director Bones to seek her out and offer an interview. Tonight had the potential to change their world, and Rita Skeeter would be the one to tell that story. Rita might not have joined up for all the right reasons, but she was a convert now, and certainly glad to be along for the ride. Anyone who could do things like that to Edmund and Bertha deserved everything that was coming their way. Rita witnessed the first proof tonight that justice might actually be served on the Dark Lord. Ren, thanks for reading and hope to see you back here next week. 75. Open hand or clenched fist. Harry Crow disclaimer. I write purely for my own enjoyment and make no money from my efforts. Neither do I own Harry Potter Chapter 75. The new calendars might have informed the wizards and witches of Britain they had woken that morning to the first day of 1994. A more important publication cast doubt on that fact. The entire front page of the Daily Prophet might not have said so as such, but a new millennium had just been entered irrespective of trivial things like the actual date. Their morning paper may have been delivered slightly later yet. Since this edition actually made history, there would be no complaints about its tardiness. There, on the front page of their daily newspaper, was irrefutable proof that Voldemort had returned. The only reason that people weren't running screaming from their homes after being presented with a picture of the clearly not dead Dark Lord was they were rendered mesmerized by what happened next. A curse left the boy who lived and blasted the supposedly invincible Lord Voldemort clear out of the picture. With that one act, the boy who lived was literally golden. The prophet's readers just had confirmation of their worst fears, only for their savior to prove he was once more up to the job of taking care of their Dark Lord problem. From this moment on, the boy who lived could call himself Marvin the Martian, and people would be queuing to add an emblem of the red planet to their robes in a show of their support for their hero. The second picture on the front page may not have moved, but it was every bit as iconic, dead Death Eaters lying on the grass at Bones Manor. The headline proclaiming Battle of Bones Manor told everyone where these events had happened. The pictures alone were enough to inform them what the outcome of that battle was. Rita's detailed accounts of both battles drew the readers right into the conflict, having them live every spell cast on this most momentous of nights. Her interview with the head of the DMLE, though proved almost as iconic as those two pictures. Amelia didn't mince her words. This was an assassination attempt against me by this self-styled Dark Lord and his masked terrorists. It took over 24 of them, including Voldemort, to bring my wards down. Even then, a squad of goblin warriors arrived on my property before these attackers could take advantage of the situation. Centurion Crow was a guest in my house and reacted immediately as the alarm was sounded. He, his mate, Miss Hermione Granger, and the ministry Aura assigned as his protection detail, Aura Tonks, led a few more of my guests against the group of Death Eaters deliberately left behind to stop reinforcements reaching the house. Harry taking out Voldemort at the start of the battle certainly swung it heavily in our favor. I led the defense of our home myself and offer no apologies for the bodies on the grass. There were approximately 20 current Hogwarts students attending this party, including my niece. We did what we needed to do to protect them. Amelia's words saw every parent reaching the exact same conclusion as the defenders. Had they been lucky enough to gain an invitation to Madame Bone's party, they wouldn't have held back with their spells either. It was the next part, though, that sent shivers down spines. Whether those were shivers of fear or even pride depended on if the witch or wizard reading had been branded by Voldemort. The ministry has held forward the hand of friendship and forgiveness to people who made a serious mistake over a decade ago. That same hand, though, can easily be clenched into a fist, ready to protect our friends and smite our enemies. Those who attacked my home clearly declared themselves enemies and paid the ultimate price. It was more than their blood that ran out onto the grass. Their families will face a heavy fine from the ministry for these treasonous acts. 16 families are waking up to the news one of their members was killed. We have 4 wounded, all of whom will be tried for treason using truth serum, and a maximum of 5 who escaped. There can be no forgiveness for any of those 5, and the full weight of the ministry will be brought to bear in the hunt for Voldemort, Lestrange, Rookwood, and the, as yet unknown, other 2 masked Death Eaters. There it was in black and white, what the future held for Death Eaters in Britain. This had a profound affect in homes the length and breadth of the country. Thomas Avery had barely escaped last night with his life. It would appear his father wasn't as lucky. He would be heading to Gringotts, not to ask for forgiveness, but to empty his vault. He hoped to be in France by the time the ministry came knocking on the door. John Gibbon was the other Death Eater the ministry were looking for. He, though, had been badly injured in the fight, and it was nothing short of a miracle that he managed to apparate home. That was the last miracle for John. Despite his family's frantic efforts, he slipped away just before the dawn. They would now have to rush and cremate the body, denying the ministry any evidence and hopefully saving what little wealth the family had. Every other marked Death Eater who hadn't already done so headed for Gringotts to throw themselves on the mercy of the ministry. A competent ministry of magic, and the Dark Lord being defeated again by the boar who lived, made it look increasingly likely that they had picked the wrong side. It was time to change sides before it became too late. Ooh, it was later than he'd hoped when an exhausted Bill reached the burrow. His family all knew he was attending the Bones party last night, and he planned on arriving there before the story broke. His work in Gringotts, though, had kept him busy all night. He was almost attacked by Ginny as she threw herself at her eldest brother. Marley wasn't far behind her daughter. Only when she confirmed for herself that her son was indeed fine did the lecture begin. Since when did your new job include battling you-know-who? I almost had a heart attack when Skeeter mentioned you'd taken part in that charge against the Death Eaters. Mum, my job is to train Harry so that one day he'll be able to face Voldemort. Doing a hell of a job there, brother. Sure is, Fred. Our Bill should be in line for a bonus after last night's efforts. It was a tired Bill who sat down at the table and helped himself to a cup of tea from the pot. Ginny was as close as she could get to her favorite brother, reassuring herself that he was okay while still desperate for news. We got lucky. The Death Eaters thought they would heavily outnumber those in the house. They didn't know Amelia was holding a party. When Harry took Voldemort out of the fight, they didn't know what to do next. Percy was still studying today's paper in disbelief. Did Harry really do that? I was there, Percy. I understand where you're coming from, but I saw it for myself. Harry is an extremely powerful young man. I think he might even rival Dumbledore by the time he's ready to leave Hogwarts. Marley felt her question was being ignored, not something she was used to, so Bill found himself being interrupted. I still don't see why that meant you had to be there too. The 4 students I tutor raced into battle. What was I supposed to do, hide? Trying to change the subject, Ginny asked the question she really needed to know the answer to. Are they really all okay? Hermione and Padma had some cuts and scratches on their feet. The shoes that would have been fine for dancing the night away weren't suitable for running across the grass. Both girls charged the Death Eaters in their bare feet. Harry might have a few bruises, but nothing more serious than that. Once the warriors got close enough to use their weapons, the battle was over seconds later. I don't know how I feel about goblins attacking wizards. Listen, Mum, if the Death Eaters ever attack the burrow, I promise you'll be glad of their help. They arrived well before the Auras, and it was their own director who was being attacked. This finally saw Ron speak out. Why would the goblins protect us? Ron, You of all people should know how goblins react when one of their friends or family is being attacked. Why do you think Dad was woken and had to leave for Gringotts in the middle of the night? He's the ministry's contact with the nation. You better believe the warriors would come running if he was attacked. I still don't understand why Arthur had to be dragged out of bed. His exhaustion was shortening Bill's temper. Mum, the ministry can't take any marked Death Eaters past their wards, even dead ones. All the bodies and the injured are currently inside Gringotts. Of course, the ministry is going to need its own contact with the nation's ambassador for that. Dad is having to liaise between all the witches and wizards summoned to Gringotts, as well as those relatives who will be heading there after reading this morning's paper. You always wanted Dad to get a better job at the ministry. Now he's got one of the most important posts there is. You probably won't be seeing much of him over the next few days. There is a lot of work to do. This piqued Percy's interest. What is it Dad is actually doing? Each of those who attacked the Bones residents last night are seeing fines of 80% of their family's wealth levied against them. The goblins will be doing the collecting. Whose job is it to work between the two governments? I'm going home to grab a few hours' sleep before I need to return to Gringotts and help. There must be about half the ministry currently working inside Gringotts dealing with both of these problems, and Dad is overseeing the entire ministry side of the operation. Why do you think he got such a rise in salary? He's earning every nut of that salary today. The effects of this measure wasn't lost on the current Hogwarts head boy. This could see some of the wealthiest pureblood families stripped of their wealth and power. As Percy's words sunk into all the Weasleys, Bill not only confirmed that would be the case, but gave his backing to the policy. The ministry is taking the action it said it would. Voldemort and his cronies are trying to overthrow the legal government of our country so he can rule as a dictator. There is only one real punishment for that. Their response against the attackers last night was swift and hard, just as they said it would be. After posting the warnings about what following this madman would cost them, the ministry can't then take it easy on the Death Eaters' families. Uwo in Kingassy, the family was certainly taking it easy. Hermione was lying back on a sofa with a book in her hands. Her feet were currently resting across Harry's lap. With his left arm liberally coated in a cream to help reduce bruising, the still painful-to-touch limb was currently resting in a sling. Dan was fussing over his pregnant wife, while Tonks quietly chatted to Remus. What does it feel like to know Peter is finally captured? The werewolf took a moment to think before answering his girlfriend. I'm relieved he can no longer do any harm, but I'm having trouble equating that thing we saw lying on the floor last night with the boy I attended Hogwarts with for 7 years. I know the ministry were desperate to get information out of him. I just want to know why he betrayed his friends. Noticing their conversation wasn't as quiet as they thought, Remus directed his next remark to the two teens who were obviously listening. I know you'll find this hard to believe, but the Marauders were as close as you four are. Peter to us would be like Neville or Padma betraying you too. Harry was quicker than Hermione to defend their friends. She clearly agreed with his opinion, though. Never going to happen, Remus. Neville doesn't have a dishonest bone in his body, and Padma is a true friend. We trust those two with our lives. Just like we trusted Peter with ours, and your mum and dad paid the ultimate price for that trust. That's why I can understand Sirius chasing after Peter. It really was a betrayal that cut to the bone. Sirius was really fond of Moa before this happened. You can bet he loves his mother-in-law now. The other couple present then joined what had now become a discussion. Lucas and Moa are leaving for Sweden in the morning, aren't they? Tonks was nodding her agreement to Emma as she answered. Yeah, they'll be returning to Britain, though, as Henrika gets closer to her due date. This was something Harry hadn't thought of. Will Henrika be able to teach until the end of term? It was her fellow professor who answered that one. No, the baby's due right at the start of the holidays. I know she's hoping to make it up until the exams, but the baby might have something to say about that. Hermione then turned to her parents, asking the question the couple really wanted to know the answer to. Mum, Dad, have you decided what you're going to do yet? Your mum and I spoke about it last night before we went to sleep. Today it still seems like the right thing to do. After we see the pair of you onto the express tomorrow, we'll both be heading for the island. It was only their injuries that stopped both teens springing right over there. The wide smiles of relief, now worn, was almost as good as a hug to Dan and Emma. She then picked up where her husband had left off. We planned to take Harry's book of properties with us and sit studying it in the sunshine. Barchoke has promised to get us portkeys to wherever we want to go, and Darby will of course be looking after us. We'll keep in touch through Barchoke, so send any letters to us there. Darby will be collecting and passing on any mail from us. Harry was delighted with that news. No one should be able to trace the Grangers, because even they wouldn't know exactly where they were. He just wished his parents had adopted the same approach. That's a brilliant idea. You saying you'll be traveling to my house in Spain won't mean a thing unless someone had access to the property book. Since you will have the only copy, you should be perfectly safe. Father will know how to reach you in case of any emergencies. That was picked up at once by a concerned Dan. Are you expecting there to be any emergencies? If so, I vote you both come with us. I'm not expecting any. To be honest, Dan, I don't think Gringotts or the Ministry know what to expect next. Remus was quick to agree with that. In the last war, getting a few families out before the Death Eaters attacked was about the best we could have hoped for. Winning a major battle, never mind hitting Voldemort with a spell, is unprecedented. What happens next is anyone's guess. I do know that Tonks and I, the Blacks and Augusta, will all be keeping an eye on them at Hogwarts. With Bill and Mad-Eye regularly popping in and out too, there should be enough of us there to deal with any so-called emergencies that come along. While not completely happy with that answer, Dan and Emma thought it was the best they were going to get. No one likes to think their children could be in danger, but they also had to take into account that the 4 teens had proven once more that they could look after themselves when they needed to. Talk drifted onto this year's summer holidays, but there really was little enthusiasm for making any plans. Harry was going to become a godfather and a brother this summer. Any plans made would have to work around those 2 massive events. Henrika and Emma would be the important ones this year. All other arrangements would revolve around them. Harry floated the idea of having a good-sized swimming pool attached to the property, rather than a tiny one at the end of their new training room. Enclosing it in some kind of weatherproof structure was also cited as a must, as a few other amendments were added to enhance the original idea. The 6 spent a pleasant afternoon just chatting as friends and family do, trying to put the horrors of last night behind them by looking forward to more pleasant things. Uo, Rookwood, and Bella didn't have that luxury. They didn't have any luxuries at all. They only had time last night to grab the biggest tent and a few supplies before fleeing to another part of the country. They were also exhausted by having to transport and care for their master, his familiar, and everything else they could take with them to Dartmoor. Peter's pet didn't count as an essential. She didn't count at all. They left her sitting on the grass. Bertha might even live if the Ministry got to her before she froze to death. They were currently sitting in their one remaining tent. The heat from the flat stones Bella had placed a warming charm on keeping more than the snake warm. Their master was still unconscious, and they had tended to his leg as best they could. Bella, though, had been on a constant rant ever since they had settled down with nothing to do but wait. They had protective wards up. A summoned and then prepared rabbit was now gently simmering away in a pot, while the tent and a few warming charms protected them from the elements. Bella, though, was still stuck in a revenge groove, where everyone was soon going to suffer when their master returned to power. Augustus had been listening to this for hours before finally reaching his breaking point. It was time his mate started living in the real world. Bella, we're going to have to spend the next few months struggling just to survive. I keep saying things have changed, and last night showed that. I would guess that we are the only 2 Death Eaters left in Britain, the only 2 that support our master anyway. We all made mistakes last night, and now we're paying the price. Are you saying our master made a mistake? We would normally have known exactly who was inside that house. We would probably have been able to get a few of our supporters in there too. I understood what our master was attempting last night, but committing all his followers to attacking while blind to what we were facing was a desperate play we didn't need to make at that moment. Then the error was compounded. What did I do wrong? The edge now on Bella's voice was unmistakable. Augustus knew, though, that he had to get his point across. Otherwise, they would all soon be dead anyway. They couldn't afford any more mistakes. When Potter attacked our master, we were left facing less than 10 witches and wizards with about 20 goblins. Those were certainly not insurmountable odds. Even when you left to check on our master, we still had a chance. Pressing ahead with the attack on the house doomed us all. That cowardly bastard Peter couldn't wait to get away from the fight. If they could spare that many people to attack us, did the fool think he was going to face better odds inside the house? You had rightly chosen all our best fighters to attack the Bones residence. When they left, though, so did our chances of winning the battle. And what mistakes did you make, Augustus? His master's voice may be weak, but Rookwood still felt the menace it contained. He hadn't noticed their master regaining consciousness. Augustus had hoped to work on convincing Bella first. Both at the same time meant his life was in real danger here. Master, I should have offered my counsel, but held my tongue. I could have countermanded Bella's order to attack the house, but that would have sown confusion amongst us, and perhaps been just as bad. I didn't even signal a retreat, though I knew we were lost. I let them fight to the end to buy the three of us enough time to get away. I failed you, master, and will accept my punishment. Voldemort so wanted to kill him, to kill anyone. Bella, gently lifting his head to administer some hot, sweet tea, gave him a moment to think. That he was lying in a tent sipping tea, instead of tucked up in a bed with a pain relief potion to ease his injury, told its own story. He knew bringing down those wards last night had taken a lot out of him. Even at full strength, though, his shield would have had trouble dealing with a spell of that power. This saw Tom's thoughts shifting in another direction, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. He'd certainly felt Potter's power last night. If this was all that he was left with, then punishing Rookwood really wasn't an option. He needed the man to help him figure out how they could recover from this. After they had killed Bones last night, Tom's intentions were to grace one of his followers with his presence in their home. Then it would have been time to start killing the traitors who'd refused to answer his summons. Instead, he found everything Tom Riddle had worked for since his days as a Hogwarts student being turned to ashes, ironically by a current Hogwarts student. Tom Riddle had nothing, no breeding, money, or political power, yet he charmed, coaxed, and cajoled his way to the very top. Lord Voldemort was only a whisker away from having it all, only for the prize to be snatched away that terrible Halloween. Now, over 12 years later, the same boy had effectively destroyed him once more. Lying injured in a tent, with only 2 followers left in the country and all his anchors destroyed, was not how his life was supposed to proceed. Rookwood, there will be no punishment coming from me. The mistake I made last night was in choosing the wrong target. While Bones is undoubtedly a thorn in our side, the dagger in our heart is Harry Potter. I see now that we will never be treated as anything other than criminals while that boy still lives. While Potter lives, the witches and wizards of Britain think they are safe from Lord Voldemort. Our task will be to show them they are wrong before we then kill the boy. Bella was almost drooling with excitement at that. She never even got to kill anyone last night. Do you have a plan, my master? Patience, Bellatrix, patience. That will have to be our new watchword, as it will take time to regain all that we have lost. The first thing we need to do is find better dwellings. These are fine for an emergency, but certainly not suitable for a pregnant witch. Can I assume you dealt with our guest from the ministry? No, master. Augustus advised me not to. The Dark Lord's gaze once more pinned Rookwood, leaving him hastily offering an explanation. If we had killed her, it would have been simply a case of the ministry burying the body. Should they find her alive, not only will they have to care for her, it will be a constant reminder of what can happen to those who oppose you, master. Very well. Along with a new residence, we also need intelligence on what is happening around us. This rise of the beasts can't have pleased everyone, and that is something we can surely exploit. We will pay them reminders that we are still a threat while working toward getting our hands on Potter. Killing him is the key to all of this. No one in the tent was saying so, but all 3 were thinking that might be easier said than done. Anyone who could blast through the Dark Lord's shield had to be treated as a serious threat. Uo Dolores seriously considered giving up drinking when she read the New Year's Day edition of the Prophet. She must have drunk a lot more last night than she'd thought. Dolores had to be hallucinating because this couldn't be true. This wasn't a new year. It was a descent into chaos, a chaos their world might never recover from. Goblin warriors were featured on the front page. graphically depicted by Skeeter hacking pureblood witches and wizards with their swords and axes. Instead of announcing a call to arms, getting ready to wipe out these bloodthirsty creatures and all their kin, those very same murdering creatures were publicly being thanked for their courageous and heroic efforts by the ministry. Dolores had never been a Death Eater, but that was mainly because she had never been asked to join. She certainly could be classed as sympathetic to their cause, this latest atrocity making her even more committed to restoring the magical community back to its former glory. Their entire society appeared caught in a race to declare their proud and ancient heritage of blood purity as worthless. She was now going to have to use the successes this new year would bring to see herself elevated to at least the position of a departmental head. Only then would she have the power to start applying pressure in order to start reversing some of these changes. There were a lot more witches and wizards out there, though, who thought the same as she did. Dolores Umbridge was going to be quietly courting their support and building a platform for herself so she could attain her ultimate goal. Dolores Umbridge, Minister of Magic, had such a nice ring to it. Dumbledore had rung in the new year the day before he got that historic issue of the Prophet. Unlike Dolores, Albus found himself in need of a drink. Unlike the majority of the British magical community, the sight of Harry blasting Tom right out the picture was not a cause for celebration, far from it. How the hell was he supposed to make a triumphant return to a Britain controlled by Harry and his goblin masters? Albus was now certain Godric's sword had taken on the properties of the Elder Wand, giving considerably more power to that teenage boy and making his blade an even more formidable weapon in those skilled hands. He had also seen the evidence that the goblins could destroy Horcruxes with his own eyes. Harry had marched proudly up to Phileas and handed over Rowena's diadem right in front of him. If they had destroyed all Tom's Horcruxes and Harry was able to vanquish the Dark Lord, what was there left for Albus to do? Since his timetable for returning home was already set, Albus would just have to keep a careful eye on the Prophet for further developments. It was rather ironic that both Dumbledore and Voldemort were reduced to reading the Prophet to discover news on the country that each had thought they controlled. The Prophet's front page the following day would certainly be of interest to both wizards. Not only were those who died or had been captured in the attack named, the Dark Lord's hideout also made the front page. That it was a Muggle tent ended any hope the Dark Lord Voldemort had of regaining his former pureblood followers. Bertha Jorkins was also in the picture, with blankets draped around her shoulder as she was led away from the scene. Initial reports had her being tortured into insanity, but the family got the full story from Barchoke. They had used Harry's portkey from Kingassy to Gringotts. This was their only chance to speak to him before they left for King's Cross and Hogwarts. Barchoke had been incredibly busy and hadn't made it back up to Kingassy since Amelia's party. We can't help that poor witch. She wasn't tortured using the Cruciatus. Voldemort shredded her mind. There's simply nothing left of Bertha Jorkins to repair. Pettigrew told us everything he could, including how his master got a new body. The good news, though, is that we've disposed of all of his Horcruxes. Voldemort can now be killed. Barchoke hated deliberately withholding information from his children, but felt it was a necessity in this case. If Harry were to come face to face with Bellatrix Lestrange, knowing the witch was pregnant might cause him to hesitate in doing what he needed to. The Lestrange bitch wouldn't hesitate, though, nor would she hold back. Gringotts and the Ministry were quietly celebrating the news Voldemort was mortal once more. Neither had much spare time to do anything else. The Ministry's new facility would be ready for business later on today, swinging into action with at least 4 trials. The goblins also had never been busier, chasing down Ministry fines and erecting their wards on premises all over the country. The 6 said their goodbyes to Barchoke before heading through the alley on their journey to King's Cross. Remus was going to be traveling on the train with them. This, though, was not just an excuse, or he could spend more time with his girlfriend. There would be some grieving and hurting students on that train. Remus was going to be there to ensure nothing came of those emotions when faced with the reasons for their missing relatives. If some of the looks coming in their direction as they walked through the alley were any indication of what they might face on the train, Remus just might be needed. They had barely set foot on the platform before being surrounded by friends. surrounded as much as the tight platform and crowd would allow, that is. The tightness of the platform played no part, though, in the large male student who very deliberately barged into Harry. "Crow, you killed my father. You and your friends better watch your backs in Hogwarts." The sound of ripping cloth signified the end of that little speech. That, and the golden gauntlet grabbing the large Slytherin by the throat. "Flint, here's some free advice. You tell a goblin you're going to harm him later, presumably when the conditions and numbers suit you better. That goblin won't watch his back. That goblin will think, 'Why the hell should I wait?' and just kill you where you stand." Marcus Flint was helpless as this golden-clad figure lifted him off the ground by the throat with one hand. Hermione, Padma, and Neville were quick to draw their wands in case this was a prelude to a larger attack, their eyes now scanning the crowd for any signs of aggression as they guarded Harry's back. Tonks had done the same, while shaking her head at Remus not to become involved. This matter needed settled, and she trusted Harry not to take the situation too far. "Your father turned up at Bones Manor wearing a mask and was there with the intention to murder innocent women and children. Are you okay with that, Flint? If you think that's acceptable behavior, then surely, by your same warped logic, it must be acceptable for me just to kill you now. I don't need a mask. I am Hogwarts champion and will do my best to protect everyone inside her walls. You or any of your friends start anything, I'll be there waiting." Since the large Slytherin's face was beginning to take on a distinctly Ravenclaw color, Harry let him drop to the ground. "I don't care what your parents did, Flint. I only look at the person in front of me. You now have to go away and make a decision. Do I want to be like my father, or do I want to live? You threaten me or mine again, I'll assume you've already made that decision and act accordingly. I have no fight with you, but I won't back down if you come looking for one either." Amelia had been on the platform and headed straight for the disturbance, arriving as Harry dropped the seventh-year Slytherin to the ground. She waited until Harry had explained what was happening to the Flint boy, knowing that the story would soon spread throughout the platform and train, before she interceded. "Everything okay here, Centurion Crow?" "Yes, Director. Mr. Flint was just under the misconception he could threaten me and mine without facing any repercussions. He and everyone else now know that's not the case. I was afraid this might happen. That is why there will be 6 auras on the express, 7 counting aura Tonks. I think I will contact Madame Longbottom and offer to base a squad inside Hogwarts for the next few weeks. That should give tempers time to cool, allowing rational heads a chance to take over." Amelia was able to do this because of the large number of Death Eaters who had approached the Ministry seeking protection. She was only having to send teams out to arrest 3 outstanding names, and had heard whispers that one of those names was already dead. The 2 remaining would be arrested and tried today, along with the 4 prisoners from the attack on her home. News of the crimes these Death Eaters had committed should appear in tomorrow's Prophet, hopefully aiding them in their case for branding these scum as nothing more than terrorists. The Ministry was determined that, by the end of today, there would only be Voldemort, Lestrange, and Rookwood still to be brought to justice. The MacDonalds had been standing beside the Grangers and the Creevies when the incident kicked off. Roy had trouble believing what he just witnessed. Harry lifted that bigger boy as if he was nothing. Little Natalie was quick to spring to her hero's defense. Harry is a centurion that makes him an officer in their army. If he can blast Voldemort right of the page, he can easily deal with a Hogwarts student. The Creevy parents only smiled at the young witch, knowing their eldest son had rather a large dose of the same hero worship. When we read what happened in the Prophet, we were actually glad that we missed this year's New Year party. Not half as glad, though, that our house has the same wards as Amelia's. Roy certainly agreed with being thankful their houses were protected by the same wards. He also offered his sympathies to the Grangers. "You've had quite the time of it over the holidays. First the Dursleys being murdered, and then getting attacked at the New Year party." Dan was watching as Emma ensured Harry was okay, while Hermione carried out some running repairs to his ripped shirt. Harry maintains the Dursleys were not his family. He only met them once, and that was by accident. As for the party, the whole thing was over in seconds. Harry's team had the harder task. Trained troops against unorganized terrorists was only going to see one winner from that battle. The Ministry, the Hogwarts staff, and of course Harry will make sure your children remain safe inside the castle. This drew a sigh of resignation from Roy. I know. Natalie spent most of yesterday saying the same things. She was terrified we would stop her returning to Hogwarts. Children just don't realize how hard it is for a parent to let them go, especially to a world they know nothing about. This is the hardest decision we've ever had to make in our lives. As Hermione raced over to give him a hug and a kiss on the cheek, before taking Natalie by the hand toward the train, Dan knew exactly how the McDonalds felt. The Creevies would also see their second son, Dennis, making the same journey come September. It suddenly hit Dan that one day he and Emma would have to go through all this again with their own son. As that revelation hit, an even bigger one followed right behind it. While Emma fussed over Harry and Hermione as they climbed aboard the train, Dan suddenly realized that he wouldn't change a thing. Even after the horrors they'd faced recently, Hermione still smiled more than she'd ever done. Then there was the fact that he was about to head off to a tropical island with his pregnant wife, and Darby would be there to take care of them. Magic had certainly brought some bad things into their lives, but as a pregnant Emma returned to his arms, Dan couldn't help but think the good far outweighed the bad. They, like the rest of the parents on the platform, waved to their children as the steam engine pulled them on their long journey to the Scottish Highlands. He held his wife close, and Dan was sure of only one thing. Whatever challenges 1994 brought, they would face them as a family, an ever-expanding family. Ren, thanks for reading. 76. Ghostly Intervention. Harry Crow disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter and claim only the mistakes as my own. Chapter 76. It was a very quiet return train journey back up to Hogsmeade. What did you do at the holidays? Being rarely asked. It was also noticeable that the Slytherin contingent of their friends was missing. Draco, though, had stuck his head into their compartment earlier to offer an explanation. Vince's father was killed, while Greg's is one of the 4 the Ministry captured that night. They're not in a good place at the moment, so we're trying to help. It's also not going down too well with some in our house that there were Slytherins at the party who drew their wands. Apparently, we were supposed to let the Death Eaters kill us. I'm just really pleased Amelia has stationed auras on the train. Remus decided he too would patrol the train. Tonks, though, wasn't leaving Harry's compartment until they reached their destination. Inside the Hogwarts Great Hall, you would have needed a spurtle to stir the atmosphere that was as thick as porridge, though nowhere near as good for you. The atmosphere was so oppressive that Madame Longbottom stood to address the students before the feast began. On New Year's Eve, I, along with a number of Hogwarts students, attended a party held by Director Bones. I don't think there is anyone here who doesn't know what happened during that party. It saddens me more than I can say that this madman, Voldemort, was allowed to manipulate a rift in our society that resulted in wizard fighting against wizard, in some cases brother against brother. While the Ministry is working hard to ensure that situation will never happen again and hopes to arrest all those still at large, we mustn't let this conflict take root inside this castle's walls. Augusta's steely gaze swept over everyone present. She deliberately didn't linger on the Slytherin table, though everyone knew that's where the trouble would come from. These terrorists have already had an impact on some of our students. These sudden deaths have filled me with sadness, but also a hint of pride in seeing the dignified manner with which the individuals have handled their situations. Should any student feel the need to talk about what has happened with their family, please see your head of house, and know also that my door is always open to you. The sins of the parents will not be visited on their children, but any of those children seeking revenge or retribution will be dealt with most severely, whichever side of the so-called divide they claim to support. This is a school. Feuds or fighting will not be tolerated here. Have I made myself clear? Augusta indicated each table in turn and didn't move on to the next house until she received a positive response from the students sitting there. Only then was it time to eat. There were no smart comments coming from Roger at the Ravenclaw table. There was hardly a comment to be heard in the entire hall. Everyone just ate their meal and got out of there as fast as they could. Harry intended to have a chat with Helena later tonight. The Hogwarts ghosts, portraits, and house elves could very effectively monitor exactly what was happening inside the castle. That information might allow them to nip things in the bud, because there was no way there wouldn't be students out for some retribution. The Ministry were also looking for retribution, though through due legal process. Their new facility would certainly have been appreciated by any goblin. Spartan was an apt description, since it was only going to be used for the short-term holding and then the resulting trial of Death Eaters. There was no need for anything more. Cornelius would settle for functional. It was here to fulfill a function, and it was time to get down to that function. Pettigrew was the first prisoner brought before the court. There was no need for chains to restrain the prisoner. With a broken neck, Peter couldn't even support himself to sit up. He would face justice while lying unmoving on a bed. Amelia limited the evidence to the Death Eater's actions since first leaving Britain in search of his master. The crimes he committed in assisting Voldemort regain a body, his actions afterwards against Bertha Jorkins and attacking her house, were easily enough to see Peter Pettigrew sentenced to death. The Spartan appearance of their temporary courtroom lending itself to the stark reality of what happened next. With no access to the Ministry for Death Eaters, they couldn't be sentenced to the Vale. The alternative option put forward was accepted by all and administered in front of the sitting court. Veritaserum was carefully controlled because, if the maximum dose were to be accidentally exceeded, there was no antidote or way to postpone the inevitable. This potion targeted the brain and stopped a person from lying. An overdose, though, was a completely different matter. An excess of Veritaserum started working on those parts of the brain that function quietly in the background, keeping the heart beating and the lungs drawing breath. The person would soon slip into a coma as their body's automatic functions were disrupted so severely they would be dead within 10 minutes. Since they were in a comatose state so quickly, it was considered a relatively painless way of administering a death sentence. Once Peter entered that comatose state, he was wheeled away to die alone in his cell. It was time to bring the next one in. Gregory Goyle SR was a sorry sight as they wheeled him into the new courtroom. The reason he was wheeled in was that Goblin Steel had removed his right leg above the knee and the same arm from just behind his wrist. Again, his questioning left the court with no other option than to convict. He had been pleased not to be chosen to attack the house because they only expected a few targets there. Gregory had been looking forward to picking off the goblins when they arrived. No one missed the irony that it was the goblins who'd done the picking, a battle axe removing both wand arm and leg in one powerful swipe. As he was sentenced to death, the Death Eater broke down in tears. The tears, though, proved not to be for himself, but rather his son, the Veritaserum in his system letting everyone know Gregory was genuine in his request. He begged those present to help his family, to ensure his son and heir would not make the same mistakes his father had. Gregory was certainly smart enough to know what his fate could be when he once more donned his Death Eater regalia. He also recognized long ago that he was a follower rather than a leader. With no one there to tell him not to attend at the solstice, Gregory had followed the habit of a lifetime and responded to his master's summons. He had become a Death Eater with dreams of easy pickings, riches, and power. If he had to kill a few muggles or blood traitors along the way, that was something he was quite prepared to do. Gregory then discovered a universal truth. In a situation like this, the rich got richer, and only the powerful gained more of what they craved. Since he was neither wealthy or powerful, he didn't exactly benefit from the spoils of their terror campaign. He was a good Death Eater who followed orders and kept out of trouble, at least up until now. His biggest asset all throughout his life had been his physical appearance. He was considered a hulking bull of a wizard. With no wand arm and most of a leg missing, he was ready to accept his punishment, thankful that at least it would be painless. They had all dreaded being faced with a Dementor. This method was certainly preferable to that horror. Hearing the condemned wizard's pleas for his family just reinforced Amelia's determination to see things change. They all knew that the problem would never fully go away, while one section of their society thought they were superior simply by their accident of birth. Her own extended family was actually now placed firmly at the other extreme of that argument. Goblins, muggles, Vila, and a werewolf would certainly struggle to be accepted by those promoting pureblood supremacy. There must be a middle ground, though that should be acceptable to all. Calling a family blood traitors and turning up unannounced to kill them certainly wasn't it. If they could deal with Voldemort and his Death Eaters, then Amelia was confident their society would be in a much better place. The younger students coming through Hogwarts would certainly help see to that. Ooh, the younger students certainly knew which side they were on, and it wasn't Flint's. Of the lower 3 years of Slytherins, only Crabbe and Goyle were unsure of which side to join. Everyone else was aligned firmly behind Draco in his stand against the 7th year's attempt to drum up Death Eater support inside Slytherin. When someone blows off the door of your house and races in firing killing curses, are we just supposed to stand there and let them kill us because your father might be amongst them? No self-respecting Slytherin would have been there in the first place. The Bones are blood traitors, which is nothing more than a term coined by a half-blood bastard to encourage purebloods to kill each other. Pansy was livid with this arsehole and the opinions he was spouting. The still grieving witch wasn't for holding back either as she sprang to her mate's defense. It wasn't the Ministry who killed my father. He was tortured to death because he made sure his wife and daughter were safe from the people you seem so keen to support. The angry witch was now really turning the screw. The prophet announced there was a battle at Bones Manor. They got it wrong. There was no battle. The attacking Death Eaters were slaughtered. The exact same thing will happen to anyone else who tries to support the same stupid shit you're promoting here. You will be nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. Flint looked ready to take matters further when a voice stopped him reaching for his wand. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Harry had quietly entered the Slytherin common room. With all eyes on the escalating confrontation, no one had seen him until he spoke out. This isn't Ravenclaw, Crow. No one gives a shit what you say in here. These traitorous bastards must have given you the password to get in. I am Hogwarts champion, Flint. No doors inside the castle are barred to me, even the Chamber of Secrets. It was a frightened Pauline who asked the question that most of the house wanted to know the answer to. What are you doing in here, Harry? The Baron contacted me about a disturbance in his house. He's been pleased with the steps his house had been taking to once more embrace their great history, and didn't want to see Slytherin slip back into the mire. The Baron is giving me the chance to sort it before Professor McGonagall or Madame Longbottom need to become involved. And just what has this got to do with them? We're having a house discussion here. Flint, you may be even stupider than I originally thought. You've lost your father and 80% of your family's wealth. Do you really want to make the situation worse by getting kicked out of Hogwarts before sitting your NEWTs? The High Inquisitor made her position on this matter crystal clear. Calling your attempt to bully students into accepting Death Eaters or even human a house meeting just won't wash. Who are you to talk about human? You strut about claiming to be a goblin when everyone can see you're not. This drew a gasp of breath from a lot of the watchers, fearing Flint had gone too far. This, after all, was the individual who had bested Voldemort in battle. Harry's answer might have been cold, but no one could miss the fire in his eyes. Flint certainly couldn't, since that's where those blazing orbs were directed. I'm well aware that, biologically, I'm not goblin. It is kind of hard to miss the physical differences. You strut about claiming to be a pureblood. How does your pure blood make you different? Does it make you stronger, smarter? You tell me how being a pureblood gives anyone the right to wear a mask and kill people without any retribution. Flint didn't really know how to answer that, but Harry kept pushing. My grandparents' pure blood didn't protect them when the Death Eaters came calling. Neither did my dad's when Voldemort himself killed him. Draco and Pansy's fathers were both purebloods, and both Death Eaters. They were still killed by these murderers. Tell me why your father was any different from ours. Harry had been moving until he was now directly in front of the large Slytherin. In the last couple of years, I've seen troll blood, basilisk blood, goblin blood, muggle blood, and so-called pure blood spilled. You want to know what all of these had in common? No matter who or what you are, lose enough of your blood and you die. That's what blood is there for, to keep us alive, not so one group of society can use it to claim they are better than the rest of us. The 7th-year Slytherin felt he had to do something, but when Crow kept pushing, all he was left with was taking a step back. Not an effective counter-strategy, but Harry didn't leave him any other option. Harry then explained that to the entire house of Slytherin. Flint here would love to prove everything I'm saying is lies, but he can't. He would also like to pound me into the ground, but again, he can't. This half-blood who calls himself a goblin may be 4 years younger than Flint, but I'm faster, stronger, and more powerful in every way. How does your pureblood supremacy account for that? The person who started the entire war isn't even a pureblood. His father was a muggle. Harry had the larger wizard now backed up against a wall. He then turned his back on Flint to talk to the rest of the house, knowing Draco, Pansy, Blaze, and Daphne would keep an eye on the troublemaker for him. At the very least, giving him a warning if he needed to act. The Death Eaters that night were expecting a slaughter. They just thought they would be the ones carrying it out. Instead, they found themselves facing trained goblin troops and some highly skilled witches and wizards. They were outnumbered, outmatched, and too afraid of their psychopath of a leader to do the sensible thing and get the hell out of there. This is war. It's not heroic, and certainly not pretty. Every one of us there that night only wanted to dance and have fun while bringing in the new year, not be fighting for our lives instead. He then made an appeal directly to them. This war will see us all having to make decisions. I'm not going to do a Flint, though, and try to bully you into seeing things my way. If I needed to do that, then I would have already lost the argument. Harry looked toward some of his Slytherin friends, silently apologizing for what he was about to do. Theodore Nott Sr. attempted to murder my father, yet I call his son and daughter friends. They don't share their father's beliefs, so why shouldn't they be my friends? Draco falls squarely into the same category. You all need to reach decisions of your own, but not tonight, not when you're still hurting. Talk to your friends, professors you trust. Don't let anyone bully you into something that will affect the rest of your life. It's your life. Take your time and reach the decision that's right for you, because you are the one that needs to live with it. His appeal appeared to be having some effect, if only because his technique was different from Flint's demanding of their support. Harry decided to quit while he was ahead. Voldemort and his Death Eaters became my enemies from that Halloween night. He murdered my parents. I sincerely hope I have no enemies here tonight. Well said, Centurion. The entire Slytherin common room turned to see Slughorn, McGonagall, and Longbottom standing at the door. McGonagall, though, wasn't as lavish with her praise. While I might agree with Madame Longbottom's sentiments, I feel I must take 10 points from Ravenclaw for you being out past your curfew. If it happens again, it will mean a detention with me. I shall issue you with a pass to allow you safe passage back to your own house. Harry could see by the twinkle in McGonagall's eyes she was secretly pleased with him, and he would also be getting those points back in her next class. He decided to use the situation to his own advantage and interrupted the Hogwarts deputy. That won't be necessary, Professor. I am Hogwarts champion, and the castle's portraits and ghosts would never let me be caught out past curfew. I also have certain other advantages. With a flick and a swirl, his dad's invisibility cloak was around his shoulders, leaving only his head floating there. Good night, everyone. With that, Harry raised his hood and disappeared. The effect on the Slytherins couldn't be missed, as another page was added to the legend that Harry Crow was quickly becoming. Why would you want someone who was quick as lightning and every bit as powerful as an enemy? Factor in that he possessed a spy system inside the castle that was second to none, and could also be standing right beside you without you even knowing. That left you with an individual who was not to be messed with. Marcus Flint went to bed an angry young wizard. He deliberately sought out Theo not first thing next morning. Father is in Azkaban, yet you don't seem to want revenge on the people who put him there. What kind of a son are you? The kind who knows his responsibilities. I have a responsibility to my family, my mother and my sisters. My father would have us all paupers and shunned by society. My responsibility is to try and prevent that, not seek pointless revenge. My father committed crimes, was caught, tried, and sentenced. That's why he's in Azkaban, not because he was a believer in some higher cause. Of course it's a higher cause. These people enter our world and need to be taught their place in it. Theo had been waiting on Pauline, and the little witch had heard what was said as she approached. She rounded on Flint with a bravery any Gryffindor would have been proud of. Well, Voldemort certainly sailed through the air when Harry hit him with that curse. Does that count as a higher cause? I was at that party, me, the daughter of a convicted Death Eater. Not only was I treated the same as everyone else, they made sure I was protected when those murderers blasted through the doors. My father deserved to go to Azkaban, and I fully support what my head of house is doing now. A raging Flint was further taunted by the little witch. Their confrontation had drawn a lot of attention, and both knew this would prevent him taking this any further. Go on then, draw your wand and fire on a first year. You want to follow your father so badly, then that's a sure way to achieve it. Harry would certainly come after you for attacking someone on a Potter scholarship. If a Slytherin earning one of those doesn't tell you things have changed, then Harry was right. You are stupid. Theo then dragged his sister out of there. He knew Pauline was right, but Harry wasn't actually there at the moment, and Flint might just decide to risk drawing his wand. The large Slytherin wasn't forced to repeat a year because he was clever. That the 4 surviving attackers were found guilty and then sentenced to death was what everyone expected. The Daily Prophet reporting Goyle Sr.'s last words was not. Gregory was distraught. As his friends led him from the hall, Slughorn rose to follow, but Augusta stopped him. His friends will look after him. They know exactly how he's feeling since a few of them have already suffered similar bereavements. Penny is also following the group out the door. She'll see he gets to Madame Pomfrey if he needs to. If you think that is best, Madame Longbottom. Her head of Slytherin's tone clearly indicated he thought she was wrong, but Augusta wasn't for budging. I do, Professor. We make ourselves available if they should need us, but I think this will work best in the long run. Gregory will be far more likely to open up to his friends than any member of staff, especially since Draco and Pansy have experienced the same loss recently. The bonds of friendship will help him heal far better than any member of staff sitting down to chat to the lad. She knew Sluggy was desperate for a way into Harry's company and was practically courting Draco Malfoy. Augusta just didn't want to give him any opportunities to make inroads. The fact that Slughorn was a superb potions teacher was the only reason he was still in the castle. She found his behavior of trying to befriend the influential students distasteful. That her grandson was one of those students and had told him where to go from day one was particularly pleasing, though. They watched with heavy hearts from the Ravenclaw table while Gregory was led from the hall, their breakfast being forgotten. Harry was basically thinking out loud while sitting with his friends. There are bound to be some families that can't afford to send their children back to Hogwarts after the summer. I think the Potter Scholarship Program is going to have to expand to cover that. This earned him a gentle kiss from his mate before Hermione added to his idea. You might want to speak to Sirius about the Malfoys too. They are denied access to their vaults, but just took on a load of house guests. They were already hurting for money. This time, it was Harry's turn to give Hermione a quick kiss in thanks. Some of their friends had been watching this, and it was Morag who summed up most of their feelings on the matter. Their parents attack you, and now you're thinking of paying for their way through Hogwarts. I'm sorry, Harry. I just don't get it. It's really simple, Morag. They are not their parents. The best way to stop them embracing the same views and beliefs that saw their parents become Death Eaters is to let them see there is another way. We need to drag bigotry kicking and screaming from the shadows and shine a light on it so everyone can clearly see what it is. Once you do that, no sensible person can support the unsupportable. Are you saying we're all the same, Harry? Exactly the opposite, Cho. We are all different, each and every one of us. What I'm hoping for is that we can learn to embrace those differences, not claim one particular difference makes us better than everyone else. If that can be achieved, then things like Susan and Amelia's party being attacked will never happen again. If me spending some gold to keep students in a school that teaches this is the cost, then it's a cost I'm willing to pay. Oh, Hermione, there just might be a diplomat in there after all. Well said, Harry. I would embrace you, but my Neville is the jealous type. Padma was wearing a wide smile as said Neville made a show of embracing his mate. While her best friend's words had lessened the intensity, Hermione ramped it right back up again. Over the holidays, we visited the goblins who are now living at Kingassy. It was wonderful watching the young goblins sledging down a snow-covered hill, until Harry pointed out this was the first time they'd ever had the opportunity to do that. Yes, it was something I had never thought of before, but those youngsters were having as much fun sliding down that hill as I had when my mum and dad used to take me. Nearly as much fun as Harry and I had when I coaxed him onto a sledge. Coaxed. She pushed me down and then grabbed me from behind. Hermione's finger on his lips stopped him saying any more. She wanted to finish what she started. I'm going to have a baby brother this summer, and we already know he's a wizard. I want my brother to grow up being comfortable playing with other children of a similar age. Whether those children are goblins, Muggles or wizards won't matter to him unless someone tells him differently. I sat in a goblin home with a little goblin girl on my knee, and we chatted away. All I saw was a little girl, excited because she had been out playing with her friends in the snow. You could have heard a pin drop, as there were now more than just Ravenclaws hanging on Hermione's every word. That image will keep me going when Professor Weasley pushes us to our limits, or when Mad Eye pushes us past them. That is why we train so hard. That is worth fighting for. A hand gently settled on Hermione's shoulder, indicating just how much everyone had been wrapped up in her words. Not even Harry had noticed Master Pitsley enter the great hall. "Very well said, Miss Granger. So well said, I will overlook your tardiness, but just this once." This got everyone moving. Keeping Master Pitsley waiting was not a good idea. They were soon all hurrying along to their potions lesson. Ron watched cluelessly as Ginny wasn't the only person wiping her eyes after listening to that. He hadn't understood a bloody word. Instead of saying this out loud, though, the youngest Weasley boy decided to get some help. He had a quiet word with Percy. Why did Granger's story about having a goblin on her knee affect everyone? Does she expect Crow to give her a goblin child, or is she sorry because he can't? Nothing like that. Ron Hermione used the situation as a metaphor to describe what she would like to see happen. That, if you take away the bigotry, the situation would become normal enough that people wouldn't even comment on it. You mean like having a goblin at the Merlin ball and no one said anything? Fred and George even danced with her, if you could call that dancing. Yes, Ron, that's exactly right. Even going back to just my first year at Hogwarts, something like that would have been unthinkable, never mind allowed to happen. It was a thoughtful Ron who walked down to the dungeons for potions with Slughorn, that it was no longer Snape, was just one of the changes he'd been taking for granted. Defense was so much better now, while no one slept in history of magic anymore. McGonagall's class was different too. His year had seen all the changes happen, but for someone like Percy, who had been here since BC, before Crow, the changes must be remarkable. Ooh, the change in Mad Eye was frightening, and he wasn't holding anything back. You should never have charged those Death Eaters. You were ordered to stay put and provide cover in fire. Their tutor's attention then switched from Hermione to Harry. "You're a centurion. What would you do if a warrior under your command broke one of your orders?" "Hermione is neither a warrior nor under my command. She is my mate and sees her place as by my side. Why do you think she's here bursting a gut every week in training so she can sit at home and bake cakes while I go off to fight? Without a command structure, you've already lost. That's what happened to the Death Eaters." That was a step too far for Harry. "Do not compare us to Death Eaters." "Okay, you want to play it that way, then let's get busy. I'll break you both of this habit." Moody was stopped by Neville and Padma, standing beside their friends. Miss Pattle was not a happy witch. "If you're going to punish them, then you need to include us too." It was only the fact Harry can run faster than us that stopped Neville and I charging right beside these two. "If that's the way you want it, Missy, then let's go." 2 hours of grueling and punishing work later, the shout of "stop" was really welcome, except for Mad Eye. There was more than his eye mad at the unwanted interruption. "Just what do you think you're playing at, Tonks? They're mine for almost another hour. Get yourself out of here and never interrupt my training session again." The young Aura was so angry, she had her wand in Mad Eye's face. "If you think they have another hour left in them, then you are off your head." "I know they don't have another hour in them. I intend to break them and then start rebuilding the four of them into." "Stop right there. You're talking about breaking 313 and one 14-year-old. You fucking lost the plot, Mad Eye. So much so that the Lady Ravenclaw was worried and came to get me. Take a look. Take a good look at what you've done here." The instant Tonks had yelled "stop," Hermione, Padma, and Neville had sank to the floor. Harry was also done in, but just wouldn't give Moody the satisfaction of seeing him beaten. The gaze he was directing at his tutor, there was pure hatred, hatred for what Moody had put his mate and two best friends through. "You're leaving now, Mad Eye, and don't test me on this. You've been working hard for 2 hours while I'm still fresh. I'm also willing to bet Hogwarts will assist me inside this room. You want to take me on?" The battle-scarred old Aura could see how serious Tonks was. There was no way she would back down. If he challenged her here and now, things could easily get out of hand. He decided to retreat, but Tonks wasn't finished. I will be contacting Barchuk and Bones over this. I would also advise you to stay out of Augusta's way for a while too. As Moody left the room, the door quickly disappeared, denying him the chance to re-enter. Harry shuffled over to where Hermione lay, sinking down beside his mate before gently lifting her head onto his lap. Harry, no more. No more, love. That's the end of Moody. The man is just too much of a fanatic for my liking. What's the point of destroying Voldemort if we also have to destroy what we have between us to achieve our goal? That price is too high. I didn't chew you out that night because, in the same situation, nothing would have kept me from your side. If I want you to be an equal partner, then I have to take the good with the bad. If that means you are facing the same danger as me, then that's how it has to be. The room slowly changed around them. A bed grew out of the floor right under the couple. Harry glanced over to see the exact same thing happening to Padma and Neville, forcing Tonks to take a step back as she was casting scans on the couple. The aura then approached their bed. Those two are physically and magically exhausted. I suspect you both are the same. Moody really put you through the mill today. Man's a maniac. Hermione's comment was no more than a mumble. She was exhausted, lying in Harry's arms on a very comfortable bed. The knackered young witch couldn't keep her eyes open. Harry was gently running his fingers through her hair, trying to put into words how he felt. They wouldn't quit. They were dead on their feet, but still wouldn't quit. I should have stopped it. Harry, I almost wet myself pulling my wand on Moody. He's a legend at the Ministry and has been doing this since well before I was born. Mad Eye knows exactly what buttons to push to get people to do what he wants. Stop beating yourself up and just rest, Harry. I'm not going anywhere. An armchair and an occasional table with a tea set already on it appeared. Tonks made herself comfortable as she settled down to wait on them wakening. It was some time later a door appeared in the wall. Tonks was reaching for her wand before realizing she didn't need it. Hogwarts would never let anyone enter who meant them harm. Parvati and Luna would certainly never do that. What happened to them? They're exhausted, Parvati. Nothing more. Moody forgot he was dealing with 4 people barely into their teens. They may act a lot older, but their bodies just can't take the punishment he was dishing out. Shouldn't you be in class? It's dinner time. They missed it, and we were worried. Another pair of chairs appeared, as did a table with dinner for the 3 of them. Both girls checked the couples sleeping on the beds before sitting down to eat. Hogwarts will look after them when they wake. She always looks after her champion and his friends. Parvati knew Luna was right. There was something else to be taken into consideration, though. I hope she's ready to deal with Padma's anger. Her first time sleeping in a bed with Neville, and they're both too exhausted to even know about it, far less enjoy it. Moody wasn't enjoying Amelia's anger. She was ripping him a new one as he tried to justify his actions. They were questioning my authority. You know what needs to be done then? I taught you the drill. What you fail to realize, Alistair, is that you have no authority over them. Between being a Baron, Order of Merlin, First Class, Holder, and a Centurion, Harry probably outranks you. That aside, you forgot you were basically dealing with children. Had you treated my Susan like that, you would currently be missing your balls. Augusta Longbottom might still castrate you next time you meet. Those 4 have just slept for over 15 hours straight after Tonks stopped your lesson. She should never have interrupted. You still don't get it, do you? Those 4 are exceptional students because they share bonds that go beyond friendship. I saw Padma as an 11-year-old after she'd stepped in front of Hermione and deliberately taken a curse to the face to protect her friend. We all watched Tonks' memory of the chamber. These kids would literally die for each other. She was struggling to make the Master Aura see his mistake. That she was losing her temper didn't help. That the 2 couples are blood bonded only exacerbates the problem. You saw their greatest strength as a weakness and tried to break them out of it. Harry would kill you before he would allow that to happen. I don't care what the fucking book says about this situation. We're throwing the book away on this one. It was never written with these 4 in mind anyway. Children their age aren't supposed to be able to do the things they can. I'm guessing there won't be a lesson today then. They won't be taking any lessons today. Remus has already excused them from his class this afternoon. That should hopefully give them enough time to recover for Friday's classes. I haven't officially heard that your services won't be required next week, but I'm pretty certain that will be the case. I still had quite a few things I wanted to teach them. I could pass it on to young Weasley. I suppose he's still gonna be teaching them. Barchoke will want to contact the Pattles and Longbottoms before taking any action. I'm expecting Alice to be on the flue shortly. Moody took that as his cue to leave. Rookwood knew they had to leave the tent. He'd been racking his brain while trying to think of what to do next when his eidetic memory pulled out something that had crossed his desk not long after he'd started working at the ministry. Around the turn of the century, the Muggles had built one of their lighthouses on Flannan Isles in the Outer Hebrides. Their fancy flashing light, though, attracted some unwelcome visitors. A pair of Hebridean blacks soon made short work of the three keepers left there to man the lighthouse. The magical reversal squad had eradicated all traces of what happened, and then warded the island to stop any dragons returning, leaving the Muggles with nothing more than the mystery of their three disappearing keepers. What had jogged his memory was the report that the Muggles had automated the lighthouse, meaning the wards didn't need to be maintained. That's what it might have meant back in the 70s. Today it meant there was a warm, dry structure on an uninhabited island, a structure where they could live undiscovered and in relative comfort while planning their next move. It was time to approach his master with this idea. And thanks for reading. 77. Marvelous Marauders. Harry Crow disclaimer. I am not JKR, nor a professional author. I write as a simple form of escapism and purely for my own enjoyment. I then post those efforts here so others can read my stories for free. For those people who know exactly how to write the perfect Harry Potter story and simply must point out the many reasons why mine isn't it, please do us all a favor and write the thing. Like everyone else on this site, I'm always searching for good stories to read. Chapter 77. When Hermione spied who had arrived with Bill that Saturday morning, there was no stopping her. She was out of her seat and rushing to greet their unexpected visitor. Their friends had all seen this behavior before, but for the rest of the school, seeing a witch hug a goblin and refer to them as father was absolutely shocking. It's good to see you too, my daughter. Are you four recovered? Yes, father. Moody worked us to exhaustion, but there was no other damage. Moody is a warrior, used to working with and training other warriors. In hindsight, it was a mistake to leave your extra training in his hands. That is one of the issues we need to discuss today. The four friends left with Barchoke and Bill, making their way up to the room Hogwarts provided. This time, there were two large sofas facing each other, the room understanding that they needed to talk first. The goblin got the cart rolling. I spoke with Augusta and Amelia, both very much liked the idea of the students who couldn't afford Hogwarts next year receiving sponsorship. Both were very much against those sponsorships interfering with the Potter Scholarship program that is currently running so successfully. I suggested sponsorship from the Lily Potter Foundation, and they agreed. What conditions would you like to set with these sponsorships? As few as possible. Harry knew that controlling the purse strings gave them power over those who were granted the award. It was a power he didn't want hanging over the recipients' heads. We expect all the students to do their best, and any Hogwarts punishment of an agreed-upon severity sees their sponsorship getting reviewed. I don't want to have anything to do with setting the level of severity, and certainly won't have any input into the review procedure. How about Augusta, you and Draco's mum on the panel? That keeps everything separate from the scholarships, yet still has a fair balance. If you counted Barchoke and Narcissa Malfoy as the opposite ends of the spectrum, then the panel was reasonably fair. Bill, though, could sense there was really more going on here than was being said. Harry, why are you pushing this so hard? Edmund Parkinson barred his daughter from the Parkinson family for her own protection. That's not something the prophet just surmised. That left Pansy without a name, but Draco immediately claimed her. The Malfoys, though, won't have the gold to send Pansy to Hogwarts for the remainder of her years here. With this scheme up and running, it gives Draco the option of accepting a sponsorship for Pansy or borrowing the gold from Elspeth Parkinson. The four of us already know what Draco will choose. Neville quickly agreed. He would choose the sponsorship, rather than be beholden to his mate's former family. While Draco knows why Edmund did what he had to, accepting Parkinson gold to put Pansy through Hogwarts would be adding insult to injury. This left Hermione comically shaking her head. Pure bloods and goblins. One day I might figure out which set of politics is crazier. Her mate joked right back at her. Oh, and having a head of the country who's not really the head, but everyone still bows to isn't crazy. The Muggles have a queen who rules over the country, but can't say anything unless her government tells her to. Now that's just plain crazy. Padma and Neville were waiting on the punchline. When it never came, they had to agree with Harry on this one. Barchoke got the meeting back on track. After Amelia and the Longbottoms had calmed down somewhat, all admitted the problem with Moody should have been foreseen. He trained Amelia, Alice, and Frank, so they were well aware of his methods. I can't really have my assistant ambassador spending 4 days a week at Hogwarts, so Amelia is going to provide a senior aura starting next Wednesday. He's actually going to come tomorrow and watch your session with the 4 boys. Give him some kind of idea what level to pitch your training at. Harry knew what he was about to say would be controversial, but still felt he needed to mention it. If we're serious about taking down Voldemort, then Master Aura Moody has knowledge we really need. I don't think any of us can dispute that. It's just his methods of imparting that knowledge we object to. His mate was learning not to charge blazing into an argument before checking her facts. Hermione held her temper as she questioned what Harry was proposing. Just what are you suggesting? I really don't think he's going to change the way he teaches, and I'm certainly not prepared to be worked into the ground every time he feels the need to prove a point. I know he was right, just as I know I'll probably do the exact same thing again when you're in danger. Having me practically dying on my feet as a form of punishment isn't going to change that. After having said her piece, Hermione then gave them some information she hadn't mentioned before. From the slight depression Tonks and I were standing in, neither of us would have been able to provide covering fire for the last half of your charge. We were too low down for our curses to pass over the warriors and still hit the Death Eaters. This news upset her best friend. Why didn't you say so to Mad-Eye? That sounds like good tactical reasoning to me, something he was always shouting at us about. Sorry, Padma. It might have prevented what happened the other day, but it just sounded like an excuse to me. We all know I was going to charge, along with Harry, so I accepted the criticism. It's Moody's idea of punishment that I have a problem with. Harry had his arm round Hermione as he offered a compromise to the group. What if we had a lesson from Master Aura Moody once a month, with Aura Tonks in the room with us? Would that be something we could give a try? Steadying influence of the quartet offered his opinion. We know Tonks will look out for us. She'll certainly curb Moody's more fanatical tendencies. I like the idea, but could we treat it a month at a time? Let's have another lesson at the end of January and see how that goes before mentioning February. Neville's idea found agreement amongst the group. They were in effect only committing themselves to one more lesson, and Tonks would be there with them. They certainly trusted her far more than they did Mad-Eye. Barchoke had one more bit of news for them before heading off to meet with Augusta. They wanted the sponsorship deal launched as quickly as possible. Despite not imposing major conditions to the sponsorship, any parents of students that qualified would know this life-changing finance could just as easily be withdrawn. They wouldn't be slow in passing that information on to their children currently inside the castle. That should help ease the tension currently felt in Hogwarts, as some students didn't know if they would be returning to the castle come September. The goblin's smile told everyone what he had to say was good news. The director really couldn't be more pleased with the way things unfolded that night. Pictures of wizards, witches, and warriors fighting side by side against a common foe has electrified the nation. The squad commander's memory of the event makes for compulsive viewing, that our side survived unscathed while our enemies were crushed, could see songs written about that battle. There will be awards presented by a very grateful nation to all those goblins and friends of the nation who took part that night. I would like to do something for the warriors who protected Hermione. Already done, son. I sent the squad 2 kegs of the finest grog I could find for looking after our girl. You might actually find yourself seeing another girl soon. This news has generated a flood of applications from goblins wishing to come and work in Britain. Goldskin was one of them. Sapphire's coming home. It certainly looks that way. I think you'll have a visitor over the summer. She loved her time in Kingassy last year. Hermione was as excited about that news as her mate. She's welcome any time. We all know our holidays abroad this summer are dependent on the Granger and Black babies, but with the new pool going in at the house, We can still have a lot of fun there. Barchoke didn't think he could be prouder of his daughter than she would say or do something to prove him wrong. Master Pitsley had her comments from Hogwarts all over Gringotts, pleasing the director no end. Now she was proposing to swim in the same pool as a goblin and treating the event as nothing special. Was it any wonder their nation had taken this witch to their hearts? With that settled, the goblin left to see Augusta and allow them to get on with their lesson. Sunday's lesson saw them being joined by their potential new tutor, Senior Aura Shacklebolt. All four thought he was a colorful character. That color appeared to be emphasized more by the fact his skin was as black as Hermione's familiar. The rich color and ethnic design of his robes were obviously African in origin, as was the brimless hat that was perched on his head. His earring had Neville once more thinking it would be cool to have the same done. Bill Weasley had one too. The Aura's voice was deep but warm and friendly. There was no dramatic entrance from Shacklebolt. While Kingsley was amazed at the room they would be training in, he was astonished at what these students could accomplish. The four older boys would easily ace their OWL this summer, yet still got their RCs handed to them by the four younger students he was now going to train. The director had told him exactly why Mad-Eye was no longer teaching these four, and just by observing them during the lesson, Kingsley knew Madam Bones was spot on. They reminded him of auras who had been partners for years, appearing to know what the others were going to do in any given situation, and also trusting them implicitly. This was something that should certainly be nurtured and encouraged, not ripped apart to establish a command structure they didn't seem to need. He had been in the chamber when they'd shown Tonk's memory of that fight against the basilisk that had impressed the hell out of him. Kingsley knew he could have hand-picked any three auras, and dropping them into the same situation, they would have struggled to do as well as these four teens against that giant creature. That they weren't even teens at the time just made the entire incident all the more remarkable. Training these four was something that was going to be a challenge. It was a challenge Kingsley was looking forward to. Crow's Marauders were enjoying their dueling challenge. They were in teams of four, and using everything they had learned so far to try and defeat their opponents. They had established the four top teams on the night when Harry called a halt and had them sit. Normally, as you all know, we would play the duels out to a finish tonight. We've had a request, though, a request we're now going to put to you. There has been an apprehensive atmosphere developing throughout the castle ever since we all returned from the Christmas holidays. It's hoped we can perhaps lift that spirit and also help satisfy some curiosity about what we do here every week. The proposition is that the semi-finals and then the two winners fight it out in front of the school on Friday night. What do you think? The questions came thick and fast, and all were answered. The fights would be in this room, with the terrain similar to what they were used to dealing with. All the usual rules would apply, and the first years would be given the same offer tomorrow night. The clincher, though, was when Sirius mentioned that the four trainers from Crow's Marauders would be taking on the quartet of fifth-year trainers from the other Marauders. Who would want to miss that? Harry, though, had a final warning for the four teams who had just agreed to compete in front of the entire school. I expect everyone to do their best on Friday. What I don't want is the fact that there will be an audience watching to affect how you behave. We've done this often enough to know that three of the teams must lose, and the winners will be gracious to their opponents. All quickly agreed to that. Boasting usually saw you getting your ass kicked the following week. The teams were constantly shuffled to stop any rivalries developing and any one team dominating. The four teams that would be competing on Friday all knew they had a chance. It was no accident they were evenly matched. News like that was never going to be kept quiet. By breakfast time, the entire castle knew about it. Since each house had at least 3 second years involved, with the first years being determined tonight, all were looking forward to Friday. Any pressure the older students tried to put on their young housemates was instantly rebuffed. There was no house honor at stake here since the teams were all mixed. Roger, though, was taking a bit of good-natured ribbing at the Ravenclaw table. Aren't you worried that the whole school is going to see you getting your ass kicked? Oh, I'd hate to be in your shoes. He wasn't bothered in the slightest. Can I just point out that these four defeated a basilisk and kicked Voldemort's ass again? Then there's the fact that my extra training and the experience gained from fighting against 4 orders of Merlin, first-class holders, should stand me in excellent stead for my defense practical exams in May. If we get beaten on Friday, it won't be the first time, nor the last, but we're learning more and more all the time. I'm actually more worried about our marauders. Imagine having to perform with the whole school watching when you're still in first year. Now that is pressure. The first-year Ravenclaws very quickly confirmed they were looking forward to it. Their friends always shouted encouragement every time they fought anyway. They were learning to tune that out and concentrate on what they needed to do. Uo dinner that Friday certainly saw an improved atmosphere inside the castle. The school was buzzing with excitement. Augusta had actually invited Amelia to dinner, and of course to see the fights. The director of magical law enforcement was looking forward to watching the young students perform. She was also looking forward to seeing Susan work with them. Apart from the two club staff sponsors, the students would actually be running the entire event tonight. It was two other students, though, who caught Minerva's eye. There were some members of staff who thought she'd lost her mind by giving Fred and George Weasley prefect badges. Minerva was certainly enjoying proving them wrong on all counts. The twins were idolized by her first-year lions, and school discipline had never been better. She would also freely admit Cedric and Roger enjoyed the same status in their own houses, and were doing just as good a job. The difference was, though, that neither of them came with the previous baggage that the Weasley twins did. Ever since they started taking potions lessons from Master Pitsley, both had turned over a new leaf and blasted through their potions, OWL, with outstandings, a whole year early, too. Minerva had seen them work with Crow's marauders last year. She was really looking forward to what was going to happen tonight. The entire school was in for a treat and appeared to know that. The atmosphere inside the hall was similar to that before a Quidditch match, except there were no house rivalries to spoil anyone's enjoyment. Their house might not win, but they wouldn't be beaten either. The room opened to a large space in the middle, surrounded on every side by spectator grandstands. There were seats set aside for each year's marauders at opposite ends of the open space, and that's where the teams who would be competing headed, along with their tutors and staff sponsor. As the first years were opening the event, Crow's marauders got to sit and watch the first bout before they would need to get ready. When their lesson got to the semi-final stage, each pair of tutors would take responsibility for one of the four teams. They would carry out the safety checks while discussing tactics before the fight. Afterwards, win or lose, they would sit and go over what worked and what went wrong. Harry watched as Cedric and Morag got their team of four ready to compete, delighted to see Natalie in the team. They would be facing off against a team mentored by George and Draco, a daunting prospect. As each team took to opposite ends of the open area, the room as usual came into play. The floor shifted to become a terrain that each team only had 30 seconds to form their tactics around before the fight would start. Henrika had been explaining every move to their captivated audience, even the need for the dueling robes and protective headgear. The idea was to help the students learn how to fight, not to get them injured. That each team of first years now stood there trying to adapt the plans they had made with their mentors to the new situation impressed those watching before a spell was cast. Their staff sponsor explaining that the room would alter the setup differently for every fight, and they had no idea what they would be facing, was also an impressive piece of magic on Hogwarts' part. The arena had a scattering of large boulders and parts of walls here and there. When Henrika called, "Fight," all 8 students competing dived for cover before firing a spell. Trying a rush too far saw one of George Draco's team hit with 2 of 3 spells fired right from the off. The accuracy needed to do that was not lost on the now captivated audience. The second those teams stepped forward to compete, they were on their own. This was to try and get them to think for themselves. Now having a numerical advantage saw Cedric/Morag's team take the initiative. 3 members would be firing, while the 4th made their way forward to the next piece of cover. They would then open up at a target and allow another member of the team freedom to move to a better position. The trio knew if they didn't act soon they would be outflanked and then picked off. In a hastily planned move, one of them made a dash for another piece of cover. This move drew all 4 of their opponents' wands, just as they'd hoped. The remaining 2 members of the team stood and took aim at those firing at the easier target, both hitting their mark. As the decoy's shield withstood 4 hits before succumbing, the teams were now locked at 2 apiece. The crowd were now loving this. Yes, the spells being cast weren't really powerful, but they had never expected that from first years. The accuracy of those spells and the whole tactical side of the contest was enthralling. Considering their favorite games were Quidditch and wizarding chess, seeing the tactical side of this battle was something the audience really appreciated. Natalie found herself alone when her remaining teammate got hit on his protective headgear when trying to get a spell off of his own. She fought on bravely, managing to take out one of her foes before getting hit herself. Those hit during the fight knew to stay down until the contest was over. The arena once more becoming a flat floor was the signal for that, a signal that was greeted with tumultuous applause. Amelia was sitting between Minerva and Augusta while trying to put what she just witnessed into context. Now I understand why every one of those students stood ready that night. If this is what the first years are capable of, I can hardly wait to see the older students perform. This had Augusta smiling at her old friend. You know the best part, their mentors are now sitting down with them and going over every move they made. They'll be accentuating the positive while highlighting their mistakes, all in the hope of making sure those mistakes get less and less. They do this at the end of every lesson, and that's just how they're treating tonight. As the second semi-final got underway, the first two teams from Crow's Marauders were getting prepared for their bout. Harry Daphne's team were up against the one being mentored by Padma Terry. Harry had Ginny in their team, and she'd managed to control her blush any time she was near him. It was soon back, though, when Harry asked who was the leader, and the other three all looked at the redhead. Remember, your minds are your best weapons. Trying for too much from the off almost cost that last team the match. Only their inexperience saw all four falling for that move, something that won't happen again if their tutors have anything to say about it. Just play to your strengths and keep doing the things that got you this far. The cheering indicated the second match was over, with the team being mentored by Roger and Hannah making it through. Harry was pleased to see there was little celebrating amongst the contestants. They helped each other off the floor and headed for their mentors to talk the fight over. Sirius then came forward to address the crowd. I don't know about anyone else sitting here, but I certainly couldn't fight like that when I was in first year. This was met with a roar of approval and applause for those who had just fought. Now, things are slightly different for the second years. They have an extra year of magical growth and training under their belts, therefore they are expected to dodge or shield more. Their arenas will usually have a lot less cover, making any that is there all the more valuable. Teams to your marks, your 30 seconds will start after the room reveals its form. Occasionally, the room's form would dictate the tactics required. This was one such time. Apart from a few large boulders, a section of wall in the middle of the space dominated the fighting arena. When time was called, Padma Terry's team all raced toward the wall. Ginny and one of their team headed left, while the other two broke right. By the time the four reached the wall, they realized what the other team was up to and opened fire with everything they had. They managed to bring down one member before finding themselves outflanked. The wall that had seemed such an advantage beforehand was now a liability. Their movement was severely restricted as they were stuck with it at their backs. The team of three were utilizing whatever cover was available while they poured spells into the group with their backs against the wall. Ginny's team eventually won, but even then it was close. They had last man standing though, which, under the rules they were fighting with, saw them through to the final. Again the applause was thunderous, and again there was a lot on display to earn that applause. Their movement, rate of casting and accuracy of those same spells was unbelievable for second years. Amelia couldn't think when the future of their community had ever looked brighter. Here were children from all four houses working together to overcome problems they had been set. That this was a voluntary club with a 100% attendance from their targeted students, just made this all the more remarkable. She watched as Susan and Neville got their team ready to compete, and then cheered as loud as anyone when their team won. Henrika then stepped forward and once more restored order. Our first years are just as excited as you after watching that last match. They are now all thinking that will be them this time next year and can't wait. Calling the two teams competing in the final to their marks, she started the 30-second countdown as the room revealed its form. The final was cheered from the first spell cast right up until the last, and the entire school were on their feet by then. The winning team received slabs of Honeyduke's finest chocolate, and no one missed that. After a quick chat with their mentors, the chocolate was shared around as the 16 looked forward to the second-year final. That the team Susan, along with Neville, had been mentoring won their final saw Amelia shouting like a first year whose house had just won the Quidditch Cup. She was immensely proud of her niece and could easily see the confidence she was gaining from this. Susan had told her the aim was they would have a Marauders Club of their own this September, and Amelia wholeheartedly approved of that. She was now thinking the Marauders Clubs were playing an even more pivotal role in making Hogwarts a school to be proud of than the Potter scholarships. It would be fair to say that the next match was the one they had all been waiting on. This in no way diminished their appreciation or enjoyment of what had gone before. It was just the audience expected this fight to be in a different league. Having witnessed Harry fight in the pit against 4 opponents, Amelia already knew he was in a league all off his own. It would be the other 3 the focus of her attention would be on tonight. As usual, it was Fred and George who came up with a plan. Since neither Cedric or Roger had anything better, they decided to give it a try. Their arena, as expected, had very little cover. When Sirius called, "Fight," all 4 cast the Starburst charm. They had their eyes tightly closed as they cast. On opening them a few seconds later, they saw nothing. That wasn't quite true. They could see the arena, and also that the dueling shield had turned opaque for a few seconds to protect the spectators. It was just their opponents who were nowhere in sight. Oh shit, it's hard enough to fight these 4 when we can see them. Any more bright ideas? That Roger had slipped into sarcasm mode told the other 3 he was worried. As they all felt the same, it really wasn't necessary to decipher his mood. Cedric cast Aquamenti and began spraying water everywhere. The other 3 soon followed his lead. Water sprayed off a disillusioned figure, and the spells were soon raining down on a now-wet Padma. She was shielding and dodging the spells from Fred and George, while Cedric and Roger prepared themselves for the intervention of the other 3. They didn't have long to wait. Neville and Hermione had gotten so close to both Weasleys that there was no time for them to react to their stunners, other than to fall unconscious on the wet floor. Harry had engaged Cedric and Roger, stopping them from interfering in the takedown of the twins. The pair of prefects were now outnumbered when the other 3 switched their attention in their direction. Ravenclaw may have just watched Roger being handed his arse, although were honest enough to admit they couldn't have done any better or even as well. His defenses were awesome, but after Cedric fell, the outcome was inevitable. The quartet of third years were relentless and moved as one. Their accuracy, speed of casting, and sheer power behind those spells appeared easily NEWT level. The team of prefects never really had a chance. All 4 were revived and realized the noise wasn't anything to do with lingering spell damage. The spectators were cheering like mad. The teams shook hands and Harry had a quiet word. "Thanks, guys, seeing that should discourage any disgruntled students who were thinking about having a go at us. Does anyone else feel we've just been used like dueling dummies? That's because you are a dummy. I told you that idea wouldn't work." "My idea. It was you who came up with it." The twins felt a hand settle on each of their shoulders. "Don't worry about it, guys. The Halloween of their second year, they took down Mooney and me. You're in good company. Speaking of which, he's going to take over from Henrika as your staff sponsor at the end of the month. I don't want her overdoing it. She wants to teach as long as possible, but there aren't usually spells flying about in her history class. All would be sorry to see her stop, but they understood serious reasoning behind it. Remus was also a very capable understudy. Fred now had a gleam in his eye. We now have both sets of Marauders with an original Marauder as a staff sponsor. Cool. As the spectators left the room, the entire school knew the evening had been a great success. Even Flint understood the message this demonstration had just given out. There was now not a hope in hell of him being able to recruit anyone inside Hogwarts to extract retribution for what happened at New Year. That was a very powerful back-off everyone had just witnessed. Ooh, the Grand Hall in Gringotts was packed to capacity with people wanting to witness the awards ceremony. Only the first couple of rows were still waiting to be filled, and those seats were reserved for family. They had brought Parvati and Luna with them from Hogwarts, meeting their families in an anteroom that also held the warriors and their families too. After his hugs from Emma, Smeeta, and Alice, Harry made a point of approaching every warrior and thanking them for their assistance that night. All knew what was really being said, and while the warriors didn't think it was necessary, they appreciated the gesture. Barchoke then arrived with a young female goblin who proceeded to attempt to hug all 6 of her friends at the same time. Seeing this for themselves meant more to the warriors than their centurion's thanks. Here was something worth fighting for. A young goblin being treated as an equal by her witch and wizard peers. That this was then followed by the centurion's mate embracing Ambassador Barchoke and calling him father had them standing proud that they had protected this extraordinary witch that night as she fought alongside them. All the families were soon led away to fill those reserved seats at the front of the hall. The trio of friends had been unsure how to dress for this occasion. Harry was, of course, in his centurion dress uniform. Barchoke had suggested their dueling robes, since they were receiving an award for bravery in battle. All 4 were required to wear their Orders of Merlin, first class, and had them clearly displayed. The entire group then followed the director and his entourage into the grand hall. Over 1,000 people greeted them with applause and much banging of weapons on shields from the warrior guards. Harry had asked that the warriors be the main focus of the ceremony, so he followed them in, with Hermione on his arm and Neville, with Padma also on her mate's arm, right behind them. The director now addressed the audience. We are all here today to partake in a ceremony that hasn't been seen inside the London branch of Gringotts for generations. To be awarded for bravery in battle is a great honor. I want you to witness the squad commander's memory of this event and see for yourselves that these awards were truly earned. Harry's attention immediately switched to his family. They had no idea this was going to happen, and he was worried about Emma's reaction to watching it. Dan was already holding her hand, and Luna silently took her other one. Sapphire had Luna's spare hand and reached out for Parvati. In a matter of seconds, all of the family were joining hands, determined to face this ordeal together. They knew what they had faced inside Bones Manor, but here they were going to witness what their children, siblings, or best friends had to deal with. Every goblin had weapons training and studied at least basic tactics on how best to use those weapons. All could immediately see the trouble their squad of warriors had portkeyed into. They were faced with a group of at least equal size, but the enemy had a longer reach and were behind cover, handing them a huge advantage that many warriors would perish in trying to overturn. Then, out of nowhere, a very powerful spell blasted the enemy's leader deep into the woods as a command rang out loud and clear into the night. Warriors to me, warriors to me. The roar that came from 1,000 throats was a pure organic outcry of relief and joy as their centurion led the charge while pouring spells into the enemy. That his mate and aura guard were mere seconds behind started to swing the battle back more in their favor. There was also a large outswelling of pride as the warriors acted as one unit and swallowed both females up to offer them protection, neither which let this maneuver affect the rate at which they continued to fire spells into the enemy ranks. Harry cringed as the 3 killing curses were zooming toward him in the memory. This was accompanied by screams that were distinctly female and certainly human in origin. He knew there would be questions on that to be answered later. The battle was still delicately balanced until spells started flying over the warriors' heads. Turning, the squad commander's memory showed Neville and Padma running as fast as they could while pouring spells into their foe. Both now ran every morning and were easily outstripping the other members of their company as they charged to aid their friends. The cheering reached a new level of intensity as all watching could now see the battle had just swung in their favor. When half their enemy then disappeared, it soon became a slaughter. The memory showed Centurion Crow jumping into the woods with his blades flashing before the group commander had to concentrate on his own fight. His shield knocked the wand aside before his battle axe sliced right through the arm and also the Death Eater's leg. The warrior spun around looking for more foes, but the battle was already over. He shouted orders to establish a perimeter, and the memory ended with the warriors cheering the 4 teenagers holding on to each other in the middle of the carnage. The director let the crowd go. He knew the spectators would need to get this out their systems before he could hope to proceed with the ceremony. The group awaiting their awards was standing in a column that stretched halfway back up the aisle. They were now the focus for all the cheering and jubilation. Ragnar eventually raised his battle axe, and there was silence once more. As our customs dictate, I must now ask everyone present if they would like to challenge any of these awards. The silence this time was total, a mark of respect to those about to be honored here today. As Ragnar lowered his great axe, cheers once more rang out. Only when 4 centurions made their way forward with the awards did the celebrations halt, for now. The warriors stepped forward in pairs to have the director attach their awards to their tunics before splitting alternatively right or left. The 4 friends eventually found themselves wearing their new awards in the middle of the line of warriors, the twinkle in Ragnar's eye telling them he had more to say. The battle was ours that night because everyone played their part. That is why the decision was taken to make all these awards the same. I feel I must point out, though, that not only are the 4 teenagers here the youngest ever recipients of this award, they are the only 4 people in history ever to hold this award, along with their Orders of Merlin, first class. Their intervention that night was the reason our victory was such a resounding one, and for that they have my, and the nation's, gratitude. This resulted in even louder cheering before Ragnar led them out to the real celebration, a massive party in honor of the 24 heroes. Harry found himself surrounded by witches and a female goblin, all who had tears in their eyes. He was relieved to see Emma wasn't upset, but that relief was short-lived. Okay, I'm obviously missing something here. Why is everyone so upset with that memory? It was left to Smeeta to answer Emma's question. Those green spells were the killing curse. You can't shield against it, and if it hits any part of your body, the curse lives up to its name, you're dead. Only one person has ever been hit with it and lived. He was only a baby at the time. Harry, we all saw that curse hit. How are you standing here? It hit my shield, Luna. The curse shattered it and nearly broke my arm, but that was all. Emma was now fiercely hugging Harry, glad she didn't know that fact when she watched the memory. It was Barchok who rescued his son. We're here for a party, and to celebrate, we're all still here and able to party. You have my assurance no Death Eaters will be crashing into this one. As usual, it was Padma who summed the situation up rather well. There are hardly enough Death Eaters left to pull a Christmas cracker. I don't think they'll be crashing any parties again for a long time. The image of that tent Voldemort had been living and appearing on the front page of the Prophet had totally destroyed what little credibility he had left amongst his pureblood supporters, not even the poorest of whom would ever consider a piece of canvas, manufactured by Muggles, to be suitable accommodation. Ooh, the small accommodation block attached to the lighthouse was perfect for their needs. A few cleaning and repair charms soon had the place not only livable but comfortable. An abundance of rabbits and a sea full of fish also ensured they wouldn't go hungry. Their master's leg was recovering, but he would be left with a limp until they could get their hands on a healer and the appropriate potions. Not everything was going so smoothly, though. Bella's temper appeared to be growing to match her now expanding waistline. What was the point of escaping one island prison only to find ourselves virtually prisoners on another piece of rock? This wasn't what I had in mind when I agreed to leave Azkaban with you. Bella, this isn't a prison, it's our base of operations. From here we can plan how to make all those bastards pay for turning their backs on our master. What good is planning if we never do anything about it? This isn't a base, it's a hideout. We're hiding here like those frightened rabbits you're so fond of cooking. We need to strike back, make the bastards fear us again. They won't do that with us stuck here in the middle of bloody nowhere. They'll just forget all about us because we don't matter anymore. Even the dragons now leave this bit of rock alone. It's not worth their time. If they're smart enough to figure out there's bugger all of any worth here, why can't you? Voldemort limped into the room, and the argument. You are both correct. Augustus has provided us with a fine base from which to launch our attacks. Bella, you too are correct. We must respond or all is already lost. Our reaction must be big, though. Big, brutal, and strike right at their hearts. Otherwise, we will be relegated to the rollers of mere criminals. That is not something I am prepared to accept. The mere mention of striking back was enough to placate Bella's mood. Fear gripped Augustus, though at his master's next words. Hogwarts traditionally holds its Hogsmeade weekends around the time of Valentine's Day. That will be our signal to strike. Master, forgive my interruption, but they will be expecting us then. And that is why we will strike. After all, it wouldn't do to disappoint them. Augustus knew that further argument would be putting his own life in danger. Their master had made his decision, and nothing was going to change that. His mate, though, appeared ecstatic. Bella's hormones didn't have her craving unusual food in sickening combinations that was far too tame for the former Mrs. Lestrange. She wanted to see blood spilt, with preferably her being the one who was doing the spilling. It was now apparent she was soon going to get that opportunity. And thanks for reading. 78. Death and Destruction. Harry Crow disclaimer. I write purely for my own enjoyment, making no money from this venture, and claim only my imagination as my own. I always strive to be original, but given the amount of HP fanfiction out there, almost everything has probably been done before. Chapter 78. Hermione was finding it hard to believe she could be sitting surrounded by friends, and yet still feel a touch of loneliness. She knew exactly why that was, though. Harry was again patrolling Hogsmeade before the students headed down to the village after breakfast. With Voldemort once more on the loose, there would be no lunch with her mate either. Both he and Tonks had extra people under them, as everyone knew this would be a prime target over the weekend. The Ministry was caught between a rock and a hard place in that they insisted on calling the trio criminals. To then cancel a Hogsmeade weekend at Hogwarts because there were 3 criminals on the loose sent all the wrong signals about whether the Ministry could protect the magical community. Their answer was to flood the village with auras and goblin warriors. The top priority was to protect the students and keep the village safe. Should Voldemort, Lestrange, and Rookwood attack, they would find themselves facing odds of over 30 to 1. She just missed having Harry beside her, and had even considered staying in the castle with Luna. The rest of her friends were having none of that. Padma soon put her straight while they had walked down to the great hall for breakfast. Hermione, the village will be crawling with auras and warriors. No one will be sneaking off for any alone time as a couple. We will be staying in as big a group as possible, and I want you there. How else are you going to race to Harry's side if they do attack? After that, she really couldn't say no. She really couldn't miss Irgit either, as the beautiful white owl swooped down and gracefully landed right in front of her. Hello, girl, is that for me? The owl was ready to give an indignant bark. Did this human think she would deliver something to the wrong person? The sight of that human reaching for a piece of bacon changed that indignation into a nod and a bark of delight. Hermione fed Irgit a rasher of bacon before removing her gift, a single red rose with a card that proclaimed, "Missing you too." With a smile now back on her face, Roger just couldn't resist teasing. Even when Harry's not here, he still manages to make the rest of us look bad. He does know that Valentine's Day isn't until Monday. After the disaster in our first year, you can bet he knows when it is. This is just to say sorry because he's on duty all weekend. He is a centurion after all. Since he kicks our arses every week in our extra lesson, it's kinda hard to forget. Surely Voldemort won't be stupid enough to attack Hogsmeade over the weekend. That was Padma's cue to butt in. He was stupid enough to attack Amelia's New Year part. Okay, he didn't know there was a party being held there, but the same reasoning might apply here too. What if he doesn't know Hogsmeade is full of auras and warriors? Hermione soon put a stop to that line of thought. Then he's in for a really big surprise, and it will be their last attack. Bella was concealed up in the hills around Hogwarts. Her mate had been insistent they shouldn't be surprised again. She couldn't really see a lot of detail. Augustus again, insisting that she was far enough away that there would be no danger of her being detected. Her hand was resting on her growing midriff as she spoke. Our big, strong wizard worries so about us, little one. Your father is a good man, my son, not like that weak bastard I was forced to marry. He uses that beautiful mind of his to keep us safe. Today, I'll need my wand to do the same. Mummy and Daddy are fighting to make this work a better place for their beautiful boy to grow up in. If we have to kill half these bastards to do so, then that's the way it has to be. She stopped speaking, as even from this distance, the sight of students beginning to make their way from the castle to Hogsmeade was unmistakable. Bella had gotten what she came for, confirmation this was a Hogsmeade weekend for the students of Hogwarts. Her mate had argued this was something they needed to know. Their master had gone along with that, knowing confirmation would be the signal for their attack. Bella didn't need to see any more. It was time to return and give that signal. It was time to announce they wouldn't just fade quietly away. The war was still on, and Bella just couldn't wait to be in the thick of it. Hermione was again surrounded by friends, but in all honesty, she just couldn't wait for today to be over. She was finding it hard to enjoy herself, knowing that warriors and auras were putting their lives on the line, specifically so they could visit Hogsmeade. She may understand the thinking behind this, but that didn't mean she had to like it. The fact that Harry was one of those lives might have played a large part in forming that opinion, though. All around the village, the tension was visible on the faces of their protectors. The threat of attack today was a very real one. Most of the third years stuck together, going for a safety in numbers approach. Those who could speak, Goblin clearly heard the shout that went up. Warriors to me, warriors to me. Even those who couldn't understand what was being shouted recognized who was doing the shouting, Harry. Wands were drawn as their peaceful afternoon in Hogsmeade appeared to be about to come to an abrupt end. With Andrew on duty in Hogsmeade, Director Bones having cancelled all Aura leave this weekend, Deborah had taken Danielle to visit Diagon Alley. The Dugan girls were having a witch's day out, something the young mother knew she would enjoy more as her daughter got older. Still, Danielle was enjoying herself at the moment. What 4-year-old doesn't like ice cream? And Fortescue's was simply the best. Their enjoyment, though, was soon ruined by the arrival of 3 figures dressed in black portkeying directly into the alley. Deborah certainly got a good look at a pregnant Bellatrix Lestrange as she cast a curse directly at her and Danielle. Time seemed to slow as the curse sped toward them. It was with mounting horror the mother began to realize she wouldn't be able to reach across the table in time to push Danielle to safety. That horror changed to amazement as the curse impacted on wards. Florian himself came rushing out and started ushering his customers inside. I have goblin wards protecting my shop. Get inside where you won't be seen. Hearing this, as Florian was shouting to those occupying the few tables he had outside his shop, people who'd been on the street raced toward the ice cream parlor while trying to dodge spells from a now enraged Lestrange. Voldemort had opened with some heavy magic, his intention being to cause structural damage, while his 2 servants killed everyone they could get their wands on. His first spell blasted apart the front of the apothecary, while his second started an inferno inside. The Owl Emporium suffered the same fate, but Madame Malkin's absorbed his first curse. Those blasted goblin wards were interfering with his plans again. With Flourish and Bart's quality Quidditch supplies, and even the ice cream parlor protected, this severely dented their ambitions. Not only were these buildings able to resist his attacks, they were providing safe havens for those originally caught out on the street. The snarls coming from Bella were those of frustration. Yes, she'd killed, but these people weren't supposed to be able to escape from her wand. As a witch on fire ran from the Owl Emporium, a cutting curse severed one of her legs clean off while hacking deeply into her other. Let her lie on the cobbles and burn. This was more like it. Bella scanned the alley, eagerly looking for her next victim. Her mate was covering the other side of the alley. Augustus was being restricted to a few kills in the initial panic. That was before people realized there were oases of life-saving safety dotted along the alley. He knew it wouldn't be long before that initial panic passed, and they started facing resistance. With them out in the open too, they would have no other option but to then retreat. This was not how this raid was supposed to go. Their supposed carnage was looking more and more like a few buildings being destroyed, with the death toll being kept to single figures. Voldemort was not happy. As a squad of goblin warriors charged down the steps of Gringotts, he unleashed a powerful curse right into the center of their formation, blowing a large hole in their line as warriors flew through the air like skittles. Here were the targets she craved, targets Bella was more than happy to accept as a gift. As her master knocked them down, she would kill the beasts as they hit the ground. Bella only managed one spell, though before she was suddenly having to defend for their very lives. Deborah was observing the scene unfold from the door of the ice cream parlor, watching as those brave goblins were blasted like that saw something deep inside her snap. Only the bravery of another goblin saw her, and Danielle survive a previous Death Eater attack inside the ministry. She couldn't just stand here and watch as they were slaughtered. Her wand was in her hand, and a curse fired before Deborah had time to think about it. This became the signal for those sheltering behind goblin wards in premises darted along the alley to do the same. Curses were soon raining down on the trio of attackers. A group of 8 auras raced from the leaky cauldron to join the fight, but when Centurion Crow led another squad of warriors in a charge down the steps of Gringotts, the 3 knew it was past time to return to their lighthouse. They didn't even manage a farewell volley of curses, as all 3 were now having to concentrate on defending themselves. Voldemort barely had time to cast Morsemortar before being forced to flee. There was no cheering, as the trio was left with no option but to retreat with their tails between their legs. Diagon Alley was engulfed in flames and smoke, with the cries of terrified animals coming from the Owl Emporium adding a terrible soundtrack to what was already a horrific scene. The still burning body lying in front of the destroyed building was now silent in death. Witches and wizards were emerging from the protected establishments to help fight the burning buildings dotted in between their protected havens, while the auras were checking those who had been hit by spells. There were bodies lying unmoving up and down the alley. The warriors were ferrying their injured back inside Gringotts when floods of people began arriving in the alley. Tonks had seen Harry collect a squad of warriors and disappear. She had immediately raced for the nearest flue. They had communication procedures set up and emergency aid on standby. Hearing that it was actually Diagon Alley that had been attacked saw her grab a dozen auras and direct them into the flue. She also set off the signal to order the evacuation of the students back to the castle, only to then find Hermione right by her side. Rather than argue, both followed the auras through the flue to the leaky cauldron. Amelia had also arrived in the alley, only to be halted by the carnage that she faced. Pushing her horror aside, she began to get the situation under control. The healer teams that arrived directly behind her helped restore that control as the injured now had somewhere to go. Harry offered the bank as a triage area, an offer Amelia quickly accepted. The extra wands, though, soon made light work of the remaining burning buildings. If you were to take a photograph of Diagon Alley at that particular moment, a better endorsement of goblin wards would be hard to imagine. Burned-out shells were side by side with buildings that had suffered no damage whatsoever and had also protected their staff and customers. Harry eventually spotted Hermione with another 2 people they both knew. He quickly made his way over there. Danielle was sitting on Hermione's knee and saw Harry first. Her yell of greeting alerted her mother and Hermione. "Harry, you are all golden." Harry activated his armor for the curious little witch. If she was paying attention to that, then she wouldn't be looking outside. Yes, all Centurions can do that. The little witch looked to her mother for help. "Is that the same as Daddy? Both fight the bad wizards and witches." "Yes, love, both fight the bad wizards and witches. It's nice to see you again, Harry, apart from the circumstances. That bitch Lestrain fired a curse right at us, but your people saved the Dugan girls again. Those wards of yours saved a lot of lives today, including ours." Florian himself came forward to thank Harry for the nation's wards. There were those among us who thought these wards were a waste of gold, even with Gringotts offering businesses the chance to pay for them over a 10-year period. Without those wards, we would be looking at a disaster today. They saved many lives as well as livelihoods. Mulpepper has spent decades building up his apothecary. He probably went up in flames with it today. Can you imagine the impact if they'd hit Ollivanders? These business owners were short-sighted and foolish in their choices. No blame can be attached to Gringotts for their failings, quite the opposite. Florian Fortescue was a well-liked and influential figure on Diagon Alley. His opinion carried weight. That there were people in his shop who survived purely because of his foresight in having those wards installed certainly added to that influence. Deborah lifted Danielle off Hermione, allowing the 2 teens to hug. "I'm assuming Father sent the recall signal." "Yes. As soon as the first set of wards were attacked, he realized what was happening. We had a squad of warriors on standby in case they were needed in Hogsmeade. They charged out of Gringotts and straight at Voldemort. They took heavy casualties. By the time I got here, the attack was all but over. Voldemort and his pair of Death Eaters must have had portkeys." "How did you get here?" I flewed along with Tonks. She sent the evacuation warning before flewing to the leaky cauldron. Once I saw you were fine, I tried to stay out of the way and let you do your job. I just couldn't sit in Hogwarts and not know that you were okay. I'll head into Gringotts and wait in the apartment for you. Barchoke had been looking for his son. He was surprised to find his daughter there too. Hermione was greeting her father as she normally would, but little Danielle wanted in on the act too. She well remembered the little man who had saved her and Mummy on her birthday. Those watching smiled as the child hugged this goblin. Harry, though, had something to add. Father, that is now twice Danielle has been involved in this war. Can we help keep her safe? It shall be done by next week, son. Sorry, Deborah, I don't think we'll be able to do it any sooner than that. I would imagine today will see us really busy for the foreseeable future. This confused the witch until a smiling Hermione explained. There will be these same wards on your house shortly. We could never afford them on Andrew's salary. And these two would never forgive themselves if something happened to Danielle. She doubled the number of witches there are in this country who will hug a goblin, even if she didn't know what a goblin was. Deborah just added herself to that growing list as she hugged both Barchoke and Harry. The others in the shop who were waiting to give statements to the Auras had of course heard every word. This saw Florian offering his hand to Barchoke in thanks, both for the wards on his shop and what he just witnessed. The pair of Auras present knew exactly who Deborah and Danielle were. They had been front page of the Prophet after all. They were delighted for Andrew and his family, and they too shook Barchoke's hand in thanks. With the rest of the customers then following suit, it was a touching moment for the Goblin ambassador, made all the more so by the fact his son and daughter were by his side to witness it. Uo Ragnak was surveying the public side of Gringotts with mixed emotions. That their warriors had charged the Dark Lord filled him with pride. He took almost as much pride from watching Centurion Crow charge right through the bank to get into the battle, his warriors pushing themselves to their limits to stay at their Centurion's side. That the Dark One and his two minions had fled from this threat shot a surge of enormous pride right through every goblin inside Gringotts. There was also a sense of achievement here, as well as history being made right in front of them. Witches, wizards, and goblins were lying on cots spread along the bank's floor. While that in itself was an achievement, that they were being treated in an order purely determined by the extent of their injuries, was history being made right there. His overwhelming emotion, though, was anger, an emotion that was fueled every time his glance caught the two child-shaped bundles covered by sheets. That these bastards could target children meant they were already the walking dead. If Gringotts got their hands on them first, their dragons would feast on their supposed pure blood. He was approached by Bones and Fudge, the circumstances seeing protocols and titles forgotten today. We have 12 murdered, including 9 witches and 2 young children. These bastards have now shown their true colors. They are nothing but killers. They didn't care about the purity of their victim's blood. Witch, wizard, or child made no difference to them either. We have 3 warriors dead, and another 2 fighting to see the sunrise tomorrow. Minister, if we get them first, they will face goblin justice. Cornelius had, of course, read the Lady Black's book. He knew exactly how to answer that. Director Ragnak, should these murdering bastards find themselves facing goblin justice, I would lead my people in raising a glass in thanks to our friends in the nation. Should we be the ones who find ourselves in the position of having to administer justice, you have my personal guarantee they will all die. It may not be by dragon, but they will still be dead. Both leaders were happy with that. These 3 criminals could not be allowed to live. Amelia certainly agreed with that opinion, but knew they had still to catch them first. We need to show how indiscriminate this attack was. Destroying sympathy to the cause they supposedly champion is also a battle we need to win. Some of the shops in the alley having your wards is the only thing that stopped this being a total disaster. We could have been left looking at over 100 dead and the destruction of the alley. We have to think his next move would be to try something similar in Hogsmeade. Gringotts would be happy to extend the same terms to those premises as we did to our neighbors in Diagon Alley. They were given the option to pay for their wards over a 10-year term, with only 1% interest being charged. We were going to extend this offer anyway. We have completed our surveys and recognized a tract of land between the post office and the 3 broomsticks as an ideal position for our new Hogsmeade branch. Knowing that the goblins would now be welcomed with open arms in the village, Cornelius promised to help make that happen as quickly as possible. The students were escorted back inside the Hogwarts wards as quickly as possible. Parvati, Padma, and Neville all raced toward the waiting Augusta for news. Most of their friends were hot on their heels. Voldemort attacked, but not where everyone thought he would. He hit Diagon Alley. Barchoke flukled to tell me they retreated just as Harry arrived. He didn't want you worrying. Where's Hermione? 1 second she was beside us, then she wasn't. Barchoke must have sent their emergency signal to Harry. He would have used his portkey to take those warriors into Gringotts. Hermione will have gone to Harry. If he's safe then, so will she be. Padma's certainty saw relief wash over Neville. He'd been worried about their best friends. There was also relief in knowing that neither the Longbottoms or Patils were within 1,000 miles of Diagon Alley. The four parents had joined Dan and Emma to spend a peaceful week on the island. There wasn't much peace to be found on the Flannan Isle that was home to the lighthouse and its uninvited guests. It was one of those guests that was responsible for all the noise. Bella's bloodlust had been satisfied for now, while Augustus was just too knackered to care at the moment. He'd thrown a lot of magic about in that attack, a lot of magic for him that was. It wasn't the wards, or even the failure to achieve what they set out to do that was responsible for the Dark Lord's verbal outburst. It was something far more serious than that. They dared to lift their wands against me. They actually fired curses at Lord Voldemort. If they have made their choice, then we will just have to make them pay for that choice. Our next attack has to be bigger, bolder, and strike fear into their hearts. If we need to bring the entire country to its knees before they will respect us again, then so be it. Rookwood was just too exhausted to think how his master was going to accomplish that with only the three of them. It would be too very soon as Bella's pregnancy advanced to the stage where she could no longer take part in any raids. With their son due in May, they were already quickly approaching the time where it would become too dangerous. He would once more have to tread the delicate line of offering advice rather than criticizing his master. Augustus knew exactly what had their master so hot under the collar. It was the lack of respect. Not so long ago, the British magical community were so afraid of him they wouldn't even say his name. Today, those very same people stood and fired curses at him. It really was hard to believe that things had changed so much in such a short space of time. They had no influence, intelligence, supporters, or wealth. All they had left was fear. To lose that too was the final straw. This might actually work in his favor, though. They needed something big, something requiring months of meticulous planning. If Augustus could stretch those months out until his son was born, then the little tyke might just have a chance. Augustus Rookwood was a very clever wizard. He could see their only chance was to withdraw from Britain and spend a few years in a more sympathetic country, gaining followers to take back that which they had held once before. He also knew their master's pride would never allow that to happen. This time last year he had lain in his dank cell in agony from his escape efforts. It was not a pleasant time. What a difference a year made. Having a son with Bellatrix Lestrange as a willing partner was way beyond any of those wildest dreams that had provided the fortitude to continue his painful efforts to escape. He would certainly give his life to try and protect his mate and son. To do so while knowing their son was safe on this island, Augustus would regard as a great victory, especially from someone sentenced to spend the rest of his life in Azkaban. Bella's devotion would never see her abandon their master, just like he would never abandon his mate and the mother of their child. Since that night in her cell, Augustus had been totally hers. He had all started treating every day as if it might be his last. It was beginning to look like that might soon be the case. His entire focus would now switch to ensuring their son survived. Considering the last thing he'd focused on had seen both of them do the impossible and escape from Azkaban, Augustus was sure he would be able to come up with something. Amelia was racking her brain to come up with something, anything. We thought of keying the magical detectors to the word Voldemort, but the only two people in the country now afraid to say his name are Rookwood and Lestrange. We can cycle it through the unforgivables, but that also means waiting until they attack again. We've checked all the Death Eater homes, and every location those Death Eaters who handed themselves in have told us about. Not a sign of them. They literally could be anywhere. Neither Cornelius nor Amos had anything to add to that. An idea was floated about offering a huge reward for information, but Amelia thought that would hinder more than it would help. If anyone knew anything, I'm pretty sure they would tell us. Even the rest of the Death Eaters want Voldemort dealt with. Offering a reward would see my auras run ragged as people began reporting anything and everything in the hope of striking it rich. We need to prevent a recurrence of what happened today. If we can't find them, then denying Voldemort targets is our next best option. The minister agreed with his chief warlock. Any remaining businesses in Diagon Alley that don't have goblin wards soon will have. I spoke to Ragnarok about issuing plaques to those businesses that did, so that their customers could shop with confidence. He said they had that idea initially, but held back because they felt like they were forcing the other shops to purchase their wards. After today, I told him I would make it a ministerial decree if he wanted. That's the route we're going to take. These wards now come with a goblin-made plaque that businesses must display to reassure their customers of their safety. Gringotts opening in Hogsmeade is also something I want to see happening as soon as possible. Twice now, the goblins have stood beside us and fought this enemy. It's time for us to stand by them in this matter and help protect our own people at the same time. Amelia couldn't see any arguments being raised against any of that. The people of Hogsmeade had welcomed the goblin warriors with open arms. She couldn't see the bank proposal being any different. That there would soon be safe havens from Death Eater attacks in the village would also be a great boon for villagers and the visiting Hogwarts students too. Amos also didn't think they would have any trouble getting this through the Wisengamot, the words of Augusta Longbottom coming back to him. She had said, at the initial discussion of goblins being able to live outside Gringotts, that she would welcome goblin neighbors. Augusta wouldn't be alone in that now. Not only would their wards offer refuge to their neighbors, their warriors would soon appear if those same wards were under attack. While certainly not his intention, the chief warlock couldn't help but find it ironic that Voldemort's attack had actually helped push wizard-slash-goblin relations closer than they had been for centuries. The story of little Danielle Dugan hugging Ambassador Barchoke was also spreading like wildfire, as was that goblin family's response to the 4-year-old witch. And Aura's family would soon find themselves safe from the threat of Voldemort. He wondered if this would start a new trend, one where parents would teach their children to hug goblins rather than to fear them. Amos was struggling to believe their society could have come so far in such a short space of time. It shouldn't really be so hard to believe, though, since most of it was derived from self-interest. The Ministry's closer alliance with the Goblin Nation was making their country a safer place. Now who could argue that was not something to be desired? Harry was trying not to argue with his father, but wanted some answers, one in particular. Did you know Bellatrix Lestrange was pregnant? After having contacted Hogwarts and discovering Sunday's proposed visit to Hogsmeade had been cancelled, Harry and Hermione were staying in Gringotts overnight. The couple were now sitting having a discussion with their father, a father who was having to confess his sins. Yes, I knew. I also deliberately didn't tell you in case you held back if forced to face her. She certainly didn't hold back today. She accounted for almost half of those murdered in the alley. That witch is a ruthless killer and needs to be treated as such. Any opponent making concessions because she's pregnant is going to find themselves dead. Hermione tried to intervene, knowing any argument between these two could be bad. Both had a streak of stubbornness running right through them like the lettering in a stick of seaside rock. I agree with you, Father, that Lestrange is very dangerous and can't be allowed any concessions. I can't agree with the decision not to tell Harry. If Lestrange was visibly pregnant, not knowing beforehand was much more likely to cause Harry to hesitate than being prepared for the situation. Oh, it was visible, Hermione. She's at least as far on as Henrika. We've also learned that taking a witch or wizard's wand away leaves them practically defenseless. I've heard Lestrange fancies herself with a knife in her hand, but do you honestly think she could beat a goblin in any fight with a blade? I'm sorry, son. It was my decision. And it was the wrong one. You withheld information from a centurion in what is practically a time of war. Surely you must see how serious that is. I tried to protect my son and forgot he was also a centurion. I apologize. I thought that by the time her pregnancy was visible, Lesden would not be taking part in any attacks. By our reckoning, her baby is due in 3 months, yet she was in the alley today and throwing dark magic around without a care to her unborn child. It would appear she's even crazier than we feared. Trying to move the argument off topic, Hermione asked their father a question. Can that really affect the child she's carrying? We goblins class dark magic as anything that blackens the soul. The killing and torture curses certainly fall under that category. A baby is said to be born with a pure soul. That same baby, though, is part of their mother's body until the birth. It's not just nutrients they can absorb while in the womb. Any child of Rookwood and Lestrade is going to have a hard enough time of it without their mother dragging them along to battles too. Hermione had this terrifying image in her head of Lestrange going into battle with her baby strapped like a papoose on her back. You don't think she'd really take her child into battle, do you? This led to her father shrugging his shoulders. Hermione, that witch is crazy enough for anything. Both goblins in the room knew exactly what Hermione had done, and both were quite prepared to let her. Neither father nor son wanted to fight over this. A mistake had been made and wouldn't be repeated. It was time to move on. Harry and Hermione were fighting. They didn't need ward stones today since they were using their swords. Their run in the tunnels was now greeted with waves and shouts of recognition. Their swordplay, too, was attracting a lot of attention. Their concentration was total, though. It wasn't until they finished that both realized just how big their audience was, or just who was amongst those spectators. What do you think, Master Sharpshot? Acceptable? Better than that, Director. Miss Granger not only has a fine teacher, she wields that blade as if born to it. The Centurion here would appear to have taken at least some of my teachings on board. The only way to improve is practice, practice, and more practice. Something these two have obviously done a lot of. The couple were both bowing, embarrassed at the praise. Harry, though, couldn't resist firing a friendly barb at the master of the blade. Director Ragnarok, you should attend Master Sharpshot's classes. I think those are the first kind words I've ever heard him utter. His students would certainly appreciate your presence if that is the effect you have on him. This had the director and most of those listening roaring with laughter. I see even Miss Granger's company hasn't been able to part you from that streak of insolence you are so fond of. Forgive me, Master Sharpshot. My mate told me that was his goblin sense of humor. Is this not the case? Hermione was looking at Harry mock accusingly as she said this. The laughter actually increased in volume this time before Harry could answer. Hermione, Master Sharpshot doesn't have a sense of humor, goblin or otherwise. Destroying my favorite axe, Centurion, is not a case for laughter. At least it now has a good home. Yes, it hangs on my wall. Harry couldn't hold it any longer and burst into laughter himself. Master Sharpshot was only a second behind, leaving Hermione to wonder if she would ever get a handle on their mysterious sense of humor. The four walked back to their apartment together, further enhancing the couple's reputation in the nation. We were looking for you earlier, but your father told us you would be training. Master Sharpshot wanted to see that, and I tagged along. The thought of the director just tagging along only made sense if he wanted something. Both Harry and Hermione were just about to find out what that was. In times of trouble, it is always a bonus if you can give the nation something to look forward to. With your help, I'm hoping we can achieve that. Reports coming back from those living in Kingassy are glowing, making me wonder if we couldn't give more goblins a taste of your wonderful hospitality. I am proposing we hold a summer fair in Kingassy. Harry only remembered one fair in his time at Gringotts. His memories of this event were some of the best of his turbulent childhood. Director, I think that's a wonderful idea. Kingassy is certainly available for holding this event. All I would ask is that the timing not coincide with me becoming a godfather or brother. I'm sure we could arrange the dates with your father. I just wanted to ask your permission to hold it in Kingassy first. A fair inside Gringotts is always limited by the space available. Holding it in your glen easily solves that problem. We could even let it run for an entire weekend. With Harry readily agreeing to that, Ragnarok had one last thing to add. Of course, any of your friends from Hogwarts would be more than welcome to attend. After all, it is your home. As the group parted ways, it was an excited Harry who explained to Hermione exactly what was involved in a goblin fair. Hermione was again reminded of the goblin children playing in the snow and realized at once why holding this event outside would be such a big event for the nation, one they would all be looking forward to. She could also see more goblin dwellings soon being built in Kingassy, something she was very happy about. Ooh, happy was not a word Rita would use to describe her feelings about her latest exclusive on the front page of the Prophet. While it pleased her on a professional level as a piece of work, as a witch it made her feel sick. Rita had been inside Gringotts when the alarms had been sounded. She had transformed into her bug form and flew from the bank. Rita had immediately gained height to avoid all the curses that were being thrown. It also gave her an excellent view of the battle. The picture taken from her memory and now displayed on the front page of the Prophet was testament to that. The view from above showed the end of the attack. The trio of murderers were taking spells from the protected premises, while goblin warriors and auras were now attacking from either end of the alley. The arrival of Centurion Crow, with more warrior reinforcements, saw the trio forced to flee for their lives. The dark mark above the alley was actually being obscured by the smoke from the burning building. Viewing the scene from this angle also meant that the bodies lying in the alley weren't recognizable as anything other than bodies. Death and destruction in Diagon, a normal Saturday in Diagon Alley, became a day that will live with infamy in the psyche of everyone who has ever visited that famous street. Tom Riddle, Acker Voldemort, Bellatrix Lestrange, and Augustus Rookwood portkeyed into the middle of the alley and immediately began dispensing death and destruction. In the past, this group have championed unsupported beliefs that would see one section of our society elevated above everyone else. Yesterday they showed their true colors, murdering indiscriminately and without the slightest warning. Neither the purity of blood nor the gender of their victims made the slightest difference to this trio. There were even 2 children amongst the 12 murdered for simply being in the alley. That the death toll and destruction wasn't on a far greater scale is due to a number of factors. Chief amongst these were certain shopkeepers having the foresight to take advantage of the generous provisions Gringotts offered businesses and had their premises warded against Death Eaters. Not only did this protect their businesses and customers from this ambush, they provided safe locations for those in the alley to seek shelter from the vicious murderers. Even although the bulk of auras and goblin warriors were busy patrolling Hogsmeade to protect the Hogwarts students, both the Ministry and Gringotts were still able to rapidly respond to this attack. 4 brave goblin warriors lost their lives charging down the steps of Gringotts to engage the murderers. When the witches and wizards already in the alley opened fire on the terrible trio, they were forced to scurry away and hide as more reinforcements flooded into Diagon. In the space of 5 horrific minutes, Diagon Alley was in flames and 16 souls had been murdered. A disgusted yet forthright minister of magic, Cornelius Fudge, had this to say: "The Ministry and Gringotts are determined these criminals shall be brought to justice. Whether that is wizarding or goblin justice will depend on who gets to them first. Either way, these 3 criminals will pay with their lives for their despicable actions here today." While we continue to search the length and breadth of the country in an attempt to discover what rock they crawled under, we are currently working with our goblin friends and looking to introduce measures to prevent an attack like this ever happening again. Wherever these 3 are hiding, they better hope it's the auras who catch them first. Goblin justice would see them being thrown unarmed into a Gringotts dragon pit. After witnessing the atrocities these 3 were responsible for in Diagon Alley, who could argue against that fate being fully justified? And thanks for reading. 79. Hearts and Minds. Harry Crow disclaimer: when carrying out DIY, it isn't always about saving money. To me, being able to stand back and say, "I did that," is equally as important. That is why the first person to click on this chapter is also the first person, other than me, to read it. I realize this might not be everyone's cup of tea and can only suggest they get the professionals in. I can heartily recommend J.K. Rowling's early works. She really makes the character of Harry Potter her own. Chapter 79. No one inside Hogwarts complained that the rest of their Hogsmeade weekend had been cancelled. After reading Sunday's edition of The Prophet, it's doubtful anyone would have left the safety of the castle anyway. With the ministry having to deal with the aftermath of yesterday's attack on Diagon Alley, they simply couldn't spare the auras to effectively guard the village for the students' visit. The war had again hit the Hogwarts community, though. Katie Bell had lost her mother in the attack. The distraught witch had returned home and would stay there until after the funeral. Only the stoic efforts of Fred, George, and Percy Weasley stopped their house looking for retribution over the popular Quidditch players' loss. Neville and Parvati easily held the younger years in check. Most of them had friends in Slytherin anyway. Ron was the only dissenting voice they had to deal with. Since no one listened to him anyway, they simply did the same and ignored the prat. Cormac McLaggen would like to have started something inside Gryffindor, more so because he really fancied Katie and she wouldn't give him the time of day. Going against the Weasley twins, there was never an option he would deliberately choose. They also had the head boy in their corner, too. The reaction inside Slytherin House was along somewhat different lines. Even the staunchest supporters of the Dark Lord couldn't stand behind what had happened yesterday. They had, of course, heard about Katie's mother and understood it was pure chance that none of their own family had been caught up in the attack. The point the prophet had clearly made, that if their families had been in the alley, then they were just as likely to be murdered as anyone else, was certainly not lost on any of its Slytherin readers. Draco and Pansy led the third years in opposition to any older Dark Lord supporters. The second years were all staunch Crows Marauders members, while the first years loved their Marauders Club too. Instead of having a polarizing effect inside Hogwarts, yesterday's attack had actually introduced an element of solidarity against Voldemort and his followers. This effect, though, wasn't restricted to Hogwarts. It was being repeated the length and breadth of the British Isles. This was not so much a lurch toward the light, more a display of utter disgust at what Voldemort and his last remaining pair of disciples were capable of, supposedly in the name of pureblood supremacy. It would be a long time before any of them would raise their heads above the parapet again. There was also the not knowing just what this madman would do next. Distancing themselves from his actions now was not only the smart option, it was really the only option they had available. Ooh, Harry knew what he had to do next. He hated using his fame like this, but still went ahead with it. This really was a greater good situation. Walking down Diagon Alley with Hermione on his arm would let the wizarding community see he thought it was safe to do so. Restoring public confidence was vital in getting Diagon Alley back on its feet. They also had a few shops to visit and a very important task to carry out in each. Arriving in Flourish and Blotz, the manager was with them in seconds. "Good afternoon, sir. I have something here that you might want to display at the front of your shop. It tells everyone who sees it that Flourish and Blotz have goblin wards protecting their premises and customers." Harry didn't mention that the Wisengamot would soon be voting to make the displaying of this plaque compulsory for any premises that had their wards. He couldn't understand why any business wouldn't want to shout that fact at the top of their voices. The bronze plaque Harry removed from his bag showed a nesting female dragon poised to defend her young. The workmanship alone would have owners wanting to display this work of art. The words Flourish and Blotz were clearly displayed in the nest area, making each of the plaques Harry had in his bag unique to a particular business. While having unlimited access to the Black Library had somewhat curtailed his mate's cravings for the printed word, she was still Hermione Granger. While Harry had been talking with the manager, Hermione had been browsing the shop's merchandise. She returned with 14 books that would be purchased before being sent to their fledgling library in Kingassy. The manager at Quality Quidditch Supplies was a different kettle of fish. Knowing the boy who lived held no interest in the noble sport of Quidditch was not only heartbreaking, it was very bad for business. He tried his best to sell the young couple a wide range of Quidditch equipment and paraphernalia, finally getting the message they weren't interested when Hermione casually mentioned that a beater's bat could also be used for taking a swipe at over-persistent salespeople. Madame Malkin was grateful for the plaque, but had an even bigger bugbear than her Quidditch counterpart. Here were the two most influential Hogwarts students in the country, students who frequently featured on the front page of The Prophet and various magazines. Her problem was that, apart from their Hogwarts robes, all their tailoring was done by the goblins. Hearing that Gringotts had outfitted 2 entire year groups worth of students for the initial Merlin ball had seen her in tears for hours with the mere thought of all that lost profit. It was something of a relief for the couple to finally reach Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. Now here was something, and someone they both liked. While delighted with his plaque, Florian was canny enough to know that this couple sitting eating ice cream in his shop would do more than any plaque to let people know that life, like business, must go on. The cleanup was progressing all around them as Diagon Alley made a valiant attempt at business as usual. This couple, by their very actions, emphasized that point more than any speeches ever could. After spending a few hours in the alley, Harry and Hermione headed back to Gringotts. They would spend another night with Father before heading off to Hogwarts in the morning, Aura Tonks already confirming that she would pick them up in Gringotts. They arrived back in the Great Hall of Hogwarts to find a very subdued atmosphere, especially considering this was Valentine's Day. Hermione wore a red rose that Harry had given her on her robe. She noticed Padma wearing the same before her friend was hugging them in greeting. "Next time you do a runner, remember to take us with you." Hermione could only nod to Neville, knowing her friends were right. "I wasn't involved in any fighting, I just had to know that Harry was okay." A quick confirmation that Crow's Marauders was most definitely still on tonight helped lift the mood somewhat. They had also been accompanied to Hogwarts by Master Pitsley, so there really wasn't time to say much more. They needed to get to potions class. Emma almost needed a calming potion when she laid eyes on the copy of the Prophet featuring the attack. Barchoke's letter telling them all their children were fine was certainly appreciated. The 3 sets of parents had been having breakfast together when Darby arrived with copies of the newspaper and Barchoke's letter. It would seem they were right. This Voldemort isn't just going to go away. He won't go away, Dan, because he's nowhere else to go. When Frank and I fought against him in the last war, things were so different. Then they held all the cards, and they weren't afraid to use them. We're still struggling to believe the differences this time around. I think I know how you feel, Alice. Those changes have all happened in the last 3 years. We moved to Britain just before our girls' 7th birthdays. For the first few years I was sure we had made a mistake. Ramrow persuaded me to let the girls try Hogwarts before we made any decisions, and I'm so glad we did. Her husband not only confirmed Smeeta's story, but added a bit more depth to the Pattle's tale. Even then we weren't sure. Our girls being sorted into separate houses could have been the final straw. Instead, it was the making of them. Parvati has Lavender as a best friend while Padma, well, what can I say? Her choices of friends and the experiences they shared have changed our daughter beyond all recognition to the 11-year-old girl we put on the Hogwarts Express. That was something Dan could certainly relate to, and did. Putting Hermione on that train was the hardest decision we've ever had to make. Her bringing 2 friends home to spend Christmas in Crawley that year let us see it was the right decision. We obviously didn't know anything about the magical world beforehand, but our experiences since have made those roller coasters our kids are so fond of seem tame by comparison. We never expected Hermione to have already found her mate, nor did we even consider getting attacked in our own home as a possibility. Emma had gotten over the initial shock of seeing Harry charge out of Gringotts on the front page of the newspaper. She was once more able to participate in the conversation. Like Smeeta, we were of the opinion that Hogwarts was something we would let Hermione try. I don't think I would be being overly dramatic to say our daughter meeting Harry on that train radically changed all our lives. We've made some great friends, gained a son with another on the way. Even then, we're not the most affected just of those of us sitting here today. Frank's hand slid into his wife's. His stutter meant that Frank really didn't say much. His wide smile, though, told everyone what he was thinking. Alice had grown into the habit of speaking for both of them. "I would say you were right there, Emma. Just the 2 of us sitting here is a wondrous thing. Seeing our children all grown into the fine people that they are is simply the best feeling in the world. I know James and Lily would be just as proud. I only wish circumstances had been better. I feel I failed my godson, and then I see Harry standing beside his father. How could you ever even want to take that away from them?" This had Emma smiling, knowing those 2 were as close as a father and son could be. It also gave her the opening she was looking for. Dan and I now understand how important godparents are in the magical world. Thankfully Sirius just effortlessly extended his godfather duties to include Hermione, and Henrika has been nothing short of brilliant with all the girls. For our son, though, we wanted to choose his godparents beforehand. We were thinking of asking Neville and Padma to fill those roles, but wanted to run it past you first. What do you think? Her suggestion was immediately met with 4 smiling yeses, making 3 happy couples sitting in the lovely sunshine while sharing breakfast. The bonds between the extended family were tightening, bringing them all closer and closer. The Pattles and Longbottoms would be joined by the marriage of Padma and Neville. Having them as godparents to the Granger baby was considered a brilliant idea by all involved. Hermione was searching for a way to let her mate down gently when Padma did the deed in her own inimitable style. Harry, that's a terrible idea. Valentine's Day is all about romance and love. We teach Crow's marauders how to fight. How could we possibly hold a Valentine's-themed meeting, hand out kisses instead of chocolate? I don't want Colin getting any ideas. It's taken months for him to cope with my betrothal to Neville. I just want to see if we could cheer them up a bit. You're right, though. It was a stupid idea. Hermione, though, had a better one. How about inviting them to the summer fair being held in Kingussie? The director did say to invite anyone we wanted, and I don't see any of our crows having a problem attending a goblin event. This was news to Padma and Neville, so Hermione quickly brought them up to speed with what would be happening over the summer. It sounded wonderful when Harry described it. It's something I'm really looking forward to now. I was 6 the last time Gringotts held one. Sapphire and me had a great time. 2 weeks later she was gone. Seeing us having such a good time must have been too much for her father to bear. Harry suddenly had his arms full of Witch, and it wasn't his betrothed. Padma now felt terrible for shooting his original idea down so harshly. Oh, Harry, I was 6. When the Pattles came to Britain, I would have killed for a friend like you then. Sapphire will be back for this one, and we can use our experiences to make this the best Gringotts fair ever. Remember Sapphire's reaction to being on that flying carpet? We could have magical carpet rides around the glen. This was something Hermione hadn't thought of, but was giving it her full backing now. It's a brilliant idea, Padma. Having been on those carts inside Gringotts, I'll bet the goblins could build a wonderful roller coaster, too. Mum certainly has enough pictures of them to give the goblin builders some idea of what's required. Food. All 3 now looked to Neville, trying to understand what he meant. The first time we went to Florida, what blew me away was the food and the sheer variety of it. If we could have that, too, it would be a whole new experience for witches, wizards, and goblins. A now excited Harry bent down and kissed Padma on the cheek. That really is a wonderful idea. Oh dear, even with a ring on her finger, Longbottom can't keep his girl. Padma instantly switched to Goblin. Ignore him, Neville love. We all know Flint is an arsehole who's just looking for a fight. The large Slytherin just kept pushing, though. The 2 other 7th years who were currently with him at least had the sense to take a step back. Can't really say I blame Crow, though. Pattle is at least a pureblood. Padma had to tighten her hold on Harry. Okay, forget the ignoring bit. Just challenge the stupid bastard, preferably before our goblin friend here kills him. Harry, he's obviously picked on Neville for a reason. Let Neville handle it. We all know he can. Padma felt some of the tension leave Harry at Hermione's words. Neville, though, was taking a page out of Harry's book. He walked up to a smirking Flint and punched him in the mouth. You have insulted not only my betrothed, but our 2 best friends. The House of Longbottom demands satisfaction. By making this a House Longbottom matter, Flint really couldn't refuse. Not that the Slytherin had any intention of doing that. This was exactly the outcome Marcus wanted, apart from the punch in the mouth. He figured Neville Longbottom to be the weakest of the 4, and Flint silently swore he would make this bastard pay for that blow later. I accept, Longbottom. Name your time and place. Can I assume Crow will be your second? My betrothed will be my second. Padma was now at Neville's side, standing ready. You insulted a goblin's mate too. Never a good idea. If I hadn't stepped in with my challenge, Harry would probably have killed you. Right now on the Quidditch pitch works for me, unless you have to go change into your mask and Death Eater robes. Flint brushed off the goblin comment. He'd gotten what he planned for. Oh, I want you to see my face when I beat you. That makes you braver than your father, though still as stupid. The fight might have kicked off right there, and then, but for the arrival of Professor Flitwick. What's going on here? Master Pitsley appeared to melt from the shadows before he answered the professor's question. Oh, this large Slytherin thought he would evoke a challenge from friend Longbottom. I might just stay to watch the outcome. Neville is friend to the nation and holds both ours and the ministry's top award for bravery. They don't just give those awards away to anyone. That will be a hard lesson for this blowhard to learn. This is a house, Longbottom matter, Professor, and we are both of age. Flint and I are on our way to the Quidditch pitch to sort out this disagreement now. Neville walked away with Padma on his arm, followed by Harry and Hermione, leaving Flint pleading with his two fellow seventh years for one of them to be his second. The news spread like wildfire and emptied the great hall. Even Ronald Weasley left his lunch to watch the fight. He did, though, grab all the food he could carry on the way out. Augusta suddenly found herself with a witch at either side of her. Both Henrika and Tonks were offering the same advice. Neville can handle this, Augusta. He wouldn't have called Flint out otherwise. We know that particular Slytherin has been looking for revenge ever since the new term started. He obviously thinks Neville is his best option. They are both of age, so you need to let this happen. I'm an Auror, and I think I could take Neville. Notice I said think. With their 4 sessions of defense a week, they are probably all beyond the practical side of NEWTs now. They're receiving Auror cadet training, and Neville's power is only second to Harry's. He'll take Flint down, I'm certain of it. These were Augusta's own thoughts. She was delighted to hear them confirmed, though. Thank you, ladies. Can I suggest we get out there and watch? Harry and Hermione were setting up a warded area to protect the growing number of spectators. They then began coloring the grass inside the ward's stones red so everyone knew where the boundaries were. Neville and Padma moved their swords onto their backs, making them accessible without restricting their movement, while slipping shields on their forearms. They were ready to fight. Flint's second was standing right in the corner of the designated fighting area, his body language clearly stating he wanted nothing to do with this. The Ravenclaw couple embraced their friends before heading off to opposite ends of the fighting area, as both would need to activate the wards. They had made the fighting area around 10 yards wide by about 30 long. They wanted Neville to have plenty of room to move. Padma would only become involved if the other Slytherin jumped in first, or if the far more likely scenario of Flint seriously breaking the rules occurred. When the wards were activated, Padma counted them in. 3, 2, 1, fight. Flint unleashed his most powerful curses against Longbottom, only to hit nothing. He never stood still long enough for Marcus to catch him. After missing Longbottom with about 8 curses, he then had to look to his own defense. Suddenly there were powerful and accurate curses coming his way. Flint was proud of his shielding ability, but they wouldn't stand up to much more of this. He needed to change tactics and knew just how to get the odds back in his favor. First chance he got, Flint put everything he had into a cutting curse aimed at Patel. That should put her out of this fight, while forcing his own second to join in making it 2-1 against Longbottom. Padma, though, had been alert for something underhanded going on. She dodged most of the curse and deflected the remaining edge off her shield. This cowardly attack against his mate enraged Neville, though. He was now racing straight at Flint. The panicking Slytherin managed to get a couple of spells off. One missed before the other shattered Longbottom's metal shield. Marcus was confident of victory now until he realized why there was no return spellfire. Longbottom had forsaken his wand to draw that sword of his, a sword that was flashing through the air in his direction. Neville had intended to destroy the wand that would dare fire on his Padma. He certainly achieved that goal. He wasn't anywhere near Harry's standard with a blade, though, and Flint's screams were because the blade engraved with the name Longbottom running its length had sliced clean through part of Flint's wand hand too. As Flint clutched his bleeding and ruined hand to his chest, his enraged rant at his opponent died before it reached his lips. The now bloody point of Longbottom's razor-sharp sword, poised at his throat, was responsible for this. Should that blade be pushed home, then he would never speak again. His opponent, though, had plenty to say. You are a despicable coward and a stupid bastard, prime Death Eater material. You come anywhere near my family or friends again, and I'll finish the job next time. Neville glanced over to see Padma covering Flint's trembling second. Hey, I got no fight with you lot. I didn't even want to be here. Flint is our Quidditch captain and threatened my place on the team if I didn't do this. I'm not as stupid as he is. My wand was staying securely in my pocket." This got an acknowledging nod from Neville before he said the words that officially ended the fight. "My family honor has been satisfied." With that, Harry and Hermione collapsed the wards, and the four combatants were hit by a wall of sound. All had been so concentrating on the fight that none of them noticed the absence of noise from outside their bubble. The wards, though, had allowed the spectators to hear every word spoken and spell cast. Everyone now heard Harry's voice as he took command of the initial situation. "Stay back. We have an injured man here who needs to get to the infirmary. Make a space so he can get through." The respect these four were held in was ably demonstrated as a path through the crowd opened like the Red Sea parting for Moses. Professor Slughorn stepped forward and, after carefully lifting the severed fingers from the grass, led his student off to the infirmary. Minerva was about to step forward to confront the group when Augusta's hand on her arm stayed her actions. This was a matter of House Longbottom honor, Minerva, and all the people involved are considered of age. They took their business out of the castle and had protocols in place to protect the innocent spectators. On what grounds were you going to reprimand them? A Hogwarts student has been severely injured. Are we just supposed to ignore it because your grandson was involved? After that cowardly attack on his betrothed, my grandson could legally have done a lot more damage than that. I'm now asking as the Hogwarts High Inquisitor, Professor McGonagall, just what Hogwarts rules did those students break? She hated giving her answer, but Minerva had no other option. Invoking House Longbottom honor had taken the matter out of school jurisdiction. "I can think of no school rules broken, Madam Longbottom, but you were going to publicly express your disappointment in my grandson for his actions today, not something I can allow. Those four know their actions after an event like this can be just as important as those during, so are ours. By all means have a talk with Neville in private over this matter. He is a member of your house, and you are certainly entitled to give him your views on what just happened here. This was not a school matter, though, and that's as far as it will go. We all know Flint must have gone looking for trouble. Well, he found more than he could handle. Sirius was standing with his arm around his wife and added his 2 nuts worth to the discussion. Just be thankful that wasn't Harry in there. If Flint had pulled that move on Hermione, I can practically guarantee you that Slytherin would not have been able to walk to the infirmary. Remembering what a first-year Harry had done to girls who had attacked Hermione, Minerva found herself reluctantly agreeing with Sirius. She would have a quiet word with Neville to discover exactly what brought about today's fight. Minerva was certain those around her would be doing exactly the same. Harry handed Neville a piece of cloth he just sliced off his robe before speaking quietly to his friend. "Clean your blade, and then we need to go to lunch. Remember, your actions after a fight are just as important as those during it." Neville calmly cleaned his blade while well-wishers gathered to offer their congratulations. Padma was on his arm before he offered his other to a trembling Parvati. They led the way back to the great hall for lunch. Harry offered his other arm to Luna. This allowed them both to reassure her everything was okay. Harry thought inviting the Crows to Gringotts summer fair was an even better idea now. He also intended to write to their father with some of their suggestions for making this the best fair ever. It was Harry's letter that saw his father standing in front of Ragnarok. The director was deep in thought. "Your family and their friends might have something here, something we hadn't even considered before. Thankfully, we haven't made any announcements yet, so this could work out even better. Your son has already expressed his eagerness for Gringotts to hold the event in Kingassy. What if we changed the event to the Baron's Fair? It would then be seen as your son and daughter hosting a traditional goblin fair at which everyone is welcome, rather than allowing the chance for there to be any grumblings about wizards and even muggles attending a Gringotts event." The ambassador caught on at once. "Since my son and daughter actively try and embrace all three cultures that span their lives, any visitors would expect to see that." "Exactly. Rather than upsetting any of the more bigoted individuals on either side, we can defeat their arguments before they even get a chance to start. Here is an opportunity for the Magicals, and even Muggles, to see the best side of the nation. A couple of years ago, we talked about your children's wedding having Muggles, Goblins, and Magicals in attendance. and all being treated equally. That is still a worthy dream, and one we certainly both share. But here is a chance to have that happen on a far grander scale and years earlier than we could possibly have hoped for. This has the potential to dwarf the amazing steps forward the nation has made since your son set off on that train for Hogwarts. This is colossal. As the sheer scale of what Ragnar was proposing began to become apparent, a shiver ran down Barchok's back. This was not a shiver of dread, though, quite the opposite. While they had been winning the battle against the Death Eaters and their Dark Lord, the battle of hearts and minds was always going to be their most difficult task. That they were the first in centuries to even take on the fight of ending the bigotry and hatred that existed on both sides of the divide gave some idea of the size of the task they faced. Here there was a golden opportunity to bring some of the barriers that existed between their peoples crashing to the ground. Barchok agreed totally with the director's summary. This had the potential to be colossal. The only reason I'm not sending for Grog right this minute is you and I will need clear heads to pull this off. We also have half a dozen allies for this cause, currently sitting on a tropical island. I want you there for a couple of days, and returning with firm dates and a plan of action. Young Weasley can handle the formation of the joint aura and warrior response teams, something that will certainly come in handy to protect this fair too. They then sat for hours, throwing ideas back and forward while also trying to preempt any potential problems. Barchok eventually left with a long letter to write to his children before heading off to tropical climes and spending time with the Grangers, Longbottoms, and Pattles. He was rather counting on Emma seeing this as a project that she could work on while out of the country and pregnant. The fact that she loved Kingussie as much as their children meant it was a certainty she would want to put on the best fare possible. Mother and daughter were very alike in that respect. Uo, that same daughter, was rewarding Irgit for being such a clever owl when she felt her mate stiffen beside her. Hermione was instantly worried. The last time he'd reacted like this to a letter from father was when the director made him a centurion. Everything okay, Harry? Didn't they like our suggestions? They didn't like our suggestions, Hermione. They absolutely loved them. The entire nature of the fair has now changed. It's now become the Baron of Kingussie's fair, a fair that's already destined to go down in history. Harry, you're scaring me here. Hermione, I'm scaring myself. It's a wonderful, fantastic, awesome kind of scary, though. Imagine those goblin children playing in the snow at Kingussie, and then multiply that effect at least 1,000 times. That's how big this is. Roger, can you give Cedric a shout? Neville, can you do the same for our other set of twins? We're going to need a lot of help with this. Since Harry had mentioned this fair to Crow's Marauders on Monday night, the few known details of this upcoming event were now spread all over the school. Flint having to go home until his hand healed was already old news. The story of his clumsy challenge against Neville, and then him firing a curse at Padma, meant no one was in any hurry to see him return. Their four friends were soon at the Ravenclaw table, and Harry, being a goblin, got right to the point. Guys, Irgit and Moonlight know as much about Quidditch as I do. Here's the thing, though. My father has suggested a couple of exhibition Quidditch matches at the fair, pointing out that goblins and muggles will never have seen the game played before. Are muggles even allowed to know about Quidditch, Harry, far less watch a match? I thought the statute of secrecy covered that. I'm talking about people like the Grangers, MacDonalds, Creevies, and other muggle parents, Cedric. Parents who put their children on a train in London and have no idea what they do all year in Hogwarts. I think some marauder displays could be built into the weekend too. Can I rely on you four to come up with 2 Quidditch teams to play a couple of exhibition matches? We understand you don't know anything about Quidditch, but there are things that are necessary before you can put on a match. Little things like a pitch, supporter stands, equipment. Roger, we're having a roller coaster built in Kingussie. A Quidditch pitch and some stands will be nothing compared to that. All equipment needed will also be provided, including a referee. Father has conservatively estimated there could be upwards of 5,000 visitors attending each day. Hermione was glad she was sitting down when she heard that. Harry, how are we going to cope with all of that? I don't even know where to start. Father does. He's heading for a certain island to get the help of some very clever people. We also need to give people jobs and leave them to get on with it, like the guys in the Quidditch problem. We can handle that, Harry. The entire Gryffindor team would happily turn out. Neville and Parvati immediately harpooned Fred's suggestion in perfect synchronization. Not McLagan. He's not someone we want at Kingussie, Harry. That boy could start an argument in an empty house. Harry nodded in thanks to Parvati. People like that were definitely not welcome to this event. George understood their objection. If Gryffindor had anyone else, the arse wouldn't be on their team either. Fair enough, we should be able to come up with another seeker. Everyone's attention was now on what was happening here, and Terry interrupted with a suggestion. George, Draco is a pretty good seeker. Flint wouldn't even let him try out. Terry had no intention of mentioning that Flint laughed Draco all the way out of the trials for turning up with a school broom. If Harry was providing all the equipment, then that wouldn't be a factor in this case. That Draco was his partner in their Marauders Club meant George didn't even hesitate over his next move. Hey Draco, you want to play Seeker on a team Fred and I are putting together to play at this fair during the summer? Sadly, Gryffindors shouting across the Great Hall at Slytherins was not such an unusual occurrence. That this shout was not only cordial but friendly stopped all remaining conversation in the Great Hall. Yeah, count me in. Pansy and I were planning on being there anyway. Good. Oh, did I forget to mention Harry's father thinks we'll be playing in front of thousands on the new Kingussie pitch. This actually had Draco laughing. As long as we get a try on the new roller coaster, then you can certainly count me in. Realizing that everyone had been listening in to their conversations, Harry gave out some more information. The family get to try everything first on the Friday night, before the fair officially opens on Saturday. Father's at the island to get the dates sorted, so we should know more details shortly. Roger and Cedric quickly had a mixed Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff team put together, with more than a few disappointed players putting their names down as reserves. Hermione's mind was still in a spin as they left for their extra defense lesson. Something was bothering her, though, and her mate held the answers she needed. I get the switch to Baron's Fair, but not the sudden interest in Quidditch. Goblins never do anything without a good reason, though, so what's going on? We told Father about our encounter in the Quidditch store. He's trying to prevent a potential backlash before it gets any chance to develop. If we have magic carpet rides around our glen, something we all think is a great idea, we risk alienating the broom manufacturers and Quidditch organizations. Those are two powerful bodies, and this plan should get them on our side, exposing their wares and sport to a potential new market. Goblins and muggles may not be buying brooms, but as we saw in that shop, they make profit from selling everything from posters to Quidditch jerseys. And a bunch of Hogwarts students playing exhibition games against each other can do that. I don't see it, Harry. Ah, but Padma, you're missing a vital piece of information. Did you hear me say they would be playing against each other? Oh, you sneaky goblin, what have you got up your sleeve? Well, once we set the dates, invitations will be going out to a few professional Quidditch teams to see if they would be interested in playing an exhibition match at the Baron of Kingussie's summer fair against Hogwarts opposition. They would then have the opportunity to make sure all these potential new supporters would be buying their team's jerseys and posters. Do you think they would say no if there was the slightest chance of getting the boy who lived photographed in one of their team jerseys? Said Padma, laughing before she explained what was funny to her Quidditch ignorant friends. I was just imagining Harry in a Holyhead Harpies jersey. She had to get her giggling back under control before delivering the punchline. They're an all-female team. Only witches can play for them. This set Hermione off too before Harry got in on the act. Neville, remind me to write to Father and make sure the Harpies are one of the teams he invites. An all-witch team might see me actually watching a match. This stopped the girls' giggles, causing Harry and Neville to start laughing. Both soon found themselves running to their lesson, being chased by their giggling again mates. The original idea for the fair might have been to lift spirits inside Gringotts, but it was now having the same effect in a castle over 500 miles away. It was looking as if they were going to have another busy summer. And thanks for reading N2. Any ideas for the goblin/magical/muggle fair would be appreciated and might make it into the story. 80 to-do lists. Harry Crow disclaimer. Since I'm not the owner of these characters, I may do things with them that you don't like or agree with. Sorry in advance, but that's the nature of fan fiction. To do otherwise kind of defeats the purpose of fan fiction, and copying JKR word for word would certainly see a lawsuit heading in my direction. If my efforts don't fit your idea of what a Harry Potter story should be, again, I can only offer my apologies and perhaps a suggestion. Writing your own, really, is the only way to ensure the story progresses exactly the way you want it to. It also gives the rest of us something to read. Chapter 80 news of this fair spread like wildfire, so much so that awkward questions were soon being asked about the Kingassy event inside the Wisengamot chamber. Do we even know the date of this proposed fair? We have a prestigious event ourselves this summer that will see the eyes of the world looking towards Britain. This fair could be nothing more than an attempt to divert those eyes away from the Quidditch World Cup final, an event that more than one ministerial department is currently working very hard to ensure the success of. The minister knew he had to put an end to that idea, at once so stood to answer what was basically an accusation aimed at the fair. You will be pleased to know I can reveal there is absolutely no danger of the Quidditch World Cup final being overshadowed by this event. Through Arthur Weasley's department, the ministry is being kept informed of all the details of this event. It is being held in Kingassy on the first weekend in July, and I have already offered Baron Crow any assistance the ministry can supply. Again, the grumblings came back at the minister. Why should the ministry help with what is basically a goblin event? Cornelius once more had to cut that idea off at the knees. I don't know where you got that information from, but I can assure everyone in this chamber that it's totally wrong. We all know Harry's background, being raised by his goblin father inside Gringotts. His mate was raised as a muggle, knowing nothing of our world until she reached her 11th birthday. While this young couple are rightfully proud of their different heritages, they are still more than willing to embrace ours too. The Baron's Fair will incorporate a blend of all three of those heritages, and I, for one, am really looking forward to it, having already been invited. The Dark faction were again finding their every move countered. A final question was asked more in hope than any conviction of scoring political points. What part of our heritage will be included? Something representative, I hope. Rather than worry about revealing details early, Cornelius thought it was far more important to get the chamber on side for this event. The entire reason behind this weekend is for those who attend to have fun. In that respect, I think we will be well represented. I don't want to give any secrets away, but I know two of our professional Quidditch teams have already agreed to play exhibition matches in Kingassy over this weekend. There will also be shops from Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade there too, plying their wares to new customers. The Weird Sisters are also keen to make an appearance, and there will certainly be a large Hogwarts student and staff presence in Kingassy over the entire weekend. You can perhaps see why I offered Baron Crow any assistance he required. Please remember, our goblin friends will also be warding the stadium being constructed for the Quidditch World Cup final. Satisfied that he had stopped any animosity toward this event in its tracks, the minister knew he would need to let Arthur know what he was somewhat forced to reveal. Cornelius just hoped it didn't cause too much trouble from Gringotts. Harry knew he was in trouble. Being surrounded by angry Quidditch players at breakfast was his first clue. Who's going to want to watch us playing when there are professional teams there? What's going on, Harry? He held his hands up, ready to offer an explanation. The story all over the front of the Prophet was not how you were supposed to find out about this. It was being kept as a surprise until things were confirmed. It was only confirmed 2 days ago. Here's the deal. On Saturday, the 3rd of July, Puddlemere United will be at the fair. They'll be signing autographs, posing for pictures before playing an exhibition match, playing against one of your teams. You could have heard a mouse fart in the silence that last comment caused. They had no idea it was about to get even better. On the Sunday, the visiting team will be the Holyhead Harpies. The silence this time was broken by Hermione and Padma. The sight of all those Quidditch players standing there, with their jaws hitting the floor, proved just too funny for them not to react with laughter. Their anger now gone, Harry found himself surrounded instead by extremely excited Quidditch players. Cedric, though, had a very important question. Which Hogwarts team plays who? Harry took a coin from his pocket and flicked it into the air. Call it. Cedric called heads, only for it to come up tails. Harry looked towards the twins. Your choice. It took them only seconds to choose playing against Puddlemere, leaving Cedric and Roger very happy too. Harry, though, had more to say. Guys, this might give you some idea of just how huge an event this fair is becoming. We were planning on revealing a lot of the details on Friday after classes, and also hoping we can count on your support. Cedric had his arm around Harry's shoulder, instantly publicly displaying that support for everyone to see. Harry, you're now giving me the opportunity to play against Gwenog Jones. Forget everything else you've done for me. For that alone, anything you want is yours for the asking. Looking around, Harry was pleased to see a lot of smiling faces. Okay, Friday after dinner in the room. Centurion, why not hold the meeting in the Great Hall? It would save everyone traipsing up 7 floors. I can assure you we would all like to hear what will be happening at the fair and how we can help. Harry bowed toward the staff table. Thank you, Madam Longbottom. That would be appreciated. Voldemort certainly didn't appreciate what he was hearing from his lieutenant. They were now reduced to hijacking the occasional prophet delivery owl for their news. Of course, this fair was heavily featured, and the opportunity to have another chance at Potter was something that needed careful investigation. Rookwood had been dispatched to Kingassy on an intelligence-gathering mission. He did not return with good news. The entire valley is powerfully warded at least as heavily as Hogwarts. We might be able to overpower them if we had about 100 Death Eaters at our disposal. With just the 3 of us, not a chance. There was even more bad news to come, though. It took me all day to find a hillside where I could finally get a look inside this valley. Even then, only the heavy charms on those stolen omnioculars allowed me to see anything at all. There was an army of goblins there, all working away and transforming the estate. With our society now applauding these beasts for hacking purebloods to death with their blades, attacking this target with just the 3 of us would be the equivalent of committing suicide. The Dark Lord had suspected as much. Having those suspicions confirmed there was still a blow. They would just have to make the best of it. Getting our Alice to Kingassy was always going to prove challenging. We will just have to concentrate on our original target. This S will also give Bella more time to recover from giving birth to your son. This S may actually work in our favor. Our inactivity will see them relax their defenses, and then we will strike. Augustus was delighted to hear that news, worried he might have overstated his case against an attack on Kingassy. Giving your opinion to their master was always fraught with danger. What he didn't say was that, even at the height of his master's powers, and with all his Death Eaters present too, they would still have struggled to take on the Highland estate owned by Baron Crow. On the weekend of the fair, with the increased security Augustus expected to be put in place for that, it would have been mission impossible. Their lighthouse hideaway might be in the Outer Hebrides, but that was as close as Augustus wanted to get to Kingassy. Only death awaited him and his growing family there. He would gladly settle for reading about this fair in the Prophet. The very idea of this fair had Albus in a cold sweat. Would he even recognize the country he was planning on returning to? What had him really sweating, though, was the old wizard couldn't see any way this fair could fail, further marginalizing those purebloods of a darker persuasion. As Britain's magical community moved further into the light, Albus Dumbledore could soon find himself as a rather desolate figure lurking in the shadows. Barchoke and Bones appeared to be carving the country up between them, with Fudge holding onto their coat-tails and achieving undreamed of public approval ratings for doing so. Even Voldemort's attack on Diagon Alley hadn't dented Cornelius' conviction. It had just pushed wizard and goblin relations even closer. Those joint aura/warrior patrols in the alley may be offering reassurance to shoppers it was safe to do so, but it was those plaques that really brought the customers back, or rather what they signified. In such a protected premises, Voldemort himself couldn't touch them. Sitting eating ice cream with the knowledge that you could safely thumb your nose at the Dark Lord would be an exhilarating experience for the witches and wizards of Britain, the vast majority of whom wouldn't have these wards on their own homes. Being safer in Diagon Alley than your own home might seem a weird concept, but it was also one that had been proven in the heat of battle. The 3 most dangerous people in the country had failed to harm a single person protected by those wards. That was a pretty compelling endorsement. It would also need to be an endorsement all the other shops quickly followed suit with. If not, they would be going out of business, as their customers shopped in places they not only felt, but knew they were safe. Albus had expected the goblins to use Harry as a physical weapon to destroy Voldemort, a variation of the plan he himself had devised for the boy. Instead, they had used the boy as a political weapon, with absolutely spectacular results. Having Voldemort's mark was something the darker purebloods had once aspired to carry on their arm, not anymore. Those few not already dead were now excluded by wards from the Ministry of Magic, St. Mungo's, Hogwarts, and probably within 6 months, every business in the magical community that was open to the public. That Bones had been able to push these changes through the Wisengamot to the point where they were accepted by the magical community was simply unbelievable to the former chief wizard. As the die was set for his own return to Britain, he would now have to ramp up his plans for gaining a foothold once more in that changing society. It would be time to sow some discord before trying again to wrench Harry from the path he seemed to be heading down. If things were left to continue developing as they currently were, Albus could see the lad not having a choice to make by the time he came of age. He would be so entrenched in both societies that neither would really care what Harry called himself, just as long as he didn't leave them. The problem Albus had with that scenario playing out was it continually brought wizards and goblins closer, not something he considered healthy for the witches and wizards of Britain. He was still getting over the shock of a goblin female attending last year's Merlin ball. Simply by turning up along with Harry, the rest of the school just accepted her. That was a state of affairs that could no longer be allowed to continue. Only Albus Dumbledore was experienced enough and had the capabilities to wield power of that magnitude. It would simply corrupt lesser men. Britain, unbelievably, seemed well on the road to dealing with their current Dark Lord. The last thing his country needed, though, was to let another one grow right under their very noses, especially one with such major goblin backing. How long would it be before the witches and wizards of Britain were forced to live underground, while the goblins used their wealth and power to reside in even more luxurious mansions than the purebloods had once built? He would have to start immediately with some gentle manipulations on his return. His visit to Britain might be limited, and Albus needed to make as big an impact as possible in the time he had available. They wouldn't know what hit them. Barchoke knew exactly what hit him. He now looked forward to his daughter's enthusiastic greetings. That a hug would soon be followed by a barrage of questions was also something else the goblin was getting used to. "Father, it's so good to see you." "What are you doing here? How are Mum and Dad? Did you honestly think we would leave this presentation to a couple of third-year students?" This shocked Hermione until she heard Harry's loud laughter beside her. A groan was then called for, as she had once more been caught out by these goblins and their so-called sense of humor. The 5 Weasleys were boisterously greeting their own father, the noise that caused a loud Barchoke to have a quiet word with his children. "Dan and Emma are actually returning to Kingassy tomorrow." He held his hand up to stop their objections before they could get started. "The entire glen is filled with our people working almost around the clock to get it ready for the fair. Anyone trying to attack Crow's Nest will find themselves getting quite the shock. I will also be moving there with Lucas, and Mo are coming over from Sweden to stay in Kingassy too. They want to be closer to Hogwarts as Henrika gets nearer her time." As it was now confirmed that there were only Voldemort, Lestrange, and Rookwood left to deal with, the couple couldn't see any way those 3 could get through the wards protecting the glen, never mind the extra set on the house, and the multitude of goblins who would be determined to stop them. Barchoke then took their minds off this for the moment by handing his daughter a scroll of parchment. "Arthur will handle the magical side of this presentation, with me representing the nation. I couldn't think of anyone else who could put the Muggle side of this across better than you." She was now beaming with pride before Hermione read the parchment. "Is this all confirmed?" "Yes. I will deal with the how and why. I need you, though, to explain just what I'm talking about. We now have goblins traveling from all over the globe to be at this fair. It's already the biggest event in Britain Gringotts have ever sponsored." The director keeps switching between being incredibly proud to extremely worried that we're being too ambitious. I am now in charge of the Gringotts side this project full-time, with the director looking right over my shoulder. Harry and Hermione returned to their seats. She needed to go over these notes. Barchoke had of course owled Augusta for permission to disclose their intentions for the fair tonight. He and Arthur left their children and moved to the front of the hall. While the wizard set up their presentation, the goblin addressed the students and staff of Hogwarts. Good evening, everyone, and thanks for allowing us to visit Hogwarts. We're here tonight to talk to you about an event that's happening this summer on my son's estate. The reasoning behind this weekend is really rather simple. It's all about having fun. Whether you're magical, muggle, or goblin, irrespective of age or gender, you should find something at this fair that you will enjoy. There will be so much going on at so many different locations that we have copied an idea from muggle entertainment parks that specialize in this kind of thing. Arthur is expanding a map of the Baron of Kingussie's estate, a map that has the information any visitor will need to plan their day. It was then Arthur's turn to talk to the hall. The centerpiece of this weekend is a cut-down version of the Trilenium Stadium, the one that the Ministry will build for the Quidditch World Cup final. This version will only seat 5,000 spectators, not the 100,000 that the real stadium will hold. At specific times each day, events will take place in this stadium. The Quidditch matches and a performance from the Weird Sisters are only some of them. I understand your defense clubs are also considering putting on some displays. Arthur was looking to Harry as he asked the question. He soon got his answer. We're looking at running some speed and accuracy drills for the audiences, then run a team dueling competition like we did inside Hogwarts, just with a few more people watching. This got a few laughs before Barchoke took over from his son. There will also be displays of goblin fighting techniques and fights timetabled too. I know Master Sharpshard is hoping to entice the Centurion, who has beaten him the last twice they've fought, into a rematch. Seats for that fight might be hard to come by. Dan Granger is also organizing a clay pigeon shooting competition. All entrants must have passed his handling guns safely instruction course, though. The goblin paused for a moment. There were students at each of the 4 tables who knew exactly what clay pigeon shooting was. It would be far easier to let them do the explaining to their housemates before he continued. Barchoke was now standing beside the map and expanding on the illustrations shown. The Glen will have areas designated and dedicated to particular functions. For instance, in this part of the Glen, we have the Winter Zone. This will have sledges for those who want to shoot down the hills, an ice rink for those who love to skate, as well as a snow-covered area for people who just want to play in the white stuff. Next to that is an area simply called Gringotts Zone. Here you will have a chance to see our smiths at work as they forge weapons and armor. Our jewelers will also be presenting their skills, with an exhibition of both types of wares available for all to see. Oh, and I mustn't forget our dragon handlers, who will also be parading their skills at working with these magnificent animals in a specially constructed chamber. The staff table was almost overturned at this point by Hagrid jumping to his feet. Dragons! Did ye say there would be dragons there? How do ye get into this fair? Seeing Slughorn was very interested in that answer too, Harry quickly stepped in. By invitation only. Arthur was just as quick to continue the presentation and cover the awkward silence that Harry's answer just caused. This area here will be a play park for younger children with swings, slides, and roundabouts. Surrounding this area will also be carousels and other such amusements for the younger generations. There will also be a massive food court where all different types of cuisine from every corner of the world will be available for people to try. Madame Puddifoot's, the 3 broomsticks, and the leaky cauldron will also be represented here for those less adventurous visitors. To be honest, the only other thing on this map I actually recognize is the flying carpet rides. I'll hand you over to Hermione Granger to explain the rest. This admission was greeted by some gentle jibes from Arthur's twin sons as Hermione joined the pair beside the map. Alongside the flying carpets is the entrance to the roller coaster. If you've ever ridden in a Gringotts cart, then you'll have some idea of what this ride is like, though the information I have here states this one will travel at high speed all around the Glen. That would make it miles long and give you a great view of everything. The fact that there will be a go-kart track will certainly please Draco. We could hardly get him off them in Florida. The blonde Slytherin now had a wide smile on his face. All he would say to anyone that asked was, "Wait and see. You'll love them." We then have what's labelled on the map as the water zone. Here there will be a log flume, think Gringotts cart on water instead of wheels. There will also be rowboats next to our new small lark for anyone who wants a gentler time on the water, and various fountains for those who just want to cool off. The cinema tent will allow everyone to experience one of the best parts of Muggle culture, movies. I think they will only be showing short classic cartoons, so people don't end up spending the whole day in there. Still well worth a visit. Hermione didn't want to go into too much detail. This wasn't the time or place for that. She was glad when Father once more took over. Gringotts have also been contacted by a circus troupe that perform all over Europe. Every member knows about magic, and while they mainly perform to Muggle audiences, they still do all their banking through Gringotts. They have asked for the opportunity to perform for us over this weekend, an opportunity we were more than happy to offer. The bank then started looking for customers who have chosen to work in the Muggle side. We will be contacting these people to see if this is something that may interest them too. While the map features the main confirmed zones and events, it doesn't highlight all the vendors, games of skill and chance, street performers, and many other things that will be dotted around the entire glen. There will also be outlets from Gamble and Japes, Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, Honeyduke's sweet shop, and Zonko's joke shop, all selling their wares to a wider audience. Having set the scene so everyone really wanted to attend this fair, it was now Harry's turn to speak. He walked forward and stood beside his father, Hermione, and Arthur. If this sounds too good to be true, I can assure you it's not, and I want to invite all the students of Hogwarts to attend. The cheering this announcement caused almost took the roof off. Harry had to wait a few moments before he could eventually make himself heard. You're forgetting I'm a goblin, and we never do anything for free. Wait until you hear the price before you cheer. To everyone in Hogwarts, that's just a map. To Hermione and I, that's our home. We will be inviting goblins, witches, wizards, and muggles into our home, and they will all be respectful to and of each other, or they will be quickly thrown out. The training they had received from Sirius was again paying dividends. By calling this their home, the purebloods' own codes of ethics would see them behave, lest they embarrass their family's good name. The goblins attending would know the mighty wrath of Ragnarok awaited anyone who embarrassed the nation at this event. There could be queues forming to take all your gold, while your head looked on from the stick the director stuck it on. There would be no goblins causing trouble in Kingassy that weekend. As you can imagine, something on this scale requires a massive amount of organizing, as well as an army of helpers to see it runs smoothly. That's where you come in. We're looking for volunteers to work either the Saturday or Sunday. The reward for this will be an invitation for you and your family to attend on the day you're not working. The exceptions to this will be the Marauders clubs and the Quidditch teams. They will obviously want their families in Kingassy on the day they step into the stadium. That was an offer that held everyone's interest, until Arthur made it even better. What Harry forgot to mention was that, once you are in Kingassy, all these attractions are free. You obviously wouldn't expect to walk into Honeyduke's and help yourself for nothing. There will also be items for sale from various vendors throughout the glen, but you won't pay for any of the entertainment. On the day anyone is working in Kingassy, all their meals will be provided. Now we're not looking for anyone to make any decisions tonight. Harry was halted as the entire Ravenclaw table stood and declared they were in. The other three houses soon followed, with only a few older Slytherins taking their time to make their minds up. Thanks for that. The plans at the moment see us all going to Kingassy on the Friday. This will give everyone a chance to find out what they will be doing and get a first shot at some of the attractions. We can arrange portkeys, or everyone could stay for the weekend. It was a massive roar of approval for the second option that halted Harry this time. It looked like they were having hundreds of guests staying for the weekend. Just one more thing they would need to add to their to-do list. Uo Barchok had this task on his to-do list for a while now. It was time he dealt with this unpleasantness. The man was led into his office, and Barchok got right down to business. I take it you are aware of the changes happening outside Gringotts. Yes, I am given a copy of the Prophet every day. I have to confess, though, there have been days lately when the news being reported had me thinking I was being pranked. I still remember your son once telling me that goblins don't do pranks, so I have to assume it's all really happening. Your fellow Death Eaters who had the sense to fall on the Ministry's offer of clemency now find themselves marginalized to the point where they can hardly go out in public. Their dark marks now exclude them from playing any meaningful part in wizarding society. Do you like working in Gringotts? Severus Snape was no fool. He already knew there was no life waiting for him outside Gringotts. His dark mark would bar him from plying his trade anywhere in Britain. He wouldn't even be able to enter an apothecary to buy ingredients. I am very happy working in Gringotts, and thought we had a deal where I could remain here after my sentence was finished. That deal is still on the table. I might have another option for you, though. We might have a method of negating your mark. Severus was glad he was sitting down when he heard that. Here was something he had desired for many years. I didn't think it was possible to remove Voldemort's mark. We don't think it is either. What I'm offering is a chance to change your allegiance, and hopefully your dark mark. Swearing a blood oath of allegiance to the nation would see your status as a prisoner end, and we think overpower your oath to Voldemort. Should this be successful, you could still stay here if you wished, but would also have the option to leave and live normally too. Having learned much more about goblin culture since being able to speak the language, Severus knew this was an offer that wasn't made lightly. He only had one question he needed answered first before graciously accepting. Why are you making this offer? I can't believe your son or his friend have forgiven me. You are of course correct. I don't think Harry or Neville will ever forgive you. What they are trying to do is understand how a young man could make a mistake, and how much he now regrets that mistake. You were only 18 when you fell for Voldemort's lies, 20 when you trusted that other perpetual liar, Albus Dumbledore. While both my son and Neville have already chosen their life mates, they are an extremely tight group. Harry would do anything to protect Padma, and Neville is the exact same where Hermione is concerned. They are as close as siblings, and are using that relationship to try to understand your desire to protect Lily Potter. Barchoke was deliberately using Lily's married name, knowing the only man she loved was James. Snape needed to understand that this offer was being made because of the friendship he once shared with a red-headed muggle-born witch. My son is advocating that only the guilty should be punished, a policy the Ministry's adoption of probably stopped a war. Only you know how guilty you are over this incident. We're not here to try and relieve or forgive that guilt. Severus had his head down, trying not to let image of a dead Lily Potter be his abiding memory of the best friend he ever had. He was concentrating on happier times as Barchoke continued. Your blood oath to the nation would see your own magic react if you ever betrayed that oath. The safety of a certain centurion and 3 friends of our nation would certainly be covered by that oath. As a father, I can honestly tell you I wouldn't be making this offer otherwise. Nothing in this world is more important to me than the safety of my children. I wouldn't hesitate to take my blade to anyone who threatened that safety. Now that you know the reason behind this offer, are you interested? That really didn't take any thought at all on Severus' part. My time spent inside Gringotts has been some of the most peaceful, happy, and productive of my life. You got me out from under the yoke both Dumbledore and Voldemort had placed me under. After experiencing their manipulations for years, it is a delight to live in a society where people say what they mean and mean what they say. I would be honored to accept your very generous offer. It was time to explain what this offer entailed. You will swear a blood oath to the nation while your bleeding hand rests on the state stone. The stone itself will decide your measure and whether or not it finds your oath acceptable. Should it refuse, your situation will remain as it is. Should the state stone accept your oath, that dark mark on your arm will be anathema to it. Your loyalties cannot be divided in this matter. It will battle that mark for ownership of your loyalties, the nation against the single individual whose mark that is will not be a contest. This will undoubtedly be painful to you. The decision, though, is still yours to make. Severus indicated his acceptance at once. Any amount of pain would be worth it to replace this mark on his very soul. If that replacement signified his allegiance to a society that gave Severus Snape a chance to atone for his mistakes, that would be a mark he would wear with pride. Barchoke would now have to make the arrangements and promised to give him at least a couple of days' notice. He would need that time to mentally prepare himself for this ordeal. Uo Dolers once thought her demotion was an opportunity. Now it was becoming an unbearable ordeal. Everything she worked and schemed so hard to achieve was crumbling to dust right in front of her very eyes, and it all started with Crow. Okay, England getting knocked out of the Quidditch World Cup by Luxembourg wasn't his fault. Dolars would grant the goblin brat that. She was now left hoping Ireland made the final. The British Quidditch fans wouldn't queue to see two foreign teams contesting the World Cup. Seeing their magnificent stadium half empty was a recurring nightmare for the ambitious witch. It would be a very public sign of her failure that would be impossible to cover up. What the public certainly didn't need was the distraction a copy of the aforementioned magnificent stadium being built by the ministry on a goblin's land provided, with the prophet going gaga in approval of the news. Instead of the county's excitement building toward the event she had brought to Britain, the entire country was going nuts over this fair. Why anyone would want to spend their weekend in the company of goblins and muggles was something that escaped her, not that she would be getting invited anyway. Since it was families of Hogwarts students, Wisingate members and their families, along with ministerial heads of departments and their families, Dolars didn't qualify on any counts. When she'd mentioned this was a further attack on the old pure-blood families to someone Dolars considered an ally, their response shocked her. There are no attacks on the old families, rather on those individuals who were stupid enough to call a half-blood madman their master. My family has been pure for generations, and will be staying pure for the foreseeable future. There will never be legislation passed in Britain to force us to do otherwise. We are being allowed to live our lives the way we choose. What more can you ask for? If our beliefs are so brittle that someone even questioning them sees those beliefs shatter, then perhaps those beliefs weren't as right for us as we thought they were. While shocked at how accepting the old families were of the current situation, that wasn't what really irked Dolars. She was worried that the success of this fair would be the yardstick used to measure her own event, an event where she couldn't even control which teams would make the final. She now couldn't wait for the Triwizard tournament to hit Hogwarts. Dolars had been assured a pureblood would triumph, and she believed those assurances. It was all she had left to look forward to. Harry certainly wasn't looking forward to this. Like his father with Snape, though, it was something he needed removed from his to-do list. Hermione on his arm was what gave him the strength to knock on the door. The resulting loud barking saw Harry's hand slip toward the hilt of his sword. "Quiet, Fang, sit. Centurion, Miss Granger, what can I do for ye?" "Hello, Mr. Hagrid. I didn't want you to think I was being rude to you the other evening. You will be getting an invitation to the fair. As it will also be a portkey, we will be handing them out just before we finish up for the summer. It's juice, Hagrid Centurion. I can thank you enough for this. I've always dreamed having a dragon. Merlin, where are my manners? Would ye like to come in for a cup o' tea?" "Sorry, Hagrid. We have defense shortly with Professor Lupin. We would have come down sooner, but this is the only free period we get in the week. I know you're all very busy, so thanks for talking the time to do this for me. It's very decent, yeah. I knew your mum and dad well. They would be very proud their son. Thanks, Hagrid. See you around." As they walked back to the castle, Hermione could feel her mate was still tense. "That was a good thing you just did, Harry. I know it was hard for you. I can't ask others to hold out the hand of friendship, then not do the same myself. You're right, Hermione, it was hard." If Hagrid hadn't blindly followed Dumbledore's orders that night, everything would have been so very different. That's it, though. I draw the line there. Hagrid is a simple soul who just did whatever the old manipulator told him. Horace Slughorn is a selfish, sleek-it, conniving, self-serving bastard who will never set foot in any home of ours. Hermione just rested her head on his broad shoulder. She was in total agreement with her mate on this one. There was no way Sluggy would be squirming his way into their lives. The man was so slimy he should leave a trail behind everywhere he goes. The self-styled quintessential Slytherin was nothing like any of their friends who had been sorted into the same house. The leech had at least taken the hint and now left them alone. He appeared to be going for a different approach to get his hooks into their family. Pansy was now the one being creeped out, as Sluggy appeared to have set his sights on indoctrinating Draco in the benefits of having an influential mentor. Draco took great delight in telling Sluggy he already had one, that Lord Black was regent over House Malfoy until he came of age. Slughorn wasn't stupid enough to mess with Sirius. Uo Sirius was currently acting stupid. Well, his wife certainly thought so, as the marauder was in the process of chatting to her abdomen. You do know she can't hear you. She was cut short as their daughter suddenly kicked hard enough for her husband to see. Isn't Mummy silly? Of course you can hear me. Your mummy is such a beautiful person that I need this head start on her if you're ever going to be a daddy's girl. Your daddy has a way with charming girls, so you won't need to worry about that, my little one. You certainly made Pansy a very happy young girl with her birthday present. I spoke to Sissy and Elspeth first, and we all know it's just for a few years until those two come of age. I don't think it was making her a black that had Pansy so excited, though. No, it was the betrothal contract between Pansy Black and Draco Malfoy that made her birthday. Just so you know, there will never be a betrothal contract with our daughter's name on it. Have you met our daughter's godfather? Harry would skin me alive if I even tried something like that. Her father married the woman he loves. Her godfather will one day do the same. That's what I want for our girl. Draco and Pansy have always been betrothed. Pansy especially was missing the security that gave her. Henrika was resting on the sofa in their Hogwarts quarters, her feet up after a hard day. Sirius was sitting on the floor beside her, talking to the bump in her abdomen that was their growing daughter. She just couldn't resist running her fingers lovingly through his hair. Henrika was used to Sirius being charming. The old dog just couldn't help it sometimes. What she saw now was something even better. Sirius Black was sitting beside his pregnant wife and radiating contentment, and his pregnant wife found it so sexy. Sirius, I think you should take your wife to bed. He was trying his best to be a good husband, and sometimes Henrika made that task incredibly easy for him. The Blacks would be having an early night. Aren, thanks for reading Aren too. And now for the bad news. I will be on holiday next weekend, so there will be no Harry Crow chapter posted. I might have chapter 81 ready sooner than the following weekend, 14/15th, but it will certainly be with you then.